Check 1 2. 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 Check, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check, check. Check.
Mic check 1 2 3 1 2 3 4. Good morning. 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Good morning. The 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships. Testing 1 2 3. And here we are. We're getting a feel for the sound levels here. Good morning to everyone out there enjoying the course warm-up. Hope things are holding up well out there. It's going to be a beautiful, exciting day of sprint racing action here at the Adirondacks. Things are sounding pretty good.
Thank you. Is it going to work? It's not natural sound.
Exactly, yeah. But I mean, if it would be, even if I would leave it on from outside, and it would be full song from the beginning.
From that sound,
And you
just
can
pick it.
hear it well, and it will probably shut me up as well.
Even though
Doesn't that we pay for that service?
it doesn't matter. I think that.
Not for public.
Yeah. No. We
No, no.
pay.
Oh, you pay.
Yeah.
We pay for
But
a
we
service.
well, we can challenge them. We could, yeah, we could challenge
Let's
them.
not worry about
No,
that.
no. But I'm saying is, yeah.
If they come after us, we pay
No,
for
they're not gonna.
Well,
come
we need
up.
to ask the service the question we've been up with. It's like we've been challenged copyright. What do we say?
No, it's usually on the YouTube. When the challenge comes up, you can leave it as it is because they shut it off, or you can be in the challenge and you can upload whatever documentation you have, and that will allow. Yeah. Just for the future, because in the YouTube it will come up as a challenge, and you can just.
Yeah, basically we pay for Curio right now.
Because typically in this case, what you do is you submit YouTube. You tell them, okay, we will be streaming on this channel, and this is all everything. This is a playlist we're gonna play. This is the copyrights we have. In the That's why they charge $500,000 for the weekend for broadcast.
Yeah, we don't
Make dead men. So we're going to need 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
All right, folks, a hearty good welcome here and good morning from the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex here in sunny Lake Placid, New York. I'm your host, Dave McCahill, joining you here alongside Stuart Hemsley, our MC from across the sea. If you're tuning in on the live stream there, it's probably an early morning where you are, and it's been an early morning for most of the staff here, getting this venue into beautiful condition. Things are looking great, and of course, Stuart, this is a sprint day. We're looking at classic sprints today along this beautiful 1.5K track at the base of this historic Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex. Little time check here, it's 8:15 in the morning, which gives us about 45 more minutes to be testing wax combinations and clister conditions there. We're going to keep an eye on the weather. It's looking pretty mild now. The tracks are really setting up nice there, but Stuart, we can assume they're going to soften up a little bit throughout the day. But really exciting. So a little run through of our schedule and our program today. So the course is open for testing and training out there. We're going to have a jury meeting at 8:30. And Stuart, at 9 o'clock, we're going to begin our classic sprint qualifiers here. So all our athletes, beginning with our U20s and our U18 gentlemen, are going to go through and take their run around this course. We'll get an idea of how things are running. And of course, we'll be live here calling the action. If you're tuning again on the live stream, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So that'll take us through until 10:30. And we're going to start with our heats. Our quarterfinals are going to be running through, and it's going to be a really exciting day on the tracks.
Yeah, David, you've just been explaining to me the how that breaks down from their qualifying heat to or qualifying time that puts them in position for their qualifying heat, and then we've got 2 qualifying from each of their heats, and then we take 4 lucky losers to progress into those semis. Semis, 2 in. Any lucky losers in the semis?
We will be doing that, and then when things wrap up, we'll be doing an A and a B final for top honors here today. We're looking out. The sun is really starting to shine, so that's an indicator of what we're going to see conditions-wise on our course. A lot of sun. Temperature have been warming. A little bit of rain last evening, a little bit of snow this morning, a wintry mix, even though it was about 36 degrees, so well above freezing. We had some fat flakes coming down. But like you said, it's going to be a game of strategy. This is a grueling course. A lot of folks out there have worked hard to keep it prepared, but the format for this 1.5 kilometer loop, athletes are going to take our way out of the stadium here, up past the freestyle complex there where we had the Freestyle World Cup just about a month and a half ago, up the gradual but sustained Flagpole Hill. So that's about a 100-meter climb. There's going to be a brief respite there on the flats to transition to one of the steepest portions of the course, and that's going to be the sharp climb leading out of the upper parking lot into our biathlon facility there, and then the course is going to lollipop around, and then from that point, it's pretty much a screaming descent all the way back to the stadium, but a lot of strategy involved there, Stuart, like we talked about. Athletes are going to have to stay clean, stay light on their feet. We have that high G corner coming down the sweeping left footer there as they charge back into the upper stadium, coming by the waxing venue, and then it's the screamer descent where they're going to be going about 30 miles an hour, whipping down into the lower parking lot, into our field of view here behind the bleachers, and then the hard right turn into the stadium. A little bit about the stadium layout, too. We talked about this, Stuart. Athletes are going to be having a lot of speed as they come behind the bleachers here into the Mackenzie Intervale Stadium here. It's got that Oslo, the Holmenkollen feel, almost like in Lahti at the World Championships last week, but a very, very short final stadium there. So that really means that athletes are going to have to set up for their positioning well in advance. So I think we're going to see these races decided, and we'll be able to follow along, thanks to our friend Yuri from Central Cross Country for doing a great job with the live stream there. But we can follow along and see how the race unfolds from the top of the climb. All right, so jumping back in there, we were talking a little bit about strategy there, Stuart. We were talking a little about the layout of this course, and we were talking, we've got the upper stadium. It's basically a grueling climb broken up into a few distinct chunks, a high-speed descent. And we were talking, Stuart, specifically today, the finish is going to be pretty interesting as athletes come around that back stadium, around behind the bleachers and into the finish area. And this is an interesting sprint course in that things are going to be pretty much decided well in advance. So positioning at the top of the climb is critical. It's really tough to win the sprint after the top of that climb there on this descent, but it's easy to lose control. So again, I just wanted to say a shout out to Yuri there of Central Cross Country Skiing. He's doing a great
job at the live feed. And again, if you're watching us live, welcome here to the day 2 of racing. And this is classic sprint days here at the Olympic Jumping Complex.
And today we've got the men start first with our U20s, followed by our U18s. On Monday, racing began with the ladies, and our last athletes out were our men. Today it's the other way around. Ladies are second today. Our men are already starting to arrive and are on course, warming up, testing wax. The upper parking lot here at the Olympic Jumping Complex, the Mackenzie Interval Jumping Complex, the Olympic Jumping Complex. Our upper parking lot is transitioned with trailers the technicians are working out of. And at this time, we'd like to thank our sponsors, LL Bean and Kraft, Functional Sportswear.
All right, Stuart, holy cow, the sun is out in a big way, so that's going to make for a great day of spectating and watching for those here live in the stadium and those watching live online. But boy, is it going to make things pretty challenging for our coaches, and a shout out to all the techs and the coaches who make this event happen here. Today is a challenging day. The shortest races can often be the most challenging for the technicians out there who are working to find good combinations of grip with no slip out there to make it all happen. Taking a look at the action that's already unfolded here in Lake Placid, our U16 ladies race, which took place on Monday, was a blast, running through our top 3 there. It was Auburn Ski Club's Nina Seaman there who finished third. Park City Nordic Ski Club's Sydney Palmer Ledger, competing for the Intermountain Division, took a commanding race there with a 14-16 to take second place. And it was Metho Valley Nordic's Novi McCabe of the Pacific Northwest Division who took the win in our thrilling U16 ladies skate race on Monday. On the men's side, in third place goes to New England's Will Koch. Had a great race with a 13:04 representing the Stratton Mountain School program. Intermountain skier Johnny Hagenbuch there of Sun Valley finished second, and it was a blistering pace set by Sugar Bowl ski team and academy athlete of the Far West Division. That was Hayden Halverson, who skied to a brilliant win in our U16 gentlemen's race on Monday. Looking over at the U18 men's race, in our freestyle that took place on Monday, it was Ben Ogden of the New England Division there who skied well with a 25-17 to take third. Luke Jager of Alaska, 25-11, so a great race for Luke. He gave our athletes oath on Sunday evening during the opening ceremonies. And it was Alaska's Gus Schumacher who skied to a brilliant win by 4 seconds over Jager to take top honors in the U18 men's skate race on Monday. On the ladies' side in the U18 skate race, Ezra Smith of Summit Nordic, competing for the Rocky Mountain Division, took third, just behind Sophia Shomento of the Intermountain Bridger Ski Foundation, and Margaret Gellert of Alaska, posting a brilliant 14:02 to win by just under 18 seconds in our U18 ladies skate race. Moving on to U20 action, in third place for the gentlemen, Etienne Hebert of our guest class, competing for Canada, Club Monterski. And Hunter Wonders of APU of Alaska. What a brilliant race for that young man, a youth Olympic game competitor, taking silver. And it was Carl Schultz competing for the University of Mont via the Mid-Atlantic Division, who won in front of the hometown crowd here by just 1/10 of a second over 10 kilometers. So that was a great race for Carl. And on the ladies' side in the U20 division, it was Mackenzie Rizio competing for UVM and representing New England, who took third in the ladies' event. Catherine Weaver of the Hollyburn Cross Country Ski Club out of Canada took silver, 2 seconds ahead of Rizio. And Julia Kern there with a dominating performance in the U20 ladies' event for the only win for New England on Monday. They stacked a lot of athletes onto the podium, but that was their only win. And that puts New England Stewart ahead in the team standings. Once again, Julia Kern taking top honors. But today is classic action in the sunshine here in Lake Placid. And things are looking pretty darn good. Boy, I've got the SPF in the car. I might have to go put on the 50 instead of the 30 today, Stuart. What do you think?
We've got to get through until about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon when weather is going to change. They're talking high winds coming in, and then the temperature plummets. So if this course can just hang out for today, I know the athletes are going to be working hard on it. If the course can hang in for just 7 or 8 more hours, if we can hang in there for 7 or 8 more hours, we're going to be good to go for the rest of the weekend, with temperatures dropping down into the single digits overnight, and Saturday being pretty cold all day. So if this course can, I know this course couldn't have been any better than what the venue has provided. I mean, we've recycled snow from that World Cup freestyle event, the kickers, that athletes were 50, 60 feet in the air and landing on a 42-degree angled hill. That has been not stripped bare, but it's certainly been pushed down the hill and spread out around the course. The guys here managed to blow snow for 2 days over the weekend when it was cold enough, and I'm not sure that we'll be needing to blow snow, because nothing should be melting as of 7 o'clock this evening, when we go back to, wouldn't say bulletproof, but it certainly goes below freezing, which will be great for grooming, great for the course setting up. And our athletes are out training right now, just testing wax. We will have a course closure 5 minutes before the start, and as we said, our racing starts at 9 o'clock this morning with qualifying rounds, and after qualifying rounds we'll have an approximate 20-minute break before we start going into our quarter-final heats, which begin at 10:30. Again, welcome spectators, volunteers, coaches, athletes, and members of the jury. Welcome to the Olympic Jumping Complex in Lake Placid, New York, the two-time Olympic Village, for your 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships, an event that was scheduled to be at the Olympic Sports Complex at Mount Van Hovenberg, but a decision last Thursday meant that the whole program was moved here to the ski jumps, and I have heard absolutely no complaints about the course nor the shorter distance to town. We are barely 100 yards from the edge. We're actually in the town of North Elba right now, wherein lies the village of Lake Placid. And if you pull out of the parking lot here at the ski jumps, you'll see a beautiful sign that commemorates the 32 and 1980 games and welcoming you to Lake Placid, with Whiteface in the background. That's 100 yards away from the front door of this building, so that's how close to town we are. If you've ever been to Lake Placid, you'll know exactly where we are. We're in the shadows, and we do have shadows from the ski jumps today. Blue sky, not sure how long that blue sky is going to be. The clouds are supposed to roll in later with the cold front that's coming through. But there's certainly plenty of daylight here at the ski jumps, and we're watching. Where are we broadcasting live to, David?
We are live on ESPN.com. No, I'm just kidding. We are live. You can find our live stream, absolutely, if you go online to our cross-country national championship there, the Junior National Championship website. You can find a link. And if you go to livestream.com, you can find us as well. But probably the easiest way is to log on to Facebook. You know, friend the Mount Van Hovenberg 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships page, which is updated live all day with great photos, updates, results, and more. And then our friends at Superior Timing will have all the up-to-date timing info, so you can watch your favorite athlete progress throughout the day, on from the qualifiers into the semis, quarters, and all that information live online. So once again, a great day shaping up here. We've got great feed footage here going on as athletes are taking to the tracks. Looks like a lot of teams have figured out the kick is looking really solid as they're heading up that hill. And again, boy, A lot of factors in play here today, Stuart. We've got sunshine now. We had pretty funky weather, wintry mix coming down this morning. And as you said, the trend is going to be cooling. The temperatures are going to warm up gradually and then start dropping precipitously this afternoon. We're going to get some wind coming in. All those factors are going to be influencing the waxing conditions for our techs. So the unsung heroes for today are the wax technicians who will all day be out there testing the grip and the slip as that unfolds. So just a time check for our friends watching. 29 minutes now until we start our qualifiers, and we're going to begin today at 9 o'clock with our U20 and U18 gentlemen. We're going to go right into our U16 men. So they're going to run first. There's going to be a 2-minute break, and then we'll go into our ladies qualifiers at 10:30. So 9 o'clock beginning with the men's qualifying, 10:30 for the ladies, and the action will be happening. So once again, Dave McCahill here, your co-host, along with Stuart Hemsley. Welcome to everyone joining us here in beautiful Lake Placid and beautiful sunny Lake Placid. And we'll keep you posted as we approach race time.
Little shout out for our sponsors right now. 2017 USSA's Cross Country Junior National Championships are presented by LL Bean and Craft Functional Sportswear. Thank you to the following supporters of the championships: Rossignol, Fisher, Endurance Enterprises that incorporate Start, Blizz, Antifreeze, and the National Nordic Foundation, Podiumwear, and Coca-Cola. Little reminder to all of you athletes, coaches, and parents. Tonight we have our awards presentation at 7:30. So start arriving there. Doors open at 7 o'clock. At 7:30 in the conference center, right in downtown Lake Placid. We'll be having our award ceremony, followed immediately by an ice cream social and skating on the first ever covered sheet of Olympic ice, the 1932 rink Jack Shea Arena. So if you'd like to skate, you can come on after the award ceremony. We'll be trying to pack as many people onto the ice as possible to get you off of your cross-country skis and onto skates. And we're going to give you an ice cream too. That's post the awards presentation at 7:30 in the 1932 rink.
USSA reading glasses.
They're reading glasses.
With the blue on them? You only brought one pair of sunglasses?
No, oh, that's our, all right.
Who would ever need sunglasses today?
Not today, I wasn't ridiculous.
Yeah, me either. I better put them in the bag.
I know. For us, maybe. Oh, you probably know each other. Yeah, we know.
All right, sports aficionados, the sun is shining here, and a time check, it is 8:42 in the a.m. 18 more minutes of warm-up here, and 18 frantic minutes for those honorable wax techs to get things dialed in. The clouds have disappeared, and things are getting pretty close to bluebird status here in the Adirondacks, so it's going to be fun in the sun. Arguably a perfect day for spectators where we can relax and put our feet up. A great day for athletes there, and the pressure is on the wax techs there to make sure things are getting dialed in. But I'm looking down, I'm seeing our starters and timing crew getting ready and enjoying the sunshine. We've got the white face tent all set up to keep our starters sheltered from the sunshine. And it's going to be a beautiful day here in the Adirondacks as we gear up for day 2 of racing. And another spectacular day of competition of this, the 2017 Junior National Cross Country Championships, presented, of course, by our friends at Craft Sportswear, LL Bean. A huge shout out to our friends in Lake Placid, the Olympic Regional Development Authority. If you have any time here on your rest day, you might want to go do a little tele-ski over at Whiteface, the Olympic Mountain. I was over there yesterday, Stuart. Pretty darn good conditions there, spring skiing. They've done a brilliant job of snowmaking and getting a lot of coverage out there, despite some tricky conditions from Mother Nature. But winter is always on here in the Adirondacks, and we are just 15 minutes away from kicking off our sprint qualifiers. What do you think, Stuart? Are you ready? Put you on the spot there.
Microphone wasn't on, and I'm looking for my phone. I might have to send someone back to my car. Not that I'm going to have time to use my phone today, but we're going to be watching athletes going out every 15 seconds. On Monday, it was a gap of every 30 seconds, and that was an ordeal, just trying to make sure that we mentioned absolutely every athlete, where they were from, and welcoming them home when they finished their, whether it was a 5K or a 10K loop. Here, we're up for a 1.5K loop today.
Yeah, it's a quick loop. This is a pretty challenging sprint here. A lot of sprint courses. You have a stadium. You have some micro terrain built in there. A few prominent climbs. This is basically one uber challenging climb of approximately 700 meters there, and then it makes a hard right turn around the lollipop, and down you come. So if you're talking about strategy, the main strategy here is to keep in contact but don't explode, and then make a move there as you pass through the upper stadium, past the Wax Tech area, and make that hard right turn and settle in for a descent, keep things under control. Again, like we said before, the race can't really be won on the downhill, but it most certainly can be lost. And then gearing up for that final right-hander, the left footer coming around into the stadium in the shadows of the 120 and 90-meter Olympic ski jumps and into the finish line. So Fast and Furious is the name of the game today. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. sharp with Etienne Hebert, who had a brilliant day in the freestyle race. Daniel Streintz is there, so it looks like the teams have stacked their qualifiers. They've put the A seed early in the starting order to try and get the best possible track condition they can have. But today, as we said, Stuart, an endurance day for us in the announcer's booth, but a day of strategy, both for the wax techs, for the athletes themselves. Conditions will be changing. We're seeing the track soften up as we speak. But it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun, and I have to say, from a spectator perspective, being here at the Olympic ski jumping venue is really pretty ideal. I've got a breakfast burrito cooking down with our friends at Green Goddess, and that's going to get me through at least through the morning.
I did find my voucher for food on Monday when I was going through my backpack last night, so I might try and eat on around lunchtime. These guys and girls are going to have a little, we mentioned if you don't qualify, your day could be short as like 3.5 minutes, and then they're done. If you're here and you progress all the way to the final, I think we worked out it was going to be like 6.5K was the longest that someone, or 6K was the longest someone could actually ski, and they could be taking their final run or competing in their final race somewhere around the 4 o'clock mark.
Yeah, the last final we've got on the schedule for today is at 4:55 p.m. And of course, you know, any change in schedule could happen, and that schedule is subject to change. So we could be racing all the way through 5:30 p.m. Yeah, but you know what? This is a venue that can handle it. This is a volunteer crew that absolutely has things under control. Looking at the live feed there, we've got our starters are getting things dialed in and ready to roll. A lot of experience here in this crew. A lot of folks who were involved in putting on those 1980 Winter Olympic Games are still here volunteering and being part of the action. That was, of course, 37 years ago, almost to the day. But again, sprint action, the name of the game. We're just under 15 minutes to go. Athletes getting settled in and ready on the sprint course here. Wax Tech's putting the final adjustments on there. We saw a funny photo on the Facebook stream there, posted of all the clister and cover variations lined up, and then a little tube of Old Spice on the far end. So I wonder if some Old Spice deodorant might be the magic trick to keep these skis kicking and gliding like they should. So folks, we'll be with you here all day. Dave McCahill alongside Stuart Hemsley in the announcer's booth here in beautiful sunny Lake Placid. And to our friends joining us online via the live stream, welcome here to the Adirondacks, day 2 of racing in the sunshine here for this, the 2017 Junior National Cross Country Ski Championship.
And as you welcome people, I'm looking at a bluebird sky. There's not a cloud in the sky above this venue right now, with the color of the sky being the color of all of our officials' jackets. Thank you very much for our group of judges and jury, technical delegates, chief of comp, all you guys and girls that are making sure that this event goes off smoothly within the rules of the game, and if there are any problems, you're the ones that are going to solve it. So we'll keep everybody abreast of any changes that go on during the day. Hearing that we're finishing final race at 4:45, they are definitely going to see some different changes in weather conditions. Right now, we're looking at nothing more than a still day with bluebird sky. This afternoon, winds could be upwards of 50 miles an hour.
And that's pretty exciting. Hey, here's a fun little off activity. If you don't make it through to the heats today, maybe some of these athletes could borrow a helmet and some jump skis and go take a few jumps off the 90-meter hill. You know what's interesting? I was talking down to Lori Schultz in the stadium area there. There are a bunch of Nordic combined athletes who are in the field today. Very cool to see. And those athletes, of course, compete in ski jumping and cross country. And neat to see here, we're in a venue that celebrates so many different Nordic venues, including biathlon, ski jumping, Nordic combined, as well as freestyle. Again, we had the World Cup that you were announcing, Stuart, just a few months ago in January, and that was pretty thrilling.
That was great. And then we also use this facility, and the hill that the athletes are skiing up and skiing down gets used for our junior luge program. Our wheel luge program that USA Luge are proud to start recruiting athletes as young as 8 and 9. They go on a slider challenge, a slider search, looking for future Winter Olympians and members of the US Luge team. They put rollerblade wheels on the coofins of the luge sled, and they come belting down the hill. So it's like, add that to the number of sports that go on here. So probably the last thing that goes on at the ski jumps, and the thing that is done probably the least amount of time here, would be ski jumping. When it's called a ski jumps and there aren't any other sports going on, then yeah, you come in, you want ski jumps. You can take a chairlift ride here. Chairlift not operating today because it's difficult for the general public to come in and get to where the chairlift is. But I think we're letting people up to the top of the ski jumps, if you're here on race day, to take a glass enclosed elevator to the top of the 120-meter tower for unsurpassable views of the Adirondacks and a ski jumper's view. So if you are here in town and you're watching us live, come out and watch the racing live. I'm not sure how much we're charging. I think it's free to get in. It is free to get in. It's free to watch when you're elsewhere in the world, whether you're in the US or in Canada. I know there's one of my family members is watching live in England. Cross-country skiing not big in England, but apparently we have some British commentators that do back up the World Cup freestyle or the World Cup cross-country announcing. That's not me. One of the jury members was wondering if it was one of the top guys that announces cross-country skiing to live broadcast. Andrew Musgrave is his name, apparently.
Well, that's actually David Goldstrom is the famed competitor, but there was a standout. Andrew Musgrave claimed Great Britain's best Nordic skiing result with a 4th place finish, missing out on a medal by 1.5 seconds. So it's pretty interesting to see, Stuart. The future of British Nordic skiing is bright indeed. And here's a fun fact. A good friend of ours was, this is a little tangent, but Eddie the Eagle Edwards, who I'm sure you know pretty well, spent a lot of time jumping here. Of course, Eddie the Eagle, the Hollywood blockbuster that came out, featuring a lot of local folks in that film alongside Hugh Jackman. But he actually returned to Calgary, the site of those 1988 Winter Olympic Games. Started on the 20-meter, took a few jumps in front of a massive crowd, moved up to their 40-meter jump, and then after a long hiatus, took a few jumps off the K90-meter hill in front of a great crowd. It was a really spectacular event to see, and that was just about a week ago to see him return to the site of his glorious heyday there. So shout out to Eddie the Eagle Edwards and British Skiing, Her Majesty's ski flying service. So checking in with you here, 7 minutes to go, sports fans, as we gear up for our day of action. Classic sprinting is the name of the game. We're watching the folks getting ready there. The Whiteface 10, our starters are getting things dialed in. A shout out to our friends at Superior Timing. They've done a fantastic job thus far. And a brilliant day for sprinting. The sleeves are already off here. We are enjoying the sunshine. And just a few more minutes until we get underway. But again, a shout out to our friends watching us live on the live stream there. Welcome to the Adirondacks, beautiful bluebird skies, and we are set and ready to roll momentarily for a day of classic sprint action.
Time check right now, 8:53. Course will close at 8:55. 8:54 has just struck, so we will be closing the course in 1 minute. 1 minute before course closure. Course is now closed. Course is now closed. 5 minute warning for athletes and coaches. 5 minute warning.
All right, so things are really revving up here, sports fans. The sun is out. Athletes are getting settled in the start. Again, an announcement to coaches, athletes. We are 5 minutes away from the start of our U20 Gentlemen's Sprint Qualifier. So we're paging bibs 1 through 10. So Etienne Hebert, Daniel Streintz, Ty Godfrey, Lance McKenney, Trayson Knupp. We're going to need you guys towards the start Just under 5 minutes to go now as we settle in for a fantastic and thrilling day of classic sprint racing here at the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex in Lake Placid.
The course is closed. Please vacate the course. Thank you.
So we're going to use your phone for. We got flowers. Do we do flowers?
All right, so sports fans, here we go. A time check. We are 1.5 minutes to go. We see number 1 getting settled in the start gate, ready to go. And of course, this is Etienne Hebert wearing bib number 1. He's in the guest category out of Canada. And he's part of, I believe, Club Ski de Fond Monterrey Ski. And he's getting settled in and ready. He'll start things off today. 1.5 kilometers. And the distance for all our qualifiers, and it's going to be great. We're going to be able to follow the action live. Yuri, our friend from Central Cross Country Skiing, has set up some brilliant cameras along course. And there we go. Etienne is getting ready and set in the start gate, and his tempo ready. He's trying to harness his inner Alex Harvey. Of course, a shout out to the Canadian phenom who took the brilliant win in the 50-kilometer skate race in Lahti just a few days ago. So folks, let's get those cowbells ringing here. We are seconds away from starting our classic sprint qualifying action here today at the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex. The sun is out, the SPF 50 has been applied, and Etienne Hebert of Canada will be starting us off wearing bib number 1. And again, a huge thank you to our spectators out there today, to our volunteers, and there we go, we are underway now. So there we go, the crowd goes nuts as we watch Etienne Hebert take off. We'll watch him head up and across the course as he departs the freestyle area. In 15 seconds, the delay here until number 2 on course now, Daniel Streitz, competing for the New England squad, part of the mountain endurance group. So Streitz had a great day on Monday in the skate race. As we move on to number 3, Ty Godfrey there of Canada, Canmore Nordic. And sliding into the start gate, representing the New England squad, Lance McKenney of the Outdoor Sports Institute, wearing bib number 4. And he's on course number 5, following soon, Trayson Knopp of Alaska. will be our next athlete up to bat. And he's on course, number 6, Stewart, sliding into the start gate.
Bib number 6, Cameron Hussein from the Stratton Mountain School, representing New England, is on course.
All right, so number 7 here, Nick Sweeney, getting settled in and ready. He's representing the Rocky Mountain Division, 1.5 kilometers of classic sprint qualifying here. We'll see how things go. Barely able to fit his head under the tent. There is Carl Schultz, number 8. He was the champion in the U20 men's freestyle race here. He's very much at home on this course. Carl Schultz competing for the Mid-Atlantic Division via the University of Vermont, and he's underway. Number 9 up next now.
Bib number 9, Noel Keefe from Steamboat Springs, representing the Rocky Mountain Division, is on course.
So Noel Keefe will be our first U18 racer, mixed right in here as we move along to number 10, Dylan Seibin from beautiful California. The Auburn Ski Club, of course, hosted Junior National Championships 2 seasons ago, and they did a brilliant job. And he's underway. We move to number 11 now, Emil Groff of Boulder, Colorado, our second U18 skier to take to the tracks. So here we go. It's great to have the live feed action here. We're focused on the start as number 11 takes our way onto course, and we'll be panning through. We've got some great cameras set up on Flagpole Hill, and of course in our finish area as well.
Next up, bib number 12, Canyon Tobin, representing Alaska. Sun's out, guns out.
There we go. So the conditions here calling for very much Clister, that sticky, wonderful substance that is just sort of the official moniker of Nordic ski racing. Number 13 here in the starting gate, that is Hunter Wonders there. He had a brilliant day the other day, taking 2nd overall in the U20 men's race, a Youth Olympic Games competitor. Moving on to number 14 is Reed Godfrey of Canmore, Alberta. Peter Walter now took 9th place on Monday of Sun Valley, Idaho. Had a great day, and he's looking to follow up on that with another top 10 performance today. Number 15, Peter Walter.
Next up, bib number 16, Rylan Belize from Sugar Bowl Ski Team, representing the Far West.
All right, so number 16, Belial is on course, and we move to number 17 of New England. This is Ben Ogden. So Ogden, also a U18 athlete, getting settled in and ready. He had a strong performance. And here we go, our first finisher is in, so take a look, Etienne Hebert, and he finishes with a time of 3:48, and Strines has topped that by 1 second of New England there with a 3:47. So Stuart, that gives us a sense of how our tracks are running. Just under 4 minutes the time for our fastest qualifiers thus far. Eli Jensen, number 19, getting settled in under the white-faced tent, ready to take his qualifier. He'll be shooting to top the time of 3:47 set by New England athlete Daniel Strines. And again, you can follow along live on Superior Timing there. Go online, and the results are popping up live. And it's Canmore's Ty Godfrey who has set a 4:01 to slot him unofficially into 3rd place. Number 20 now, Nathan Wells of the Bridger Ski Foundation on course.
Another athlete coming home right now, Lance McKenney from the Outdoor Sports Institute, representing New England, 3:55 for Lance McKenney.
All right, 21, Nicholas Wilkerson here is taking to the tracks and on course. He'll be followed by number 22, getting ready now, Nolan Herzog of Vail, Colorado.
Trayson Knopp is in from Alaska, 3:49 for Trayson Knopp.
All right, so of course we've got athletes coming in now. Number 23 getting ready in the starting gate. This is Gregory Burt of New England, competing for the Green Mountain Valley School in beautiful Waitsfield, Vermont, and he's on course. He'll be chased by his teammate Calvin Bates, who is in the U20 age category, wearing bib number 24.
Bib number 7, Nick Sweeney is home, Steamboat Springs. Time of 3:45, so far our fastest of our early starters. But as we've said, the teams have put their strongest athletes out first to take advantage of the course in perfect condition before it starts to turn a little bit. Bib number 25 is in the gate, Kobe Gordon from the Dartmouth College, representing New England.
And number 26 up now, Adam Witkowski, a U18 skier, had a great day on the tracks. And Carl Schultz is in there. He posted 3:53. Noel Keefe also coming in wearing bib number 9 with a 3:46 to put him into the top spot.
Luke Yeager is up next, bib number 27, representing Alaska.
Yeager he did a nice job giving the athletes oath during our opening ceremony as we watch number 28, Franklin Riley of Vail, Colorado, getting his GPS watch ready to record his effort for Strava. You can follow Franklin live on Strava.com.
Canyon Tobin is home for Alaska. Good time for Canyon right now. 3:48 puts him second place right now as these top racers go out to start as part of a huge field. How many athletes do we have today, David?
Couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at my start list there. Number 30 getting ready, Ryan Jackson. We've got a total field of 300 here in the field and broken down into age categories. Number 30 now, Ryan Jackson of Team Hardwood out of Canada on the tracks. Number 31 up next, Adam Glick of Ford Sayre.
152 athletes scheduled to start in the U18, U20 boys.
And great to see the finishers coming in there. A strong day. It looks like Reed Godfrey's had a great split so far, 3:46. So right around 3:45, our fastest times of the day. Peter Walter coming in with a 4:02 as we watch number 32 getting set and ready. Andrew Siegel of the Intermountain Division. He'll be chased by his teammate here, Stuart Keen Morowitz of Sun Valley, Idaho. So Rick Capalla is the team leader from that squad there. And a New England skier will be up next, number 34. That's Elliot Ketchel. He competes for the GMVS program, representing the New England squad. And he's got a beautiful, fast-looking haircut ready to go
I was
for...
just going to say that. He's had a special haircut for today.
He knows it's a classic
Sporting
sprint
the
day.
mullet.
Absolutely. Number 35, David Jaschak of Michigan Tech, the Great Lakes Division.
JC Shoemaker, who we didn't mention on the way out, has come back with a good time of 4:04. JC racing in the U18 level. Now we've got U18 and U20. It just confused me for a second. We've got pictures, timing, start list, finish lists, and I apologize if I sounded like I wasn't happy with JC Shoemaker's time, but in the U18 level, he's in fifth fastest, 4:04.
We're blessed with a lot of data here on sprint days. 37 taking off now. Gus Schumacher there. He had a wonderful day competing the other day as well. As we watch under the tent there, number 38. That is Nikola Matalich of the Bridger Ski Foundation there. Settling in, number 39 up next. Connor Munns of New England. All right, number 40, a local skier taking to the tracks, Henry McGrew of the Mid-Atlantic Division there. He loves this venue. He's decided to forego a shirt today, and that's not a problem for the local skier. He's on course, number 41 up next. Evan Barber from Steamboat Springs, Colorado. So again, sports fans watching live here, welcome and good morning from the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex. Sprint qualifying underway here. If you're watching online, you're looking at the view of the start house there. The Whiteface Lake Placid tent is ready to go as we see number 42. This is Bryce Hartman of the Mid-Atlantic Division getting set and ready to go. He competes for the UNH squad, formerly of NICEF. And there's a view of our finish as well, so we can see our athletes coming around. Number 43 will be up next. This is Andrew Hull of Alaska. Number 44, set to leave the start house now. Foss Kerker of the Midwest is ready to take his sprint qualifier. Running through a few action cams from today. So there's Flagpole Hill. That's Henry McGrew heading out on course. And Bryce Hartman, the wax looks to be good for the mid-A squad. Number 44 departing. Number 45 in the starting gate. That's Walker Bean of the New England team. He'll be followed by number 46. As we flip the start list page, Daniel Fisher of the Intermountain Division up next.
Luke Yeager is home in the U18 level. 3:59 for him, puts him in a 5th fastest qualified. So it's around that 4-minute mark for the U18s. A little faster for the U20, around the 3:45 mark. So post 4 minutes for the U20s and right on that 4-minute mark for the U18s.
That's right, Stuart. 47, that's Shad Crafson has taken off. Number 48, Paolo Takagi Adelano. Number 48 will be up next. He's competing for the Rocky Mountain Division, I believe out of Bozeman. Number 49, there's Eric Hauk getting settled into the starting gate there, the Hauk man from the Midwest. Or excuse me, not from the Midwest, he's from New York State here, of course, competing for the Mid-Atlantic Division, and he's on course. Number 50 will be up next, Patrick Acton. He is indeed of the Midwest, competing for Loppet Nordic Racing, settled in and ready to go.
Adam Gluick from New England, Ford Sayre is his team. 3:57 for him, so 4th fastest time for him. That's a certain qualifying time as these fastest of the athletes head out early while the track is in great shape. Bib number 51, James Kitch from Cambridge Sports University representing New England, is out on course now. In the gate, Anders Sunnesin from Waisata Nordic Ski Club representing the Midwest is in the gate and is now on course. Bib number 53, Scott Schultz from right here in downtown Lake Placid is in the gate, ready to head out. Finished 5th in the freestyle event on Monday. Out goes Scotty Schultz. Good luck out there, Scott.
Scott's underway as we watch 54 get settled in. That is Ty Donaldson in the U18 division there. He had a strong day on Monday, and he'll be chased by number 55, Torsten Brinkma of the Midwest division.
Gus Schumacher is back from Alaska. Well, not all the way back from Alaska, but back from our 1.5K loop. 3:52 for Gus Schumacher with a 3rd fastest qualifying time to date.
And there we go. Again, thanks to our friends at CXC providing us beautiful live stream footage today. And the tallest athlete in the field is Brandon Hare Husky, number 56, as he departs and almost catches his forehead in the white face tent there. So we wish Brandon all the best as he heads out on course. A great finish there for Henry McGrew. We see on our live feed there. Number 57 will be up next. That's Xavier Mansfield of the Midwestern Division. A Nordic combined skier will be up next. This is number 58 from Steamboat Springs, Colorado, but competing for the New England Division. This is Finn O'Connell, and he hails from Steamboat there. And he's been off the 90-meter ski jump that you see in the background, Stuart, so that's a fun piece of information.
Henry McGrew is home with a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Currently a 16th place. Now, what kind of bubble size are we looking for? We're looking for how many athletes today, David?
So the top 30 will move on to our heats this afternoon. So that's the goal of all these athletes as we watch Evan Carr, a Williams College skier competing for the Mid-Atlantic Division there from New York State, wearing bib number 60, getting settled in. But yeah, that's right. The top 30 is always the name of the game, and the effort in the qualifier is to put in a really maximum effort. Again, if you make it through to the quarterfinals, athletes can back off and just do exactly what's needed to qualify, but these athletes are giving 100% here to make sure they qualify for the next event. We're watching number 62 get settled in there as we have some great finishes. That's Russell Boswell, New England skier.
Scott Mooney just heading out for BSF.
So Scott Mooney is from southern Vermont there, of the infamous Mooney clan. Heather, his older sister, a competitor for Middlebury College, as number 63 settles into the start house. That's Robert Quapish of the Intermountain Division.
Andrew Hall from Alaska, another one of the Alaska athletes coming in with a time right dead on 4 minutes with an 8th fastest time, looking to get into that top 30 for this afternoon's quarterfinals, semis, and finals. Plenty of racing still left to go.
Oh, that's an understatement there, Stuart. Boy, it is a beautiful day for those of you joining us here live in person. You know it for sure. A few clouds rolling in. But again, a huge welcome and good morning to our friends watching from around the globe on live stream. I'm your co-host, Dave McCahill, along with Stuart Hemsley, as we watch number 65 depart. That is Wyatt Gebhardt from Rocky Mountain. Hamish Wolf from Alaska is getting settled into the start gate. Again, you can follow all the results from today's qualifying action online. Superior timing. And the action unfolding here.
Little shout out to our sponsors. Thank you very much to our presenting sponsors of the 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior National Championships, LL Bean and Craft Superior Sportswear.
Sports fans, 68 is in the gate. Nate Cutler of Far West. He'll be chased by number 69, Logan Mowry of Alaska. Again, Far West was the host of the Junior National Championships 2 years ago up on Donner Pass there. It was a wild winter. They had beautiful snow, and then they were hit, of course, with that drought, so they did a miraculous effort to get the tracks ready for some thrilling competition as we watch number 69, Logan Mowry of Alaska, taking to the loops, and he'll be followed by number 70, William Haig, competing for the New England squad via Stratton Mountain School. Again, and we take a look there. So Scott Schultz has just finished ahead of Anders Sonneson. Sonneson with a 4:14. Schultz is in with a 4:01. And I'm taking a look here, Stuart. I'm going to give you a brief update on the U18 men's qualifier results. 1 through 5. It's Keefe of Rocky Mountain ahead of Canyon Tobin. Gus Schumacher of Alaska in third at this point. Emil Groff in fourth. Adam Glick is in fifth for New England. As we look at number 72 getting ready in the start gate, Sam Zabel is set to roll, and he'll be chased by number 73. Excuse me, that was Thomas Gebhardt's departing. Sam Myers now in the start gate, competing for the Midwest. The suit's been rolled up. The shins are clear for maximum ventilation on this grueling 1.5 kilometer course. The times to beat, Stuart, we're looking at what, a 3:46, I believe, is our fastest qualifier thus far.
U20 level, yes, and around a 3. The U18s under 4 minutes yet?
They are. 3:46. Noel Key for the Rocky Mountain Division has put down a blistering time. Canyon Tobin of Alaska in second with a 3:49. So 75 getting set here. That's Simon Zink of the Rocky Mountain Division is taking his effort now. 76 getting dialed in. Andrew Potick of Pacific Northwest. They've brought a strong squad to these championships.
Big shout out to our starter, Tony Corwin, who's there working with the Goodwin. Tony Goodwin underneath that tent, making sure that bar gets reset every time an athlete goes out. And the next athlete out is Woody Martino from the Crested Butte Nordic Club. Bib number 78, Cameron Wolf, representing the Rocky Mountain Division, is on course as of now. Next on deck, Josiah Alverts from Alaska. Huge Alaskan team came down. Great kids, one and all. But I haven't met a kid that hasn't said hello. They're just a great bunch of athletes we got here, David.
That's a wonderful thing about our sport here. These athletes are just great people, wonderful ambassadors for the sport of Nordic skiing. And here we are taking a look at number 80, Sam Biskup of the Pacific Northwest squad. He is departing, number 81 up next. This is Everett Sapp, who comes from Plattsburgh, New York there, getting dialed in. And he's a classic sprint specialist, so Sapp looking to really dial in. He's excited for today. A terrific young man as number 82 gets ready for his effort from the High Plains Division, William McKinroy.
So at U18 level, it looks like we've got a 4 minutes and 20-second bubble to hit. If you can get inside that time, you can get inside that top 30 that are going to race off this afternoon in the quarterfinal heats of 6.
It's currently Nicholas Wilkerson of the New England Division sitting in 30th there with a 4:20 time. Number 84 settling into the start house and getting ready for his maximum effort. That's Jimmy Colfer of the Rocky Mountain Division, Moses Lerber. 85 will be sliding in behind him. And for these U18 athletes, the mark to beat will be 4 minutes and 20 seconds to slide them into the top 30 thus far. So again, 85 there of the Pacific Northwest has departed. 86 will be Ryan Bickford, representing the Alaska squad.
Bib number 66, Hamish Walsh, has just missed out with a 4:18 at the U20 level. So that time is starting to drop for the U20 level to be around the 4:16, 4:17 mark to make the top 30, with still plenty of races left to go.
That's for sure. We're watching bib number 88 get set to go. Samuel York of Alaska. Connor McGovern will be up next, number 89. And we'll run you through, of course, I'm sure you're following along live, but number 1 for the U20 qualifiers thus far with a 3:46, our fastest time of the morning. Nick Sweeney of Rocky Mountain. Reed Godfrey of Canada in second unofficially with a 3:47. Daniel Streitz in third with a 3:48. And Etienne Hebert, who had a brilliant day on Monday, is in fourth unofficially. So again, to put yourself into the top 30 currently for the U20 men, the mark to beat is 4:16. That's currently Daniel Fisher of Intermountain.
David, we're just looking at the climb at Flagpole Hill. We've got a wax hill where we've got athletes still testing wax. What's going on with waxing right now?
Boys, you can tell from the picture, we've got a lot of man-made snow. We've got those freestyle kickers that were used recently in the World Cup have been pushed out. Our chief groomer there, Chip Draper, has said that kickers 2 and 3 made up most of the snow in the parking lot area and there on Flagpole Hill, so that's great to see that stuff being recycled. Number 92 and 93 teammates are getting ready. Jack Christensen getting settled, and Luke Golan of Loppet Nordic Racing, both Midwestern athletes dialed in. But boy, things are changing. It's warming up. It's getting very soft. It's going to be very, very goopy, sticky clister conditions here that the athletes are using to try and get effective kick there. But again, the wax testers will have to be on top of that all day long. As we watch number 94 settle in and get ready, that's Connor Hyrunak of the University of Maine Presque Isle. Hyrunak getting settled in and ready as we watch 95 pull into the start. That's Danny Graves, competing for the Pacific Northwest team out of the Bend Endurance Academy. So we're watching 96 here on course. That's Jake Pearson of the High Plains. Peter Carroll there, number 97, sliding in behind him and getting ready to go. Again, a fast and furious day of qualifying is underway. And currently in our U20 men's category, Daniel Fisher still sitting pretty in 30th place with a 4:16, the mark to beat to qualify and move on. Nick Sweeney in first, Reed Godfrey in second. Streitz still holding on to third, unofficially in the qualifier result. Number 98 now, Reed Goebel of the Great Lakes squad. Ryan Stegler of the Midwest Division will be up next.
So we're just 25 minutes into racing today. Ladies, if you're tuning in on Facebook, not the ladies tuning in on Facebook, but the TV fans out there, computer fans watching live, ladies start at 10:30. So you've still got a chance to run around. If you're looking for a lady in your competition, the ladies will start at 10:30.
What a beautiful day. We couldn't ask for better conditions for this. I mean, spectating-wise, this is as good as it gets here. A pretty much bluebird day in the Adirondacks as we watch number 101 depart for his qualifier, Trevor Allison. And Benjamin Koenig there will be up behind him. Koenig getting settled in and ready as Sam Hendry of Canada, Canmore, Alberta, prepares for his effort. Of course, Canmore, a hotbed for both Nordic and biathlon racing out there. They do a great job of storing snow all season and into the spring to prepare for early fall training and racing. Number 103 is Sam Hendry in the starting gate.
Representing the Great Lakes Division, Seth Prieg, bib number 104, is up next. And he's on course. Athletes still rolling in, and just on a time start on the U18s division, the bubble now appears at U18 level to have dropped to around the 4:12 mark. We've got athlete Ryan Bickford came in from Alaska, 14:18, was only good enough for 36th place. So his day of racing is done after just 4 minutes and 18 seconds.
That's right. And again, all these athletes shooting to be in the top 30, and you can follow those results on superiortiming.com. 107 starting now. Matt Chard of the Great Lakes Division. 108 will be up next. Marcus Gore of Rocky Mountain. And I'm sure Nick Sweeney gave some good intel to 108 in the text there. Marcus Gore, of course, Nick Sweeney of the Rocky Mountain Division with the fastest time, a 3:46. Posted is our fastest time of the day so far in the U20 division. As 109 prepares, Noah Ravens of Alaska. And 110 sliding into the start gate, Brian Beyerbach of the Mid-Atlantic Division.
Really exciting format. I've seen this with freestyle aerials where athletes would qualify to get to a final and then to a super final, and it does keep the interest going throughout the day, building up to. I can't wait to see the races that we're going to have. 6 athletes will be racing off in quarterfinal heats, then to semi-final heats. We're going to have the top 2 from each of those heats progress, with 4 lucky losers by time. So right now the athletes will all get everybody's going through one qualification. The top 30 is who we're looking for to move into the quarterfinals. And from there, it's head-to-head racing, not just against the other 6 athletes that are in your competition, but against the time if you're not going to get one of those automatic bids to the next round.
That's right, Stuart. Of course, lucky losers play a big part in this, so the speed of the heat does matter. As we watch racer 114, Leif Bergstrom of the Pacific Northwest take to the loops. Jack McOlgan will be up next following him. But again, the top 30 goal is the goal of every athlete taking part here, and they're going to try and jockey themselves into the best position they can heading into our heats as we watch 116 prepare. Sven Tate of the Rocky Mountain Division. So Sven Tate, a U18 skier. He's obviously gotten some intel from Nick Swift's standings for the U20 boys. Running you through our U18 top 5 at the moment. It's Keefe, Tobin, Schumacher, Groff, Glick in the standings. So Alaska with 2 athletes in the top 5, Rocky Mountain with 2 athletes, and New England with 1 athlete, Adam Glick, unofficially so far. Brad Bass of the Great Lakes squad is in the gate.
Bib number 119, Isaac Freitas Egan from Brattleboro High School in Vermont, representing the New England division, is up next.
I was just down in Brattleboro a few weekends ago for the beautiful Brattleboro Harris Hill ski jumping tournament. There alongside my friend Peter Graves, a shout out to him, longtime Nordic friend and announcer.
Emphasis on the shout.
Yes, indeed, emphasis on the shout. Peter, if you're watching, hello to you. Number 120, Aiden Trittner, is on course as 121 prepares for his effort. That's Brett Ford of the Spokane Nordic Ski Club, of course, competing for the Pacific Northwest. Really great feed there on our live stream. If you're watching us online, you're watching 121 departing. Okay, 123 will be up now. This is Albert Steiner competing for the High Plains Division. And things are moving right along here. A beautiful classic sprint day unfolding to our fans here. Thanks again for being on hand, joining us for this great day of racing.
We have a volunteer in the start gate who's probably just helping us check timing.
That's a ghost, so if there's an athlete that won't be competing, the interval has to proceed as planned, and he'll stand in place there and make sure that the batting order doesn't get disrupted as we move to 125. Kristen Bjorklund of the High Plains Division will be up next. Taking it to the tracks, 126 now getting ready and set to go. Ben Olson of the Midwest Division. It's still Noel Keefe in the driver's seat for the U18 boys. Kenyon Tobin of Alaska, followed by his teammate Gus Schumacher in third. Emil Graf of the Rocky Mountain squad in fourth, and Adam Glick holding on to fifth as we watch 124 is a late starter, so he missed his start, and 127 will be starting now. That's Tristan Weiss. So Calvin Forsyth there. Gentle reminder to all athletes to give themselves plenty of time to make their starting time. As we watch 128 getting settled in and ready, Hunter Graves on course. So the mark to beat now, Stewart, for the U18s is looking to be the time of Torsten Brinkma. 4:14 is that magic time. Chris O'Brien just in under the bubble. Moses Lerber in 28th. Carl Danielson of Alaska in 27th. Thomas Gebhardt of IMD is sitting pretty with a 4:13 in 26th. So the times are pretty darn close as we watch number 130. That is Nino Manzella of Hurt Nordic in mid-A on course now.
Bib number 131, Braxton DeVore from the Casper Nordic Club, representing High Plains, is under that tent and now on course. Bib number 132 on deck, Benjamin Radosevic, also High Plains athlete. He's on course, bib number 133, Ethan Hall, Great Lakes athlete. Athletes still coming back with good times. I'm seeing Sam Hendry, 4:08, 23rd fastest time. So it sounds like this course is holding together, David, for those athletes that are still going out right now.
That's right. So again, hopefully things stay good and consistent throughout the age group heats, the qualifiers here. We're watching 135 get settled in to go. That's a local skier, Ethan Wood of Saranac Lake, New York. We wish him all the best as he heads out for his qualifier. But again, things are going to warm up. The tracks will most certainly soften throughout the day, and it makes for a challenging day of waxing as we watch Ethan Wood depart. As you said, a great footballer in his spare time, which is fleeting. And number 136 will be getting ready for his effort, Jacob Dean of the Great Lakes Division.
On deck, Lane Myers, representing High Plains in that all-black suit with the gold piping. How does black suits affect you? Is it as hot in the winter as it is in the summer?
Oh boy, good question. They're pretty darn thin, these suits. That spandex there, not much impact color-wise for these athletes, especially in temperatures like this. You know, you can shed a layer as is necessary. 138 is departing now. That'll be Christopher Miller, and Noah Gans here of the High Plains will be settling in next. And we're just about in our last 15 athletes here for our U18, U20 athletes, so we'll be able to give you information shortly on who has made the top 30. Again, to our friends watching on the live stream, thanks for tuning in. We're glad you're a part of this year's 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championship, live from Lake Placid in the beautiful heart of the Adirondacks. Of course, host to the 1980 and 32 Olympic Games, as well as recently the NCAA Championship action in 2015. We're watching athlete number 141 get settled in for his attempt at qualifying. Maxwell Roski has departed. 142, Evan Carson of the High Plains will be up next.
Pacific Northwest, Brett Ford is going to be sweating it out for the next few minutes. He's got a time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds and is sitting 29th right now when we're looking for the top 30. So around the 4:11 mark could get some of you late starters in. Bib number 144, Seamus Tome, representing the Mid-Atlantic Division and the Hurt Nordic Club. Seamus is on course. Nice tight high cut, buzz cut there. Away you go, young man.
145 getting settled in and ready to go. Nathan Kessler is preparing for his effort here. Again, just an update. We've got about 10 more athletes still to go, and we're going to take a short 2-minute break between our U18 and U16 competitors. And after our U16 athletes go, we'll have approximately a 20-minute break before we start our ladies racing at 10:30. Sports fans, 147 will be up next. Just 7 competitors left to take their qualifier. This will be Nathan Garwood of the Great Lakes Division. Preparing for his effort. He's got his eye on the top 30 as we watch number 148, Lockie Cheney Seymour, a Mid-Atlantic Division skier. He's spent a lot of time preparing on this course. His skis are dialed in and ready to go. This is Lockie Cheney Seymour of Saranac Lake, New York. Number 149 will be up next, Tony Matthey of the Mid-A squad. 4 skiers left to compete here and take their qualifier. We'll take a short 2-minute break before we dive into our competitive U16 boys field.
Isaac Coulter is in the gate, bib number 150, representing the Great Lakes Division.
And just 2 skiers left to go now. Number 151 is Ian Thompson, and he will be followed by Gavin Martell of the Midwest, our final 2 U18 qualifiers of the morning. So things have gone spectacularly, all according to plan, which is wonderful to see on a sprint day. Drama is only something we prefer in the heats, a little spice to keep it going. But looking here, it looks to be Noel Keefe is in charge of the U18 race thus far. Canyon Tobin in second, Gus Schumacher sitting in third. And there we go now, Stuart. Gavin Martell is on course, and all of our U18 athletes are underway. We're going to take a short 2-minute break. So paging our U16 athletes, we're going to need you in the starting gate as soon as possible. We're looking for Garrett Butts, Hayden Halverson, Seth Wyatt, James Flanagan, and Lane Marshall. They'll be starting momentarily.
Great crowd up Flagpole Hill, watching the athletes working hard, and then still not relaxing coming down Flagpole Hill, David. We're, as much as the athletes thought that it would be a rest period, that long downhill is still taking a little out of the athletes, and they can't switch off.
That's like exactly what we said. You know, the race really can't be won on the downhill, but it certainly can be lost. And especially when the tracks are starting to disintegrate slowly but surely, the athletes have to stay so balanced with those low-cuffed, classic boots. They've got to do a lot of the balance themselves. A lot of work there, so they can't give it all on that uphill. They've got to save a little bit for the descent. So we're watching our final qualifiers come in here. And we're keeping an eye on the clock as we're doing so. Again, a thank you to our friends at Superior Timing. They've done a great job so far with all of the results. We're taking a brief pause here as we prepare for our U16 boys to begin their qualifiers. All right, sports fans, keeping you posted live here in our U18 men's category. It looks to be our top qualifier from Rocky Mountain, Noel Keefe, with a 346.96. Canyon Tobin is slotted in as well. Gus Schumacher sitting pretty in third. Emil Groff of Rocky Mountain in fourth. Adam Glick in fifth of New England. Rocky Mountain's Nolan Herzog is in sixth place now. Luke Jager of Alaska. And there we go. We are underway now, sports fans, with our U16 gentlemen on course. So if you're watching live, Welcome. You're tuning into day 2 of racing action here. The 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championship. And we're watching racer number 164 get settled in. That is the starting gate. There goes 164, dialed in and ready. And number 165 preparing for his effort. That's Cooper Anderson of the Far West Division.
Breathe, Cooper, breathe. All good, all good.
And we're watching a local athlete there, Kai France of Lake Placid, number 166 of the Mid-Atlantic Division. Settled in and ready. No finishers thus far, so these are our early athletes going now. Kai France kicking his way out of the start house as I watch number 167 prepare for his effort. We're watching the U16 boys now. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lake Placid. This is Rocky Mountain's Peter Haynes underway. Number 168 will be Intermountain skier Johnny Hagenbuch. Had a brilliant day in the skate race. He's looking to duplicate that today in the classic sprints. Keeping that wax moving there. And he's off and rolling. 169 will be our next skier, Nicholas Niemi of the Great Lakes Division. All right, so no starters underway. Those athletes are going to be pretty darn close to that 4-minute barrier, I assume, as number 170 pulls into the start house. 170 is Peter Moore of the Midwest. He'll be followed by Will Koch, who had a great day of freestyle racing, I believe taking 3rd place. And there we go, number 171 is Will Koch, preparing for his effort. He'll be followed by Walker Hall of the Pacific Northwest team. And 172 is on course. That is Walker Hall, number 173. Ready to go. George Van Cara. Pardon me, I'm going to send you down this way. 173 is George Van Cara in this starting gate now. 174 getting set is Adam Pickett, taking his effort. And he's on course. 175 up now. James Schneider of the Midwestern Division, preparing and getting set to go. As we watch, racer number 176 is getting set to go, Xander McMullen in the starting gate. He had a great race on Monday, placing 18th in the freestyle. And 177 will be our next athlete to go, Ian Hardenberg. Settling in now. A lanky young man, Stuart.
A tall drink of water, as we would say. Bib number 177 there, Ian Hardenberg, Rocky Mountain Division, heading out on course. Hunter Green with that great suit. Love those Kiss-like suits. Bib number 178, Hunter Green, Pacific Northwest.
And he departs.
On course.
He's underway. 22nd for him in the freestyle event. He's looking to improve on that as 179 gets ready. Julian Mulherb of the Superior Land squad is set to go.
Andrew Rogers up next, Rocky Mountain Division's athlete under the tent, ready to go. And he's on course, bib number 181 from the Midwest, Henry Hall.
Hall had a great day on Monday, placing 21st in the skate race, so he knows what it takes to go top 30 in this field, as he's looking good. Number 181, he'll be followed by Will Lang, I believe the son of Gordon Lang, a coach from the... No, perhaps not. Perhaps that's a distant connection. Will Lang, number 182, settling into the start house and getting ready. He'll be followed by 183, Travis Grilou of the Pacific Northwest. So those teammates will be challenging each other out on course. Likely won't have any contact if all goes to plan. But 184, Logan Chamberlain of the Intermountain Division up next.
Great support here from the ladies who are here 45 minutes before their race starts, cheering on their teammates. 184, Logan Chamberlain is now on course. 185, Samuel Delamere is under the Whiteface Lake Placid tent. And athletes coming in now, 156. Sorry, 166, Kai Franz from the New York Ski Education Foundation, representing the Mid-Atlantic Division. 440 for Kai Franz. How are we looking on times right now, David, for what's a good time for these U16 athletes?
Boy, it's pretty much wide open at this point. Looks like Hayden Halverson of the Far West has blown things up here thus far. So there's a 14-second gap between a 4:10 set by Halverson and Lane Marshall of IMD, who's sitting in second currently with a 4:24. So a lot of room there still to go unless Hayden has absolutely blown this thing apart. But Lane Marshall in second, Cooper Anderson of the Far West, Halverson's teammate in third. Johnny Hagenbook of IMD is looking good with a 4:27. Peter Haynes in fifth thus far. But it's early in the batting order as we're watching our athletes come in. 190 will be our next skier, Jesse Izzo, and his house is about 300 meters, a stone's throw from the start house here. So he probably rolled right out of bed and right into the start house as Jesse Izzo toes the line, representing the Mid-Atlantic Division, a part of the New York Ski Educational Foundation squad. And as Jesse departs, 191 slides into the starting gate. Jared Mahler of Far West. He'll be chasing the time set by his teammate there. Hayden Halverson with a brilliant effort of 4:10, the mark to beat for our U16s.
And Will Koch has closed the gap from Stratton Mountain School. He's just 9 seconds behind that great time from Hayden Halverson of 4:09. Will Koch has come in with a 4:18. So the gap is being closed down.
So Bentley Walker Bruce of Australia taking his way to the tracks.
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. 193 will be up next from the Midwest to try and challenge our U16s in the qualifier. Again, folks, if you're just tuning in here, welcome to Lake Placid. It's a beautiful sunny day for Nordic ski racing. You're watching sprint qualifier action as we watch number 194 start his qualifier. And Kobe Freeburn of Rocky Mountain, number 195, will be up next. All these young boys chasing the time of Hayden Halverson of 4:10, the mark to beat thus far. New England's Will Koch is sitting in second unofficially with a 4:19. He's 8 seconds out from the lead. And Walker Hall, 12 seconds out with a 4:23. Mid-A up next here. 197 is Eric Schreiner of the Mid-Atlantic Division. He's followed now by 197 Kai Mittelstedt of the Intermountain Division.
Team race, and it's amazing how the difference over the 2 years and how the athletes can grow. I see soccer players turning up after not seeing them for a year. Obviously, same effect on cross-country skiing and their general growth as human beings.
USSA they've done a great job engineering these 20 collegiate competitors. We're bringing in older talent. The athletes can really be a part of this championship field. U.S. Pipeline very much has turned us into a Nordic nation at the highest level of sport. Speaking of that, house now departing. And again, the time to beat is still 4:10, set by Sugar Bowl Ski Team. 2:01 at the end, both the Auburn Ski Club there up on Patrick Chorus of the on course now. By Joe Wood, number 204. Still left to go in our U16 gentlemen's race, and then we're going to have a short 20-minute break before we get underway, Stuart, with our ladies' field. And again, the mark to beat for these U16 gentlemen is still a 4:10.90 set by Hayden Halverson. 8.47 seconds behind is Will Koch, and 12 seconds off the lead time so far is Walker Hall. As we take a look at number 205, Colt Whitley. Ready now, Brooks Schaff of the Pacific Northwest team.
This course must be holding up because Joshua Valentine has come in with the third fastest time at U16 level, 4:19 from the Gunstock Nordic Association. representing more racing to go. These guys are going into quarterfinals, then into semis, and then into a final. And in the gate, bib number 208, Griffin Wright, representing New England, and the Craftsbury Nordic Club.
Of course, Craftsbury, a huge name in New England skiing there. That outdoor center there has really been team racing program, and they do an amazing job with snowmaking, putting on lots of events. Their Craftsbury Marathon, numerous Super Tour events, high-level domestic competition. It's a real model for a lot of clubs to follow. We're watching Joshua Arndt, number 210, is departing now. Well protected from the sun, which is great to see. 212. Up next, Kieran Hahn, number 211 of the Rocky Mountain Squad, getting the skis moving there, keeping the clister fresh. That's the name of the game here. Of course, that maple syrup-like substance stuck to the bottom of the skis there, and he's off with a great tempo. Number 212 program, our next athlete on course.
Of 4 minutes 53 puts him on the edge of that bubble. 20, looking for the top 30 for qualification that start at noon.
We see a local skier, Joseph Wilson, competing for Mid-Atlantic Division, is in the... You're having a beautiful time in the sun. The atmosphere here, if you're watching online, is just spectacular. It's a great sight. Food and beverage there, and reveling in the ambiance of this, the 2017 Cross by our friends at Craft Sportswear and more.
Endurance Enterprises, Civic Foundation, as well as Podium High from the Rocky Mountain Division. Number 217 Tim is in the gate.
That's right, 217 Timothy Cobb is coached by Adam Turco out of the Mansfield. Number 218 will be up next. This is Ted Ewer from the Intermountain Division. He's settling in and preparing for his 1.5 kilometer. It's still Hayden Halverson in first place unofficially with a blistering 4:10, which will take place later this morning.
Eli Hermanson's technique, although he started late in the order, he's jumped into the 4th fastest time of 4:09, qualifying right now. Max Alaska, Cooper Jones, and he's now on course, bib number 2, the Midwest Division. Oh, after Eli, good luck Eli. Matthew Moreau from New England, 223.
Just 4 more athletes left to start, so things are motoring right along, and it looks to be Division is the mark to beat. Will Koch slotting in there for New England with a 4:19. Joshua Valentine, also of New England, has put himself into the running with a 4:20. Eli Hermanson of Alaska with a 4:21, and Walker Hall of the Pacific Northwest is well in there with a 4:23.
Joe Lynch from the Midwest Division is home, 4:43. He's qualified right now with the 30 double than Joe Lynch right now. So 4:43, come in faster than that and you've got a chance to qualify for this afternoon's quarterfinal heats.
And there is Xander Martin, our final skier of the U16 division. He's out of the Stratton Mountain program, competing, of course, for the New England team, and he's departed. So, folks, that concludes our U16 start list, as all the athletes have either finished or are on course. Go to superiortiming.com. You'll find all the updates there. Just click on U16 men's qualifier results. Unofficially so far, the time that'll get you into the top 30 is right around a 4:44. That's Joe Lynch of Lappet Nordic Racing, who is on the bubble and he's been bumped out. I'm sorry, Joseph, your day has come to an end, but that means you can sit in the sun and cheer on your teammates. Samuel Delamere with a 4:43. That appears to be that bubble, and again, that's been bumped down. So those results are changing.
How's about Griffin Wright? One of the last 15 athletes to go out has just come in with a time of 4:22. So New England getting their wax right, and we're just ready to start with our ladies event in about half an hour's time. So we have a little hold once these athletes are through. And what's going on in that half an hour, David? Do we get to take a breath?
You know, I think I'm going to put my feet up and enjoy a little snack from our friends down at Green Goddess. Again, to our friends watching online, so wonderful to have you with us here, joining us for the 2017 Junior National Cross Country Championships presented by the USSA. It's been a beautiful day of racing so far, and of course a wonderful week here. Just soaking in this Nordic ambiance. We had, Stuart, a wonderful opening ceremony. The theme there was Plan B, having a great backup plan, even with the most carefully laid Plan A. Mother Nature can always impact that. So again, a shout out to our friends, Jeff Byrne and his team at Orta, along with Rebecca Dayton and Chris Cheney Seymour, have really engineered this event to be a celebration. We've moved from Van Hovenberg to this, the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex, and it really creates sort of a Lahti, Holmenkollen-esque feel here in the shadow of these storied ski jumps.
Did you hear the fireworks last night?
I did, and I saw them as well. It was
I
a
saw them
beautiful
too. I happened to
celebration.
be just driving down Main Street, and it's not every day you get fireworks in town, and Facebook goes alight with what are the fireworks for? Well, it wasn't too long before someone said it was for the Junior National Championship. So, yeah, an almost Disney-like approach last night in town. It's normally so still, and you can see the stars and the moon because of the lack of.
So we're watching again. A shout out to our final here. Qualifiers coming across the line. We're watching them come in there. Joseph Wilson, a mid-A skier, comes in just behind Timothy Cobb of New England. Cobb has posted a very solid time. We're watching more athletes cross the line here as we speak. And again, these are the final qualifiers for our athletes. Ted Ewer there of the Intermountain Division comes across with a 4:44. Puts him very much into the hunt. Chase High of the Rocky Mountain Division with a 5:15. So for these gentlemen, their day is over. Ted Ewer comes in 36th position, Chase High in 55th, so nicely done. A little public service announcement. Bib 112, Connor Cosmoto of the Far West Division. You need to return your bib as soon as possible. Bib number 112, Connor Cosmoto. Please return your bib to the race office, please. So Max Biergross line of Alaska has crossed the finish line there in 37th position as our final qualifiers. Doing a great job here in the sunshine.
Bib number 219, Casey Larkins, just coming in from the Far West Division. Well done.
Matthew Moreau with a great time for the 31, so he is very much in the mix there. He's qualified for the efforts this afternoon, and he comes in 20th position, so good to see some of our later starters having a fair crack at the qualifiers and moving on to the heats. Cooper Jones there of Rocky Mountain comes across in 55th position. And that's Everett Carson there, number 224 of Alaska with a time of 4:43. I think that means that his day is over in 36th position. Everett Casson there of Alaska comes through with a 4:43 time, 36th position for him. Another racer powering to the line and looking really good. Aiden Rasmussen, welcome back with a 4:44. And there we go, Xander Martin is our final qualifier of the morning for our U16 boys. He comes across with a 4:37 to squeak into the top 30. Nicely done, Xander. That puts you into 25th place, which guarantees you a spot in the big show this afternoon. So, Stuart, that concludes our U16 boys qualifier. We're going to take a short 25-minute break to get readjusted and rehydrated. Course is open there for testing. And we're going to have a 20-minute break. We'll start again at 10:30, so approximately 29 minutes from now we'll be underway, first with our U18, U20 ladies, and then our U16 ladies after a short 2-minute break.
Course will close at 10:25. We will give a shout-out, as asked by our Chief of Competition, Jim Rodriguez, doing a fine job with his jury and everybody else here at the venue, making sure that this course is at its finest at all times. So Jim Rodriguez, thanks for looking after everybody. Our technical delegate, Joey, assistant TD Justin, USSA Robert, thank you for bringing this event to the two-time Olympic village that is Lake Placid. A great advert for junior cross-country skiing, local athletes featuring very well on Monday, and hoping for many other good results. If you've had a tough day today and your racing is done, stick around, cheer your teammates on. The ladies will start in a half an hour. Again, the course is open for training. Course is open for the next 25 minutes. Once again, ladies, the course is open for training. Course is open for training. Final time. The course is open until 10:25. Course is open for practice.
Sports fans, 10:12 a.m. We are 18 minutes away from the start of our ladies U20 U18 qualifiers. The action continues here on Sprint Day. Here in Lake Placid, beautiful conditions. The course is open for warm-up, for testing, for all of the above. The Green Goddess Nordic Cafe is also open with delicious treats there, so come swing in and grab yourself a piping hot or cold beverage and a delicious bite to eat. Just a little housekeeping announcement. We found a beautiful pair of silver Oakley Radar EV glasses with a orange mirrored lens. Again, so if you lost a pair of silver Oakleys with a mirrored orange lens, we've got them in the race office. So swing by if you or a teammate are looking for those. And again, we're about 15 minutes away now from the start of our ladies sprint qualifier action here in Lake Placid. It's been a wonderful day so far, some great racing. 3:46 is the split time to beat in our U20 race. And Stuart, I'm taking a look for our friends who are watching on the live stream. You're looking at a shot of the white-faced tent there, but action coming your way very shortly, so don't go away. Maybe grab yourself a nice cup of coffee to keep you entertained.
We've got the tent showing. The only cloud over this facility is in that shot. We're looking at a complete bluebird sky. Easy when I can pronounce it. We have a bluebird sky, just a few clouds rolling in, but weather's supposed to change later on this afternoon. Cold front coming through. Tonight we go below freezing for the first time in probably 24 hours, and our athlete tent has got a water feature outside one of the doors, so snow is melting, ice is melting here, but if you look around town right now, it's only the mountain and the ski jumps and a little at cross country. That's why we're here. There was not enough snow to get the event done and be able to guarantee that we would have enough snow to get us through. We lost apparently 3 feet of snow on some of the trails due to that warm in and warm rain last week. And a great call was made by the organizers, the Mount Van Hovenberg staff, making sure that we came to where the event would be broadcast best, and what you're seeing on TV really doesn't do the venue justice, because you have to see to believe how much snow we actually have here on campus.
It's great, you know, I mean, it's been an amazing winter, a bit of a challenging start. We had feet of snow on the ground, and then the big meltdown took place in about 48 hours about 10 days ago. So that, of course, led to our infamous Plan B. And what a beautiful Plan B we've got here. The beautiful, spectacular, you know, hallowed ground of the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex, the site of so many championships, Olympic Games, World Cup events of all sorts, freestyle, a lot of biathlon action at this venue. And again, just a little shout out to our friends at US Biathlon. I know they're out there, and this is their home training venue in the summertime. But boy, what a real storied week it was for the team over in Hochfilzen, Austria. This event here, the USSA Nordic Junior National Championship, also a feeder for biathlon. The development cycle there, you know, Max Cobb and his team have really engineered a great development pipeline to produce cross-country skiers that ski fast and, you know, lull them into the wonderful sport of biathlon. Of course, Tim Burke, Lowell Bailey, Susan Dunkley, Claire Egan, all those athletes use this venue for training. All of them have taken part in junior national championships before. So it's great to see the best of the best here in the United States, the upcoming generations throwing down, and what a job they're doing. like you said, Stuart. So this beautiful Plan B venue in spectacular shape, as they say in the Adirondacks from time to time. If you don't like the weather, just wait about 9 minutes. And I think that's what we're in for today. So like you said, Stuart, beautiful bluebird sky up there. But temperatures could be changing later in the heats. Am I right?
You are absolutely right. And talking of 9 minutes, athletes, the course is open for exactly that. 9 more minutes, and then we close the course 5 minutes before race time. So 9 more minutes of open course, and then we close for race time.
Yeah, she said it's been storming so hard. You can't see in front of you.
Well, that's cool. Good for her.
Again, for Grandma and Grandpa watching from far away via the interwebs, welcome here to Lake Placid. If you're wondering what the ambience is like here at the Olympic Sports Complex, it is beautiful, it is sunny, there are Adirondack chairs all over the patio, and it's just so fantastic how wonderfully spectator-friendly this venue really is. The Olympic Jump Pack Complex and Orta staff has done a great job of reinvigorating this base lodge here, a full renovation, and it's made for a beautiful and, like I said, spectator-friendly event. If you're looking at the white face tent on the live stream camera, the patio, the huge patio, is just next to that. So it's so wonderful for our athletes to have a raucous crowd of family members, friends, family, coaching staff cheering them on as they head out for their qualifiers, which the men's side we've wrapped up for today. Ladies qualifying, just about a couple minutes to go there. And then this afternoon we'll get our way into the heats featuring the top 30 qualifiers from all athletes who took to the tracks today.
And those of you enjoying the deck, enjoy it, because it's the last time this winter you're going to be able to enjoy it, because next year you'll be upper floor. That deck that you're sitting on right now outside the base lodge will be covered by another deck, so we're going even closer to the sun. And the deck that you're on right now will be covered, weatherproofed, and more space to entertain more people, providing more cover should the weather become inclement. Downstairs in the base lodge, beautiful log furniture. And how was your breakfast sandwich this morning from the Green Goddesses, Dave?
Good question. Our friends at Green Goddess Natural Market, they've done a wonderful job of adding some really delicious local and healthy fare to our options here at the Olympic Jumping Complex. Tammy and her crew were up early this morning, as were so many volunteers, officials, jury members, and of course our coaches and wax techs getting dialed in. I'm looking down and I see our U18 and U20 ladies getting things ready to go, and it's awesome. You can see the techs running around making sure that the skis are ready to rock. Keeping that clister clean and well applied is always a challenging task, but these folks make it look really easy. Again, a shout out to all the team members, the crew members, the coaches, the mentors, the wax techs, the team leaders who facilitate this logistical day of sprint racing, which is never easy, but it's always a whole lot of fun. So Stuart, great to be here trackside calling the action with you. The conditions here, I'm looking up at the Olympic Towers there, and boy, that sort of says it all, doesn't it? Matches the color of our Storm Tech jackets down here. It's Bluebird. It is spectacular, and we're having a whole lot of fun here in Lake Placid for this. This is day 2 of racing, classic sprint action happening live.
Now, this morning when we turned up, we opened up Facebook and looked at some pictures on the Mount Van Hovenberg site. What site is that exactly? Whose Facebook page is that?
So we've created a nice, it's called the Mount Van Hovenberg 2017 Cross Country National Championships. If you just start typing Mount Van Hovenberg into Facebook, it'll pop up right there. That's been well populated with a bunch of great photos, updates, of course, updates from our cultural events that are happening all week there. We had the Adirondack Raptors do a great Birds of Prey demonstration over at the Conference Center on Tuesday night, and that was a whole lot of fun.
And Jim Rogers, one of the local organizing committee's members from back in 1980, last night was giving his presentation in the Conference Center, Memories of the 1980 Winter Olympics. It's, you know what, there's not many Winter Olympics that have the longevity of the 1980 games. It really, I mean, I was watching Robin Cousins, a British figure skater, not really knowing about the Miracle on Ice. And then when you come here, you can't but embrace the story of those college-age kids that are now fine young men. They were fine young men then. I'm very fortunate that in 2 weeks' time, we have the Miracle on Ice Fantasy Camp, where 11 of those athletes, maybe even 14 of those athletes will be back. And people will have paid fantasy camp prices to have a hockey experience over 4 days with some fine hospitality, fine competition, and getting to hang with the likes of Jim Craig, Micah Ruzioni, Steve Janisak, the only athlete on the 1980 hockey team that didn't play a single minute. But you get to sit with that young man, and it's the stories that they have, and they're happy to tell them. So if you're a hockey fan, in addition to being a cross-country fan, that's a great event to look at for next year. I think we're sold out for this year, but for next year, look at that. That's the Miracle on Ice Fantasy Camp. Loads of stuff going on here in town. We've still got skiing at Whiteface. I think they're firing up the snow guns again as soon as it gets cold enough, just to link a few runs that have become a little, we need some linking between where there's piles of snow at Whiteface.
So, bringing the action here back to the stadium. Athletes, 3 minutes to go until we're going to close the course down for inspection. So 3 more minutes of on-course inspection, sports fans. And then the time check, it's 10:22 in the a.m. So that means we're 8 minutes away from the start of our U20 and U18 ladies sprint qualification racing here this morning. So that'll be happening live. The tracks, I'm looking outside my window here in the announcer's booth, the penthouse suite of the base lodge. It looks to be holding up really well. Things are getting a tad mealy on Flagpole Hill, but that was to be expected. Again, the snow depth is good. The snow control was positive for this event. And again, a huge shout out to our friends at Orta for making this event happen. Lots of man-made snow was made in a very short amount of time. The kickers from the Freestyle World Cup event were plowed down and spread into the parking lot to make a great consistent loop. And it's made for a wonderful day of racing. So athletes, 7 minutes to go until we call our early starters for the U20 U18 sprint qualifying action. This is day 2 of Junior National Championship cross-country action. Live from the Adirondacks, I'm Dave McCahill, your co-host, alongside Stuart Hemsley, the MC from across the sea. And we hope you're having a whole lot of fun out there, sports fans.
Shout out to a sponsor who we got a late promo from yesterday. Price Chopper would like to welcome you to Lake Placid. They're located at 1930 Saranac Avenue. That's down Main Street, take a left, past McDonald's, all the way to the top of the hill. They offer a full store of fresh products to include produce, meat, seafood, bakery, and deli. They also offer pizza, wings, and other convenience items in the food service department. Stop in and see the team at Price Chopper for all your grocery needs. Good luck and enjoy your stay is the message from Price Chopper Grocery Store.
That's right. Thanks to our friends at Price Chopper. And again, thanks to our friends at Green Goddess Natural Markets who are downstairs. And they are serving up delicious cuisine there. I just had the breakfast burrito. I give it an A++ rating, which is very exciting. So, friends, the anticipation is building here at the Olympic Sports Complex. 5 minutes to go now until we get underway with our ladies sprint qualifying in the sunshine here. The sleeves have been tossed, and that's totally fine. And not long to go now until we watch our ladies sprint qualifiers there to see who's going to make that magical top 30 and progress to our heats this afternoon. Just a few little housekeeping tidbits here. 3 male athletes have left your race skis in the finish corral, and those will be remaining there for another few minutes until we move them to another location, and they become harder to find. So if you're looking for your skis from your qualifier, go grab them in the finish pen. If you're looking for a pair of silver Oakley radars, we are currently wearing them in the announcer's booth, but if you're missing a pair of sunglasses, you can come talk to myself or Stuart Hemsley and bring us some baked goods in order to retrieve those. A time check, sports fans. Stuart, how far are we away from race time?
We are 5 minutes from race time. So course is now closed, ladies. Course is now closed. Our first 10 athletes, if you could start making your way to the start line. I see Julia Kern out there already, bib number 231. David, you know Julia Kern a little better than I do. Tell us a little bit about Julia Kern.
You know, I said hi to Julie at the Olympic Training Center yesterday. She was doing her cool-down routine in the gym after a great race on Monday. She's a super bubbly, a wonderful ambassador for our sport there. She had a fantastic performance, taking a commanding victory in the ladies 5K freestyle race the other morning. She's in Waltham, Massachusetts, competing for the New England squad there, and she made up the four-person relay that took third position, a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships in Park City earlier this winter. It was an amazing moment, a real breakthrough for the ladies Nordic program here in the U.S., along with her teammates there who have done so well. Haley Swerble there, Catherine Ogden doing well. And it was just an incredible performance, but she is ready in the starting gate. She'll certainly be one to watch, but a really strong field here, the best of the best in the nation, ready to take to the loops there. So, of course, Julia getting her warm-up routine finished as we approach the 3.5 minute to go mark. We see our starters, our jury members there. A shout-out to them, Tony Goodwin and his crew. Thanks for doing such a great job down there. Tony, of course, the former director of the Mount Van Hovenberg Sports Complex, so he is no stranger to being in charge of the timing operations and the starting wand down below.
And as we mentioned, thanking our starters, there are people that are starters as you come into the building. Our people that are assisting, getting you across the course without getting into a clash with an athlete. All our volunteers, whether you're assisting an athlete in the finish corral or just looking after a crossing, and your real job is the town supervisor of Keene, that being Joe Pete Wilson, whose son is out here racing. He's taken the day off. He had to work yesterday, but he's here helping people cross across the beautiful track. So to Joe Pete and all those volunteers, the Flanagans are here again. Another day when nothing is getting done in the veterinary store. But we've got some fabulous volunteers, many who you see out here day after day when it comes to event time. David, who do you like to put a shout out to that I haven't already mentioned?
A lot of volunteers out there. They're doing an amazing job. I want to thank every single one of them as we approach the 2 minutes to go mark. So, ladies, we're paging bibs 231 through 240, beginning with Julia Kern, Maddie Morgan, Catherine Weaver, Sophia Shimento, Abby Jarzen. Those athletes are getting settled in and ready in the start house, trying to keep the energy levels high. And now there's a flurry of activity, as you can see, to our friends watching live on the live stream. It looks like a NASCAR pit crew down there. Oh, unbelievable. They're doing a great job there. A shout out to our timing staff, our friends at Superior Timing. Julia Kern taking it all in stride there as she begins clicking into her skis now. 1 minute to go as we approach the start of this race. Look at our intrepid jury members there making it all happen. This is great. This is like watching a NASCAR pit crew in action as we approach the 1 minute to go mark. We'll be batting off here with number 231. That's Julia Kern, skiing for New England. She'll be followed by Intermountain's Maddie Morgan and Catherine Weaver of the Hollyburn Ski Club out of Canada.
Yeah, you say NASCAR pit crews. There is no time to change tires at this time. How will have the course warming up have changed wax selections for the ladies who race an hour and a half after the men?
That's a good question. Things are warming up. The coaches have taken that all into consideration. They have a pretty good idea of what's going to be happening throughout the day. And Julia Kern there, our first starter, number 231, is getting settled into the start underneath the Whiteface Lake Placid tent. And she's off. We're underway now, folks.
Let's put your hands together for our first athlete in the U20, U18 Classic Sprint.
So that's Julia Kern there. She was a member of the World Championship team for the juniors in Park City, Utah. Number 232 on course now. That's Maddie Morgan of the Intermountain Division. She's starting out second, and she'll be looking to try and maintain a healthy distance behind Kern there as Catherine Weaver from Canada settles in, and Sophia Shimento will be our next skier on course. So Shimento on course there as you're watching live. Again, thanks to our friends at CXC for providing us with great live stream coverage, and she is off and running.
Abby Jarzin representing the Midwest Division, bib number 235 is in the gate.
Of the Ashwaubenon Nordic Ski Club there, and Brooke Dunnigan, number 235, is off, and Brooke is settled into the starting gate here, and she'll be chasing some pretty impressive names, of which she is one. Brooke Dunnigan of the Intermountain Division is off, taking her qualifier.
Bib number 237, Renee Anderson from the Midwest Division is in the gate and up next for her 1.5K loop of this classic sprint ladies qualifying.
All right, so settling in now, getting ready is Margaret Gellert of Alaska. She'll be set to go, and behind her is going to be racer 239 of the Mid-Atlantic Division, Lucy Hochschartner. So there we go. Gellert is on course. Lucy Hochschartner of Little Lake Placid, New York is our next starter. She's a member of the Mid-Atlantic Division.
And at St. Lawrence University.
Here we go, Saints, and Lucy is off on her home course as we move to number 240. This is Jeannie Rasmussen of the Intermountain Division. So Rasmussen settled in. She'll be chasing Hochschartner as we move to 241. That's Anna Johnson of the Midwest squad. She'll be chased by her teammate. Always a nice feeling there to know that Hannah Rudd is behind you there in the qualifier. So these athletes will be working together to set the pace. Speaking of which, we have about 10 athletes on course, and we'll be keeping you posted on that.
Anna Johnson, bib number 241, is now on course. Up next, Hannah Rude from the Loppet Nordic Club representing Midwest.
That's right.
Bib number 243, Anna Gibson representing the Intermountain squad. Bib number 243, out on course. Bib number 244, Maya Sekiner from the Bend Endurance Academy. Pacific Northwest is her team, and she is now out on course. Kelly Koch, bib number 245, is in the starting gate.
That's right, and in just a few moments, we'll probably have our first finishers coming around. No finishers as of yet. Julia Kern most likely will be our first across the line as we're watching 246 settle up and get ready. That's Sadie Cotton of the Rocky Mountain Division. So she hails from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club in beautiful Steamboat, Colorado. These are real sort of Colorado conditions out there on the track, I would say. Stuart?
Never been to Colorado. Been too busy on the East Coast to get to Colorado, but maybe one day.
There you go. Marin Coletta of the Intermountain Division there. Bozeman, Montana is her home training base as we watch 248 Margie Freed of the Midwest Division getting settled in. She's got her neon gloves on and she's feeling loose and ready to roll.
Julia Kern is coming in right now. I saw her coming down the hill on camera 3. Julia Kern coming in for a strong finish and sets the bar.
All right, so we'll give you updates as we have them. Again, you go to Superior Timing. You should find up-to-date results there as they come along, but we'll see Julia Kern is the first one across the line. The time to beat so far is a 4:21, set by New England's Julia Kern, and she moves, of course, into first position.
Bib number 250, Dottie Anderson from the Midwest Division is on course.
And she'll be followed by racer 251, Leah Lang. She's the daughter of Gordon Lang, a coach for the Intermountain squad there. She competes for the University of Utah. So Leah is on course and ready to roll. 252, Sarah Goebel will be our next skier competing for the Great Lakes team as more finishers come on in there. So Julia Kern, number 231, our first across the line, and just behind her is Maddie Morgan. So she's posted a 4:57 in the ladies U20 category, and Catherine Weaver of Canada joins us with a 4:48.
Now looking at the time difference between Kern and Morgan, there was a 15-second start, but Julia has managed to increase that, but We expect that from an athlete like Julia who has been competing at the very highest level.
Anna Darnell now has left the start house, 254. Lizzie Larkins of the Far West Auburn Ski Club is taking her qualifier. We watch 255 get ready to go. Lydia Yoki of the Pacific Northwest team has opted to forego gloves or a hat or sunglasses to save weight for this climb, and she is off and rolling. 256 will be next. That's Ezra Smith of the Rocky Mountain Division Summit Nordic Ski Club. So the athletes coming in there, a nice time for Sophia Shimento there, who posts a 5:16, and Abby Jarzen, 2:35 is also across with a 4:59. So fast splits today will be under that 5-minute mark for the U20 ladies.
For the U18s, times of around the 5-minute mark with the first U18 athlete back, Abby Jarzen, well done, 4:59.
We're watching Emma Nelson depart. Lily Burnell of the Intermountain Squad is now in the starting gate. Ready to go. Number 258, Lily Burnell. Ready to take her qualifier here. Course is holding up well. The tracks are getting a little soft, but such is racing. And there's number 259 getting ready. That's Mara McCollar of the Midwest Squad of the Wayzata Nordic Ski Team, and she'll be followed by a teammate there, a deep squad out of the Midwest. Siri Boacek will be up next.
120 athletes in the U18, U20 division. The U16 ladies will follow immediately after our U18 and U20 in the gate now. Bib number 261, Mackenzie Rizzio from the University of Vermont.
She had a great day. I believe she was third steward in our U20 ladies race there, a fixture on the Catamount squad, competing now for New England. Just looking at the results so far. So Catherine Weaver is second in our ladies U20 category with a 4:49. She's 27 seconds out from Julia Kern, who has set an unbelievable mark to beat. Of course, those times will change throughout the day as we watch racer 262 depart. That is Ingrid Tier. Departing the start house is number 263. Gets ready to go. That is Jenna DeFalco of Alaska.
And she's on course. Next up, Catherine Reed Mateo from Skibeck, one of our Canadian athletes, 264. And she's now out on course.
Absolutely, and Alaskan skier number 265 is getting ready to go. That's Magdalene York of the APU program and beautiful Alaska Pacific University squad. So she's getting dialed in, and off she goes. We'll see her shortly. Alexandra Lawson of New England. She competes for the Craftsbury Nordic Ski Team, coached by Anna Schultz. Up there in beautiful Craftsbury, Vermont, in the Northeast Kingdom, and 267 ready to go now. That's Katya Freeburn, and she comes from Vail, Colorado.
Bib number 268, Anya Mayala, a U18 athlete out of the Midwest, represents the Loppet Nordic Racing Club. And she's out on course. Bib number 269, Gracelyn Shanley from the Rocky Mountain Division. Those red calves, black thighs, noticeable Rocky Mountain outfit. She's now out on course, 269, Gracelyn Shanley. Phoebe Sweet, bib number 270 from New England, is up next.
So she's out of Craftsbury, Vermont there. More finishers coming across. Let's keep you posted there to our friends watching online. I'm sure you're keeping abreast of the times there, courtesy of Superior Timing. But currently in the U18 ladies division, it's Margaret Gellert out front of Alaska. She's got a 4:45. 15 seconds behind her is Abby Jarzen of the Midwest. And Kelly Koch is unofficially in third with a 5:07. So 4:45 the time to beat for the ladies in the U18 division.
Bib number 271, Chelsea Moore, has just left out on course. Ariana Woods is out on course also with bib number 273, Aubrey Leclerc in the gate.
Aubrey is dialed in and ready. Again, a part of that powerhouse APU Nordic team up there in beautiful Alaska. So she's departed. She's a U18 skier. As we move now to Annika Landis, competing for the New England squad via Middlebury College. Of course, the Panthers program, very, very deep and talented this year, and it's great to see these collegiate athletes representing our team in the Junior Nationals. As we move to another New England skier, this is Callie Young, a New England skier from Vermont via Craftsbury in the beautiful Northeast Kingdom. Again, Craftsbury, real hotbed there among just like so many clubs throughout the United States. Again, this is a great event where clubs are funneled into divisions, and divisions represent groups of athletes there, sort of some regional pride. As we look at 276, that's Maddie Donovan heading out. Lucy Anderson will follow. She's a U18 from the Midwest Division.
Leah Lang representing the Intermountain Division, and the University of Utah has come in with a second fastest time at U20 level, 4:47. So she's the one chasing down Julia. Julia's time was, David?
I believe she posted a, let me check. Yeah, Julia Kern had a commanding performance, and last I checked, she had about a 26-second cushion. But Leah Lang, 26 seconds back of Julia Kern, who posted a 4:22, the fastest U20 time so far, as we watch racer number 279 get ready to go. This is Raina Schwartz of New England. Comes to us via the Green Mountain Valley School, and we'll look at Reagan Duffy, number 280. A skier from the Midwest Division there. I love those suits there. It's an awesome kudos to whoever put those together there. Perhaps it was the team leader,
Neon.
Piotr Bednarski, who engineered that design this season, but 281 will be up next. That's Ruth Van Cara of Alaska. She's got a teammate right behind her. Always fun. Heidi Boer is getting ready in the start gate now. And it's a great atmosphere, a lot of hooting and hollering there, some music bumping, the sun is shining. Yes, indeed, and it is action at its finest here. If you're tuning in live, you are watching us here. This is the live coverage coming to you from the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex. I'm Dave McCahill, commentating alongside good friend Stuart Hemsley, our MC from across the sea.
37 degrees right now.
Oh, 37 degrees and sunny in beautiful Raybrook, New York.
Not according to, it says 37 degrees and cloudy. Wrong.
Wrong.
It's wrong.
Wrong. 284 getting ready to go now. That is Rana Craftston of the Midwest squad. She'll be followed by Quinn Lamecool of the Auburn Ski Club and beautiful of up there at high altitude at Donner Pass in California. Of course, Stuart, they had the Junior National Championships there in Truckee, California 2 years ago. And that was a wonderful event. They were a little bit short on snow, but a heroic effort like there was here to prepare that. Always a gamble with these late season events. We're looking at racer 286, sports friends, Jenna Parent taking her effort there. So Jenna Parent is a talented skier, a U18 athlete for Nordic Works, and Ella Hall, number 287, is getting adjusted and ready to go. She'll be followed by Jackie Garso from Saranac Lake, New York. She's got a trademark ball cap on her head. She loves classic sprint racing, and she competes for the St. Lawrence University Saints when she's not donning the red and white and blue colors of the Mid-Atlantic squad.
Jenna DeFalco from Alaska has posted a great time, putting her with the third fastest qualifying time, sub 5 minutes. I think that's one of the, say, just 3 athletes that have gone sub 5 at U18 level.
Boy, Mackenzie Rezio there, a recent finisher for New England. She's slotted into 4th there with a 4:49. 4:22 is the magic time to beat there, and I'm not sure if that'll be touched today. That was the time set by, of course, Julia Kern there. And here's a fun little anecdote about that. Julia Kern, she and her teammates there met at a training camp 2 years ago in the fall training here, and they all bought some matching socks. And they said, you know what? How cool would it be if us 4 met together at the World Juniors taking place in Park City? And they actually wore those same socks that they purchased here in Lake Placid to finish on the podium 3rd place just a few weeks ago at World Juniors in Park City.
And unlike hockey, I'm sure they wash those socks.
Yeah, that's true. So Phoebe Sweet there joins us at the finish line. Graceland Shanley there, a U18, posts a blistering time to put her into 4th of the Rocky Mountain Division. Phoebe Sweet slotting in there in 18th, 19th place now. And Chelsea Moore of Aspen comes in there with a great time of 5:06 as we look at racer 293 getting settled in now. Kristen Miller. Ursula Foltz has departed the starting gate. And there she goes, 293, Kristen Miller on course. As Stuart, we move to Maggie Wigton in the gate.
294 from the Rocky Mountain Division and the Durango Nordic Ski Club. She's on course. Bib number 295 is in the gate. Addison Gibson from Alaska, U18 athlete.
So looking at our times, it's 7:45 out on the West Coast there. So any friends who are having their morning coffee and watching live from the Auburn Ski Club or the Far West Division, welcome.
I did see clocks go back, no, spring forward.
Spring forward.
This weekend. So Europe may have already gone that way. I think I was speaking to someone who was 6 hours in advance of us. For if you're watching in Europe and you're a Nordic fan, welcome.
Indeed. So it's just about dinner time there. Après Ski 30 over in Europe. Racer 297 getting settled in and ready to go. Sophia Sanchez is ready to rock here. She's got the shades on, and she's looking ready to attack this 1.5-kilometer course. And there we go, 298 settling in now. Alyeska Daniels, of course, she's from the beautiful last frontier state of Alaska.
Bib number 299, Victoria Zolmanova, representing New England and Stratton Mountain School, is in the gate, 299. Behind her, Gabrielle Venderdries from the Cambridge Sports
Union.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Gabrielle Vendries looking really good there, number 300. She's in the gate. The CSU program there has produced athletes like Julia Kern. A lot of really talented skiers coming to us from eastern Massachusetts there, and it's great to see a large population center. Coach Rob Bradley out of Weston, Massachusetts does a great job. He was explaining to me their upgraded snowmaking capabilities there just west of Boston. As we watch racer 301, Greta Jenkins there of the Midwest. She's got her high visibility clothing on, and there she goes. We'll see her in about 5 minutes. And 302, that's Claudia Burgess of Boulder, Colorado. Her first time here to Lake Placid, the Olympic Village, and we're glad she's joining us.
Bib number 303 is up next, Samantha Benzing from the Intermountain Division. You can just see how crisp that sun is from the shadow cast by the tent over the top of our starter. And out on course goes Samantha Benzing. Good luck.
As we move now to 304, this, of course, is Lillian Fisher under the tent there, protecting herself from the sun. And she's ready to go and take her qualifier. She'll be followed here by 305. And that is the suit of Mae Barnes of the Midwest Division there. Of course, the Midwest Division, they host the American Birkebeiner. Sadly canceled this year. That is a fixture on the domestic racing season.
And let's look at this cracking qualifying loop by Renee Schwartz of GMVS and New England. 4 minutes and 56 seconds puts her with the second fastest time at U18 level. So another sub-5 minute U18 athlete.
A shout out to the New England squad there. Obviously, Ollie Burris and his colleagues have done a great job with the waxing there. Callie Young placing 9th. Avery Ellis of Craftsbury tying for 9th there as well. So they've really nailed the wax, putting a lot of athletes into the top 10. As we turn our attention to the start, an athlete 307, Hadissa Lerber of the Pacific Northwest. We'll see you shortly. And a mid-A skier. This is Danielle Laird. She's a U20 athlete. She competes for St. Lawrence when she's not wearing the red and white Mid-Atlantic colors, and she departs. Rolling right along through this qualifier process is Mary Kretschmer of New England. So Mary is a part of the Gunstock Nordic Association. Of course, they've got some beautiful ski jumps there, a 90-meter ski jump out of Gunstock, so some Nordic combined tradition and legacy there. And
U18 athlete Quinn Lermkuhl from Aulborn Ski Club, a good time there. Just a little into the 5 minute mark, 5:02, fifth fastest of our athletes today, of which I would say we probably still have 40 athletes left to go.
absolutely, there we go. It's great to see the course staying consistent enough for athletes like Lane Cool to throw down a great time. Great to see our athletes from the far west throwing down some blistering splits thus far, as we see Raya Berrigan of Alaska getting adjusted and cheered on at the start here. Things are warming up, the sun is out, the tracks are getting soft, and the athletes and coaches are staying very much on top of the waxing recipes for the day. Here's number 313, Daria Kutsinova of Steamboat Springs, Colorado. So I believe she is a member of our guest class.
We were looking for bib number 314, Skylar Tupper, and she doesn't appear to be in the gate, so maybe she's having a little trouble finding her way to the start.
I would say she's actually at the Green Goddess Nordic Cafe having a delicious snack. Not a bad choice, but it's not going to make you fast if you miss your start.
Emily Pickner from the Rocky Mountain Division, bib number 315 is in the gate.
From sunny Boulder, so she's at home in these conditions. I'm sure she trains quite a bit up at Eldora. As we see Taya DeLong of the Pacific Nordic Club there. Metho Valley squad. Taya is getting adjusted and dialed in at the start. She's looking loose, and there goes Taya. She's out of here. Taya is rolling in 317. Abby Amick of Alaska in the starting gate. And taking a look at our recent finishers here, Addison Gibson comes across the line there. A U18 skier puts her into 34th, so she will not be moving on to the heats today. May Chalmers of Stratton Mountain School. She competes for the New England Division. A 5:13 her race time. We'll see where that puts her. So unofficially, I'm looking at the U20 rankings here. Julia Kern still in the lead with a 4:22. And 26 seconds behind her is Leah Lang of the Intermountain Division in second. And looking at that infamous top 30 time. So we've got 24 finishers across for our U20s. In 23rd place, Ingrid Norton. So the 5:46 time is the bubble, Stuart, where we're going to see those athletes move on or not.
Abby Brazil has just left the building. Alex Heisler has just left the start line, so two athletes there I want to get a shout out to. Hannah Reeders from New England is up next. Bib number 312, there she goes. Bib number 322, Catherine Andy, representing the Mid-Atlantic squad from St. Lawrence University.
So 19 athletes still to go as we work our way down the batting order here. Excuse me, 25 athletes still to go. 323, this is Maddie Reeders here of Massachusetts, competing for the New England squad. Getting ready, keeping the skis moving, and off she goes. And behind her will be 324, Eve Jensen of Sun Valley, Idaho. Of course, that's part of the Intermountain Division. More athletes coming in here, sliding into the top 30. It's great to see a good performance from Greta Jenkins there, moving herself into 16th position. And there's 325, Stuart getting ready. That's Haley Schmidt of the High Plains Division.
Grace Gilliland representing Alaska. Bib number 326 is in the gate. Athletes coming through the finish line. Lillian Fisher, Stratton Mountain School, 5 minutes 17 seconds, 33rd position. So her racing day is done. Not breaking into that top 30 of the U18, U20 leveled athletes. Bib number 328, Naomi Harding, Rocky Mountain Division, is in the start gate.
So there's 328 departing there, Naomi Harding. And it's great, look at this, we've got some course footage there going up Flagpole Hill, and that's the climb up by the biathlon venue that we're taking a look at.
Taya DeLong, 316, just went on her way, midway through the course. Out goes 329, Madison Tinker from High Plains. Bib number 330, Eleanor Hamilton from Far West. Picture you're looking at right now is the top of Flagpole Hill. Here's heading up towards the biathlon range. Bib number 318 in that middle track. That's Mary Lyon. 319 chasing her down, Abby Brazil. That's nice because we didn't see Abby Brazil leave in the start. There she is on course.
The voice is in line with
So, oh, pardon me, Stuart.
Out goes bib number 332. That's Kieran Ringel from the Pacific Northwest.
And 3:33 getting set there. That's Amanda Kirkaby. She's a Far West skier of Mammoth Mountain Ski Club. She'll be followed by her teammate from the same club, Megan Thompson, there getting settled in. It's always comforting to know you've got a teammate before or after you. Gives you a little bit of a psychological boost having a training partner. So there goes 3:34. We'll see again shortly. Megan is Nicole Gilman of the Midwest Division. Gets settled in wearing bib 335. We're thrilled to have her alongside with us. Stuart, I've just learned we've got thousands of people watching online in our live stream, so hello and welcome to them.
And there was a spike yesterday when the male athletes or the girls got home. They were watching the boys race online on Monday. We raced on Monday. We're racing again today, Wednesday. Racing again on Friday and Saturday as bib number 336, Abigail Beyer, heads out from the Far West. Bib number 337, Camille Saiban, another Far West athlete, is going to be chasing her teammate down.
337, they're both from the Auburn Ski Club there, high altitude up at Donner's Summit there. Always a big debate in Nordic skiing. Does high altitude training assist or hurt athletes? Often they say there's a big advantage to training high, sleeping low. Gives a bit of a physiological advantage there. But for a lot of these Western athletes, it feels pretty good to come down to lower altitude. We're about at 1,800 feet above sea level here in Lake Placid. Here's racer 339 here. This is Meg Anderson of the Rocky Mountain Division. High altitude skier coming down to just above sea level as we see number 340. Zoe Noble of the High Plains squad there. They brought a great team to this championship event. The Pinedale Ski Club in beautiful Wyoming. And number 341, Stuart, coming into view. This is Isabel Carr.
Maggie Meads is sitting on the bubble for the U18. She posted a 5-minute 12 loop of the 1.5K classic sprint. 30 athletes we're looking for at U18 level. She's in 29th position with some 15 athletes still either on course or left to start.
So sports fans, as we watch 342 take off, that's Daisy Dolan, and 343 behind her, that's Natalie Plateau. Let's run you through the standings as they are so far. Of course, you can follow on Superior Timing. It's Margaret Gellert who's in charge here for the U18 ladies with a 445. In 457, 11 seconds behind her is Brenna Schwartz of New England. Hadissa Lerber of the Pacific Northwest sitting in third with a 459. At the 5-minute mark, in fourth place, Abby Jarzen. In fifth is Jenna DeFalco. Sixth place, Quinn Lame-Cool of the Far West. Seventh place is Rocky Mountain's Graceland Shanley. Anna Mayala is in eighth place so far. Ninth place, Gamma Monk. And 10th place is Kristen Miller of New England in the U18 ladies. And we're moving on. We see 345. That's Eliza Blood of the Mid-Atlantic Division taking to her tracks. There's a nice shot as we pan. This is at the top of Flagpole Hill. You see athletes going both directions, and it's great that Yuri's provided with such great coverage. Of course, when we get into the heat, Stuart, these cameras are going to be looping around, so you'll be able to watch the entire race unfold live. We'll be here with the commentary as we watch racer 347, Bridget Wangler, depart for her qualifier.
Emily Robbins just out before Bridget Wangler, and Bridget is now out on course. Bib number 348, Emily Green from the Mid-Atlantics, the Mid-A team. Back out on course at the, there's a crossing right there, and there are a huge number of people here watching, David.
That's true. Watching online, watching live here in person. It's awesome atmosphere, a whole lot of mid-A action going on, as we see from the start house, and that is the real challenging climb of the course. So that's past Flagpole Hill. That's up into our biathlon training venue. As we see an athlete kicking her way up the hill, you can see the condition of the tracks pretty well. They're still intact, but starting to come apart, and that's where the athletes are absolutely at the limit. Let's give a shout-out to Racer 350. That's Emily Adamanchuk there of mid-A. So she's just behind Laura Levy, Emmy Glean, Bridget Wangler on course, and then 351 will be Gabrielle Wangler there. So a set of triplets taking part in the race there. 351 Gabrielle Wangler on course, and our final starter, Alia Sanger, will be departing the start house there. So there's a nice shot of the tracks, and there is a great shot of racer 352, Alia Sanger. Our final starter for the U18, U20 ladies. So they're on course. We're going to take a 2-minute break, Stuart, until we go into our U16 ladies. So we pan now. That's a beautiful shot of Flagpole Hill, and you can see it's a great venue for spectating there. Awesome spots for the spectators to cheer on our Mid-Atlantic skiers as they stride their way in perfect formation up the climb. A shout out to the wax crews there who've kept the skis working all day. Great to see, and you can see the action unfold on your screen. So that's about 100 meters outside of the starting zone, and this now we've panned to the transition. This is just up at the top. You can see the flags in the distance there. And then the next camera on course, this is the climb just below the biathlon stadium. So some athletes there opting to not use the tracks. They're finding better grip as they stay on the inside there. Outside of the tracks, you can see a Far West skier make the jump. She's trying to stay on top of that kick zone there. And some Rocky Mountain skiers. That looks to be Natalie Plattel trying to stay in contact there. And there's a good shot of Bridget Wangler charging through, and a high plane skier, Emily Robbins, working hard. On course, we saw 344. That's Sadie Peterson as she works her way. And some Mid-Atlantic skiers. I think that might be Bridget Wangler and Emily Green as they're charging their way around this course. Italy Adamanchuk coming up there into view as well for the Mid-A division. And we're going to pan, I believe, again.
Here we go. Nicole Gilman in the U20 division is sitting close to that bubble. 28th spot for her, around a 5:33 for Nicole. So that's the bubble time, the 5:33, 5:35 time for the U20 level.
Good views of Emily Adamanchuk there and Gabrielle Wangler as they stride their way up. Moving up, we see Laura Levy and Emily Green, also of the Mid-Atlantic Division. These ladies trying to keep it going well. And great technique there for Bridget Wangler, 347, staying on top of the kick zone there. Just behind her, she's made a pass. Emily Robbins there of High Plains is charging and staying in contact. Just behind her, I believe, is Bridget Wangler. And 346 will be Emily Robbins. Okay, there's bib 349, Laura Levy attacking there, her teammate just behind her. If we can get a view at that bib, there's 349. That is Laura Levy charging up over. That's the very top of the climb that we can see in that frame there. So you can say 3 lanes of tracks. That'll make things easy once we get to our heats.
And you can see just how much snow we've got on course out there, Dave, because it's like outside of this venue, we're looking at grass. So we were blowing snow all the way up those hills, pushing it down, pushing it up. Bib number 350 going through there, Emily Atamanchuk. Bib number 351, Gabrielle Wangler. One of 2 sets of triplets in today's race. And our final athlete coming up the hill is bib number 352, Alea Sanger.
There's a beautiful view. Oh, I mean, it looks like we're almost in Lochte or Holmenkollen, Stewart, there at the finish. Look at that. You can see the sunshine. You can see the great atmosphere at the finish there. A lot of enthusiasm. You can see our sponsor banners. It's a great-looking venue, and it's a perfect setup for terrific sprint qualifying, which is the name of the game today. Let's take a second to run you through the standings. In the U18 ladies category, we've got Margaret Gellert on top for Alaska. Renna Schwartz of New England is in second. Hadassah Lerber in the U18 ladies category, the Pacific Northwest in third. Abby Jarzen in fourth. Jenna DeFalco in fifth. Quinn Lamecool of Far West is in sixth. Gracelyn Shanley in seventh. And it looks like now we've moved. Our 2 minutes are up, and we're getting right underway with our U16 ladies. So we're well underway with that field there as we watch. Annie Gonzalez has departed. We're now on to Olivia Dreger. Has departed and a layman on course, and this is Elizabeth Harding, number 368, as she takes to her effort here. These are our U16 lady skiers, looking great and ready to roll.
Bib number 369, Sydney Palmer Ledger. She had a good race the other day.
That's correct. Sydney Palmer Ledger of the Intermountain Division had a brilliant day on the tracks. She'll be looking to replicate that performance with another podium finish for the Intermountain Division team as we watch 370 get set to go. That's Waverly Gebhardt of the Rocky Mountain Division. I believe her brother Wyatt is also competing in the event, making it a family affair. And there's 371, Stewart. That's Novi McCabe, a U16 skier representing the Pacific Northwest team.
So out goes bib number 371, Novi McCabe, Pacific Northwest. Bib number 372, Molly Fehringer, is in the gate from the High Plains division. So as our U20 and U18 level athletes are bringing in the end of their division, we've got our U16 level athletes going out now. Bib number 373, Sarah Morgan from the Intermountain division, just heading out from underneath our starters tent. 374 is in the gate. Kendall Kramer from Alaska, just setting her poles in front of our starter, looking at the clock. Every 15 seconds, these young ladies are heading out. 374 on course. Nina Seaman, bib number 375. Representing the Far West is on course. Headband on, great start for her. Nina Seaman on course. Erica Asmus, bib number 376, is in the gate, representing the Great Lakes division. Locked and loaded, there she goes. She's heading out on her way, bib number 377. Annie McColgan from the Pacific Northwest is up now. Hot pink headband, kiss-like pants. She's on course, bib number 378, Lexi Madigan from the Far West. Lexi just looking, they have a timer just to the side. That's what you can see, the athletes looking for their start. Bib number 379, Bridget Donovan from the Rocky Mountain division, just making sure her skis are still moving. With that wax on the bottom of the skis, you don't want to get stuck in the start gate. 379 is on course. Anna-Sophie Ravnar from Canada is up next, bib number 380. With bib number 381 right behind her, Kiana Mullings is now in the gate as Anna-Sophie Ravnar heads out on course.
So things are looking great here. I see a lot of techs in the outrun of the ski jump there working on wax and testing. Great little venue to make sure they're staying up to date on the temperature changes we're seeing. There's Fiona Max there of the Mount Bachelor squad for the Pacific Northwest. She's ready to take for her qualifier. And we'll keep you updated. I'm sure you're keeping, folks are keeping an eye on the times. Of course, the mark to beat is the top 30 effort so far. And we're watching athletes come in there across the line. So the first U16s have come across the line. There's some great times being put down. And there's number 384. That's Sylvie Link of the Mid-Atlantic Division. She departs now. So we have an athlete in. Boy, what a blistering time set by Kaya Rotzlaff there. A 5:08 for her. That's a fantastic effort for the U14 skier. Unbelievable job for her. Kaiser Bednarski, our second finisher in. She's in second place with a 5:09. And Andy Gonzalez of Alaska is in third unofficially now out of three starters to come across the line with a 5:54.
Bib number 386, Ella Walter from the Intermountain division is on course. Bib number 387 is in the start gate. Annabelle Needham from the Great Lakes division. I got temperature outside right now of some 42 degrees. We're going to warm to 44 degrees at around noon, and then we start to drop. We're saying cloudy, showers, and 38 degrees by 5 o'clock. So we're undergoing a real swing. Out goes 386, Ella Walter. Annabelle Needham from the Great Lakes division, 387, is on her way. 388, Anna Jensen. And there goes Laura Appleby from New England with 390, Charlotte Ogden. Again, another New England athlete in the gate.
As we know, that's the younger sister of Catherine Ogden, who is on that bronze medal team at the Junior World Championships. So skiing runs in that family. Of course, her brother Ben competing as well. As we watch 391, that's Greta Schultz of Pacific Northwest getting ready to take her effort.
Wow, Novi McCabe, 4 minutes and 46 seconds. A sub 5 minute U16 athlete.
Unbelievable. Great effort there for Novi McCabe. Sydney Palmer-Ledger, a real standout in the freestyle races, put down a great qualifier as well from Park City, Utah. She put down a 4:59. So great to see these U16 ladies going under that 5-minute mark. Really fantastic racing. 393 we see getting ready to go. That's Sarah Olson. Annabelle Hagen has departed already. And following Olson there will be Kate Oldham of the Rocky Mountain squad. She's coming in to take her start there. Tony Goodwin is getting the wand ready for her effort. 394 getting settled in, Kate Oldham of the Rocky Mountain division. And here we go, moving right along. 395 getting set to go, Madison Wills of the High Plains squad out of Casper, Wyoming, the Casper Nordic Ski Club, and here she is getting underway, and we move right to a Rocky Mountain athlete. Again, a lot of fans watching from the Rocky Mountain division out there in Colorado and the Midwest as well. 396, that'll be Shannon Seabury, and she'll be followed by a teammate, Avery Harrington. Athletes out of Vail and Steamboat Springs, respectively. So Avery Harrington there of Steamboat and the Rocky Mountain squad getting ready. She'll be chased by Ella Kuzik, number 398, who is pulling into the starting gate now. So the teammates are going nuts there for Ella as she prepares. Libby Tuttle will be hot on her heels wearing bib number 399. Skiing for the Midwest Division. I think that's my favorite suit of these championships there, the Midwest squad. Lots of bright colors, a little black thrown in there for contrast. Pretty awesome stuff. So 399 once again is Libby Tuttle. Isabel Max will be our next starter coming into view now.
Waverly Gebhardt and Sarah Morgan and Crendell Kramer posting great times under 5 minutes and 20 seconds, putting them in top 10 positions when we're looking for the top 30 from these U16s in the classic sprint. Bib number 401. Lily Bates is in the gate and out and on the course. Molly Blacksley from Rocky Mountain Division. Bib number 402 is under our shaded start line.
She's ready to go, and 403 gets ready to go. Maggie Druckenmuller is all set, and keeping an eye on those standings. It's Novi McCabe. Boy, she's in the driver's seat with a 12-second lead over Sydney Palmer-Ledger. Sarah Morgan of IMD's in third, Anna Lehman of New England in there, 17 seconds out with a 5:05. Bridget Donovan in fifth. Right now, Waverly Gebhardt of Rocky Mountain in sixth. Kaya Rotzlaff is in seventh currently. Kaisa Bednarski of the Midwest in eighth, and it's Kendall Kramer in ninth, rounding out the top 10. Annie McColgan with a 5:26 is in 10th right now, but 4:05, that's Olivia Cuneo, is set to take her effort here. And there she goes, she's departed.
20 athletes left to go in the U16 division for the ladies.
That's right, Stuart. Here we go is Charlotte Brown, number 406 from the Midwest, and there will be two Intermountain skiers coming up next. Chasing Charlotte Brown as she departs there. Next will be Lena Farah. So that's, of course, a name we know well here in Lake Placid.
Let's go, Lena.
Lena getting ready to go now for 07.
Let's go, Lena.
So 408 will be up next. Georgiana Fisher of the Intermountain Division there of the Bridger Ski Foundation, number 408. Of course, Lena Farah, the daughter of John Farah, good friend of ours here in Lake Placid, was here for many years as we watch Anna Dye, number 409 of the High Plains Division. Get ready to go, take her effort. And let's see, we've got 15 more skiers left to take the start here, Stuart, and that'll wrap up our sprint qualifying.
In the gate, Jordan Miner, bib number 410 from the Rocky Mountain Division, and Aspen Valley Ski Club.
Aspen producing some great athletes there up at high altitude. Jordan Miner, one of that crew. As here's Greta Leish of Pacific Northwest. She's getting ready to go, and it looks like the wind's starting to pick up there. You can see that the tents are getting a little more action, so there comes the breeze, possibly playing a role as we watch more finishers coming into way. Fiona Max there in ninth place. Bridget Donovan of Rocky Mountain putting in some great times as things move right along. And 413 will be our next athlete to go. That's Emma Sees of Alaska will be our next starter.
Emma Sees is out on course from Alaska.
So just 10 starters to go here before we wrap up our sprint qualifying. Stuart, it's been fantastic so far as we watch Isabel Say start her loop. Anna Schultz will be behind her. She's a Rocky Mountain skier. So Isabel is off, and Anna's into the gate, representing the Boulder team there, and of course the Rocky Mountain division. But boy, things are looking great. We're setting us up for a perfect afternoon of heats here, fun in the sun as our friends are enjoying the ambiance and cheering on number 415, Anna Schultz of Boulder. So we're going to have a short delay, and Lane Allison will not be joining us today, but Madeline Kitch most certainly will. She's from Massachusetts, coached by Rob Bradley there, who is a member of the New England coaching squad. As we watch 417 Madeline Kitch get ready and adjusted here.
There's a good time came in there from Annabelle Hagan from the In the Mountain division. 5:07 for her, that 8th fastest qualifying time for our ladies. Bib number 418. Annika Heinstad from Alaska.
So currently that magical bubble is at 5:45, the mark to beat. So that's currently Annie Gonzalez of Alaska, who's sitting right in the bubble there. And number 31, Anna Schreifer, has missed that there. The Mid-Atlantic skier is just bumped out of the top 30.
Frances Hamilton, 419, is now out on course with Leah Rude, 420, on deck.
But one to watch for sure today, Novi McCabe. Currently, I'm not sure if that time of hers, 4:48, will be challenged today. Sydney Palmer Ledger, she's right on that 5-minute mark in second place. And Sarah Morgan of IMD is in third with a 5:05. But again, the time to beat there to make it into that top 30 bubble is that 5:45-minute mark. It's just come down to 5:38. Erica Asmus of Superior Land Ski Club has moved into the top 30, and she's just been bumped out. And 5:36 now the bubble time.
There goes Brianna Rickett from the Rocky Mountain Division and Gunnison Nordics team. 4:22, Adriana Profit from Alaska is on course with 4:23 on deck. And our final athlete, 4:24, Kaylin Jackson. But Paige Coletta from the Intermountain Division is our second to last athlete at U16 level in the Classic Sprint at the USSA Cross Country Junior Nationals 2017.
Indeed, sports friends, you're watching our final qualifier of the entire day. So the honors go to Kaylin Jackson, number 424. She'll be our final starter. And that wraps up our qualifying. Our last qualifiers are on course now and looking phenomenal, so our timer is going there to take a little break. Excuse me, our starters, our timers hopefully are still timing, Stuart. That would be,
this is true,
I think, the most fair. So everyone's on course. Let's watch our results come in live here. And I think we're just, for our folks watching live, you've got a beautiful view of the tent, which is nice. You can see the action unfolding, but we'll keep you up to date here with what's going on. That top 30 mark is 5:35. It's Shannon Seabury there, who is on the bubble of the Rocky Mountain Club. Her teammate there, Avery Harrington, is sitting well in 28th. Olivia Drager there in 29th. But still, the time to beat, Novi McCabe with a 4:48. Sydney Palmer Ledger of IMD in second. So, Sarah Morgan is there right now in third. It's Anna Lehman of New England in fourth, Bridget Donovan in fifth, as we're watching, Stuart. More finishers come across the line.
And let's just give people a heads up. In about 40 minutes time, in 40 minutes time, this event is run like clockwork. There are clocks posted all over the venue down to the closest second. We are telling you that qualifications and quarterfinal heats for the U20 men will start in 40 minutes time.
We're watching more finishers come in there. Charlotte Brown just joined us at the finish line and coming across the line there as well. Lena Farah, of course, the daughter of John Farah, longtime Nordic friend here in Lake Placid. So she's across the line with a great time of 5:38. Taking a look at some recent times. An awesome performance there by Olivia Cuneo, the New England skier who puts herself into the top 15. as more athletes charging in towards the home stretch. Lacey Norris recently came across the line from the Far West Division. And joining us now, Georgiana Fisher of the IMD Division, Bridger Ski Foundation there. Beautiful Bozeman, Montana. 5:46 her finish time. So that puts her into 42nd place. So unfortunately, her day will not continue, and we're looking at the beautiful footage there of the final stretch as we watch an athlete powering to the line. And of course, that's Jordan Miner, a Rocky Mount skier from Aspen, Colorado, with a great time of 5:45 for her. Puts her out of the top 30, but 4:11 joins us. Greta Leish with a 5:38. That one's going to be pretty close, but I think she's just past the top 30 bubble. More skiers coming into view. A beautiful shot of our stadium there. This is the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex. The 20-meter, 120-meter, and 90-meter ski jumps all visible in the distance as Emma Sees from Alaska joins us. She's put in a great effort of 5:32. Stuart, that's going to be a really close one. I think she may have moved into the top 30 there as we see 4:14 coming behind her. Anna Schultz of Boulder with a 5:15. And Isabel Say there of Peak Nordic, the Midwestern Division, comes in with a 5:26 race time.
Anna Schultz has just posted a time that I think is going to see her jump well into the top 30 with a 5:15.
Indeed. There's Anna Dye coming in, so Anna's a popular name for Nordic ski racers. There we go. So Anna Schultz, her time's good enough for 12th position, so that secures her a berth in the top 30. And it looks like Isabel Say has moved on to the heats this afternoon. Congratulations. She's a skier for Peak Nordic, and Anna Dye is in from the High Plains Division with a 7:06. That's good enough for 55th place in the U16 division.
Two more athletes coming in, and you'll see the banners in the background. This event, the 2007 USSA Cross Country Junior National Championships, are presented by LL Bean and Kraft. Thank you very much to those supporters, as well as Rosinol, Fisher, Endurance Enterprises, wherein lies Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, and National Nordic Foundation, as well as Podiumware and Coca-Cola, who have helped us put on this event. Thank you to all of our sponsors. Annika Hanstad from Alaska, well done to you. Top 16 for you, so you're definitely into this afternoon's qualifiers. Madeline Kitch, a time of 5:40 for you. Not good enough to get you into the top 30, but Leah Rudd from the Midwest Division, 21st place for you. Lopit Nordic Racing's Leah Rudd. A few more athletes still out on course. 4 or 5 athletes, if I would say. Adriana Profit, 5:22, is going to make it into that top 30.
A little public service announcement here. We're paging athlete number 15. That's Peter Walter of the Intermountain Division, Sun Valley Ski Educational Foundation. So Peter Walter, we're going to need to see you in the jury room as soon as possible. Once again, if anybody has contact with Peter Walter of IMD in the U20 Division, Sun Valley program, we need to see him in the jury room, please.
Athlete number 423 coming through there, Paige Coletta from the Intermountain Division. 5:48 for you. Not going to be good enough for a top 30 spot and quarterfinal heats for you. Kaylin Jackson, 5:44.
That's a wrap.
The course is open for our men U20 and U18. Anybody or whoever, as Jim Rodriguez says, or whoever. If you want to head out on the course right now, you are more than welcome to. There will be a closing 5 minutes before at 11:55, so the course is now open for 30 minutes. Swing downstairs and see our ladies from Green Goddess. They've got all kinds of soups and sandwiches, drinks and desserts. And of course, many of you have taken the opportunity to buy what is possibly one of the prettiest logos I've ever seen with this 2017 Junior National Championships logo. Downstairs in the base lodge, we have a store. Go see. They've got everything from Beanie Babies all the way up to ladies' hooded vests, sweatshirts, and T-shirts. Go take something home. If you're not from around here, or if you are from here, there's nothing better than a bit of Lake Placid logoed merchandise hanging in the wardrobe that you can wear out to your next cocktail party or just shopping down Main Street. So go see the ladies downstairs in the store. They'll be happy to help you.
So there we go, Stuart. That wraps up our qualifier for this morning. It's now a different name of the game as we wait it out. We're gonna wrangle all the data so you don't have to. Just enjoy yourself, sit back, and you can see it's a beautiful day in the Adirondacks. Just a few clouds lazily flying by in our screen there. As we watch, we've got a great view of the stadium. Running you through our schedule for today. So it's 11:30 in the a.m. We're going to start our quarterfinal heat number 1, our U20 men's, at 12 o'clock noon. So that gives us 35 minutes to have a little break, get a little bite to eat, recharge, and join us back here in approximately 35 minutes where you can watch online or you can watch here in person. If you're joining us here in the Adirondacks, it's going to be a fantastic afternoon of sprints. I can guarantee that. And once again, on behalf of all of us here at the 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships, thanks so much for joining us out here on the tracks today. We'll be back shortly with your quarterfinal heat action.
Design flaw, more R&D. But R&D means rip off and duplicate.
That was it. I didn't know if you wanted to bring it down there. Okay. So they asked you that question, the ladies?
No, but that was announced at the coaches meeting. No, it needs to be in the same location.
So if you placed it, that would be.
Okay, I'll do right now. So let me actually, which camera I'm using right now? I'm on that camera.
Well, whatever works. I just didn't want to unplug anything or.
I'll do it in a second.
All right, folks, just keeping you posted here. A time check. It's 11:41, meaning we're just under 20 minutes to go until we start our heat number 1. For this afternoon, that'll be 12 o'clock. We'll start with our U20 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. So, again, plenty of time to relax, enjoy the sun. Looks like the wind's going to be picking up a little bit this afternoon, so make sure you keep your belongings battened down. But for now, we're enjoying beautiful blue skies. And again, just under 20 minutes to go until we start men's U20 quarterfinal heat number 1 here at the 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships. All right, sports aficionados, hope you're having a blast down there on the deck. And to our friends watching online, again, welcome here. You're joining us here in Lake Placid, the Olympic Sports Complex, the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Facility. Things are looking beautiful for our heats that are going to wind up in just about 10 minutes. Again, we are 10 minutes away from the start of our first quarterfinal heat. That'll be the U20 men's quarterfinal heat number 1. If you're wondering who's taking part in that event there, we've got a list ready for you. No, we don't. All right, so in our quarterfinal heat number 1 in 10 minutes, we'll have Nick Sweeney, our top qualifier from this morning. He posted a 3:46. Cameron Hussein of New England, Peter Walter, IMD, Nathan Wells, Vin O'Connell, and Bryce Hartman will be taking part in quarterfinal heat number 1. From there, 2 will advance, and we'll have several lucky losers, 4 in total, moving on through the rounds. So once again, 10 minutes to go until we start our quarterfinal heat number 1 for our U20 men's event. All right, just a little announcement here while we've got some time. On behalf of the New England squad, wanted to see if anybody has found a pair of Fisher Classic test skis. They are Fisher Classic boards, and they say OSI on them. So if any coaches or athletes there happen to mistakenly grab a pair of Fishers that aren't theirs, please bring them over to the New England Wax trailer. Once again, Fisher Classic race skis, they say OSI on them, and they belong to the New England squad. Lots of skis around today, and it's important that we keep things in good order. Checking the time here, Stuart. We are 9 minutes out from the start of our men's quarterfinal heat number 1. It's going to be thrilling to watch. We're getting our live stream cameras positioned for optimal views on that final left-footed corner as the athletes wheel around into our final finishing straight. Stuart, I'm pretty excited. It's great that our friends watching online can join us here as well. And it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. So again, stay with us. We are now 8 minutes away from the start of our men's U20 quarterfinal heat number 1.
So pretty much like one right and one in the front. And
So a day and a half into announcing, and David and I have just earned our first lunch. And those sandwiches from the Green Goddesses, if you haven't eaten yet, you need to make sure that after you've spent some money in the store that you go buy yourself I had a little piggy had roast beef with blue cheese, and we're just splitting a little half of a turkey with bacon and lettuce and on an unbelievable bread, which the bread on its own would be a meal. So swing inside if you're hungry. Our ladies from Green Goddess, they always got great soups, great desserts, but their sandwiches are to die for, so make sure you get yourself something to eat. Athletes, they're probably all good for you because their stuff is nothing but healthy. So that's our concessionaire and food service providers who are out of the Olympic jumping or the Olympic sports complex. Normally, they've moved their program to here at the ski jumps as we moved our program of cross-country skiing and junior nationals to the ski jumps. They've moved their gear to here, and we're glad they're here with us. Yuri has just been running around moving cameras. He's sweating. We're going to give him a bottle of water. Are you happy with where you got your cameras, Yuri? He thinks so. All right, so broadcasting live on Facebook. You'll be able to see that. And scoring-wise, the scoring website is, David?
Again, superior timing. You can follow all the action live there, and that's going to provide you up to the second results on splits as we go through these heats. Again, timing a little less important, but still pretty critical. So the top 2 of these heats as they come through will automatically advance, and then we're going to have a total of 4 lucky losers who will have the opportunity to move on. So again, the pace of these heats is important for those lucky losers to advance. Looking out at the flags, boy, things are starting to kick up just a little bit here as we get more sun, and they're saying a little bit of a wind watch in effect for this afternoon, gusts of up to 50 miles an hour. I think for our Canadian friends, that's approximately 270 meters per second. But keep things battened down and enjoy. Again, time check. We are now 6 minutes away from the start of U20 final number 1.
Course is now closed for training. Course is closed for training.
So once again, let's walk you through a few of our athletes who are going to be taking part in U20 heat number 1. So once again, just walking you through the bracket system as we go. So we've got our quarterfinals here. The top 2 automatically advance into the semis, and we're going to have a total of 2 lucky losers. Again, 2 lucky losers, and that'll be based on time. So the top fastest 2, and they could easily come from through position. Time check here, 11:56. This is the 4-minute warning. I see our athletes moving over. Dialing it in, and this will be the start of quarterfinal heat number 1. Again, if you're joining us online, welcome here. It's just about 12 o'clock noon, meaning we're 3 minutes to go until we start men's U20. Quarterfinal as the wind begins to pick up just a little bit. Temperatures approaching our high for the day at 42 degrees. Although with the wind kicking up, it doesn't necessarily feel quite as balmy as it did before. So he comes from a town called Aspen, Colorado, 19 years of age. Went to Aspen High School. Being all around mayhem that is Nick Sweeney. Our second athlete wearing bib number 10 will be Cameron Hussein. He's from New England Division, competes for the Stratton Mountain School. His qualifying time of 4:02.28 was good enough for 10th best on the day. Number 11 joining us here, athlete number 3, Peter Walter of IMD. He's from Sun Valley, Idaho. His qualifier time of 4:02.86, good enough for 11th place. And here we are, we're seconds away, folks. So you're watching right at the start as we get things underway. We'll keep you posted as these athletes go on course. And if you're joining us here again, a hearty welcome. I'm your co-host, Dave McCahill, along with Stuart Hemsley. We're up in the announcer's booth. We've got a great vantage here looking at the start. And again, we've got Nathan Wells there wearing bib number 20. He's from the Intermountain Division. So we've got 2 New England athletes, 2 IMD athletes, a Rocky Mountain skier, and a Mid-Atlantic skier. We've got Finn O'Connell in the field, and he's a Nordic combined athlete, so he's been off the 90-meter ski jump, which he is standing, and we've called our competitors to the line. Bib number 30 there is Bryce Hartman competing for the Mid-Atlantic Division, and our athletes are ready and towing the line. Stuart, you can feel the excitement growing as we kick off our quarterfinal heats here. We're going to be following the action live. We've got a great view, and they're off. Here we go. So we're watching there, the athletes looking really good. They're merging there into now 3 tracks as they settle in for their qualifier. It's a good start. And we've got IMD out front, so Walter and Wells are leading the pace and looking good. And there's Bryce Hartman in the red and white mid-A suit as the athletes move. We're going to pan out to Flagpole Hill. So there's a short climb by the freestyle pool where we have the kickers, and then a short downhill, a technical right footer as the athletes charge into Flagpole Hill, and we'll see how things unfold. So a little gap being formed, and it looks to be a New England skier out front. That's Cameron Hussein or Finn O'Connell making the move, but the entire field still intact. The athletes charging and looking good. Stuart, we see the wax is starting to kick pretty good there. The Techs have done a great job. Bryce Hartman there, the mid-A skier, trying to stay in contact. And pretty soon we're going to pan shortly to our... This is terrific. You can see, look at the flags there. They're battling a pretty fierce headwind.
This is the first time we're going around the course with Yuri and his cameras, and they're up right approaching the top of our Flagpole Hill, otherwise known as a pretty good tubing hill for the general public, but this time these boys are working hard going uphill, and we're about to change over to our third camera position, which is by the ticket office in the upper parking lot, where our trailers are, and our techs have been working feverishly waxing skis.
So we're going to pan here. Yuri's going to send us over to cam number 3, heading us into the middle of the course there, and there we go. So the athletes are already gone by. All right, so there we go. There's the footage. The athletes are charging up over the crest of Flagpole Hill, looking really solid. Looks to be a New England skier out front, but I'm sure we're going to see Nick Sweeney tucked in there somewhere. Cameron Hussein, I believe, is leading the charge. Looking really solid. Let's see if we can identify some bib numbers there. Number 21 looking solid. That's Finn O'Connell. And there's bib number 1 coming in on the inside, Nick Sweeney, our top qualifier from the morning. There's Bryce Hartman fighting to stay in contact, and we're going to pan. This is the final climb. This is a real steep kicker. There's a short, about 3 or 4 meter climb right out of the gate, and then the sustained hill. 3 tracks the athletes can use as they come into view. So looking here, we see Sweeney is in there as well. Finn O'Connell looking really good in this mix as well. And this is pretty critical because at this point, Stuart, they're going to round. It's going to be a left footer around to the downhill. So you can see number 11 coming on the inside. Walter has positioned himself really well. Number 21, Finn O'Connell, charging, staying in contact. And our top qualifier, Sweeney, in there as well. So those guys have put on a little bit of distance. And there is Hartman of mid-A charging around. And so we're watching Hartman striding there, the wax to be looking good. He's in the tracks, and those are holding up relatively well, all things considered. Kudos to the mid-A waxing team as Hartman rounds the corner, and we're going to pan now to Flagpole Hill. So great, this footage there. So the athletes are on descent. So what we saw unfold there, Stuart, we saw Finn O'Connell, the Nordic combined skier, now competing for New England. We saw in the mix as well Cameron Hussein, Nick Sweeney, and Peter Walter all pushing the pace. And there we go. So gaps have been formed. So look at, we've got 4 athletes there off the front, looking really good. I see Walter in the mix there. I see Rocky Mountains, that looks to be Nick Sweeney, who's made a move there and really made up some ground on the downhill. And there is Bryce Hartman. I counted a total of 5, so I wonder if we lost one there. There could have been a crash. There's Hartman coming around, and now we've panned to our finish. So we're going to get a good view here of right behind the bleachers from our announcer's booth, Stuart, so we can keep you posted as we prepare our athletes for heat number 2. They'll be starting momentarily.
Here comes our first athlete around the back of the bleacher for the 90 outrun. And as soon as
so there we go. It's clear it's a New England skier. I believe that is Finn O'Connell charging into view, looking really solid. So these two will advance. Indeed, it's Finn O'Connell who's had a brilliant effort there. And this is interesting. Things have really mixed up. And number 10, Cameron Hussein there. So it's 2 New England skiers who move on and advance there. Congratulations to those 2. It was a team effort in our top qualifier there. Nick Sweeney and number 11, Peter Walter, finishing in 3rd and 4th, respectively. Here come 2 more. Hartman's done a good job of staying in contact. Number 20, Nathan Wells of IMD coming to the line as well. So these athletes fighting well for their heat. So it was New England, Cameron Hussein and Finn O'Connell take the top 2, so they advance automatically. And Nick Sweeney and Cameron Hussein, Nick Sweeney and Peter Walter in the mix as well. Looking, we're ready at the start for quarterfinal heat number 2.
Yep, athletes have been called to the line. And they're underway. In here, bib number 4, Etienne Herbert. Number 7, Lance McKenney. Bib number 14, Nicola Matalik. Andrew Siegel, bib 17. Ryan Jackson, 24. And Calvin Bates, 27.
So there they go, 27 way on the inside by our camera. That's Calvin Bates of New England. A little bit of team tactics at play here. So we saw New England, Finn O'Connell and Cameron Hussein worked really well together to make that happen. And they really put the hurt down on Nick Sweeney and Peter Walter, who are in there as well. Now, so we're looking at this heat. We've got 2 Canadians. We've got 2 Intermountain skiers, 2 New England skiers. So there definitely will be some team tactics at play as we look at Flagpole Hill. All the athletes still in contact, and Wax looks to be kicking well. So all these athletes together striding up the hill, and it's not until we get past up into the biathlon venue that things start to crumple like a wet cardboard box.
We are 4 wide. It's almost NASCAR-like. There's 3 tracks going up the hill, 3 tracks set. But as we found earlier, athletes were selecting to step out of the tracks and into not so much fresh snow, but free snow.
That's true. It's getting pretty mealy and soft out there. You can see the flags are definitely whipping. There's a wind advisory in for Lake Placid for this afternoon. They're calling for some gusts of up to 50 miles an hour as our athletes crest the top of Flagpole Hill. Again, so we're looking there. We've got some coaches there on the inside. We'll be looking for Hebert, McKinney, Matalich, Siegel, Jackson, and Bates charging over the top any second now. So we've got a Colorado coach there, keeping an eye on things. He knows he's on camera, I hope. Ready with the poles in case things go, and there we go. So our first indication of how things are shaping up after Flagpole Hill. The athletes charging around and looking good. I see a lot of red suits, which means that Intermountain Division is very much in the hunt here, as are the Canadians. So Stuart, let's keep an eye. We've got skiers in the mix. Number 4, Etienne Hebert of Canada looking well. He's leading out number 7, Lance McKinney of New England. There we go. His teammate Andrew Siegel and Calvin Bates are all staying in contact. So very much anybody's race at this point, Stuart. So now we're panning to basically the 3rd major climb as the athletes stride into view. Wax looks to be working well. So setting the pace, our fastest qualifier of this heat is Etienne Hebert of Club Monterski in Quebec. And there they are lined up, one athlete out of the tracks. And that's a really solid effort for number 24, Ryan Jackson on the outside. Number 7 striding well, that's Lance McKinney. And going out the back, we have 17 and 27, Andrew Siegel and Calvin Bates struggling to stay in contact, but pretty much all together. Now it comes down to the downhill. No mistakes, no room for error on this fast ascent. So we'll see how things shake out at this moment now. It's Hebert and McKinney. Very much in the hunt. We'll see how things shake out. Looks like Bates was starting to lose contact a little bit in this heat.
Unlike with the first heat where Nick Sweeney wasn't out in front, Etienne and Lance have chosen to be out in front and try and stay out in front as they were. We have some times for the, we're not really recording times for the, it's first 2 automatic bids and then our fastest 2 losers.
So in our picture now, it's down to 4, so 2 athletes are out the back, so it's anybody's game at this point, but 2 athletes have clearly made a gap there on this track that a lot of folks watching know so well. It's a commonly used venue for a lot of U.S. ski team training camps in the fall. We missed them this year, and it lines up well with our Climb to the Castle roller ski event. So 4 athletes out front, but 2 have clearly made a mark on this. I believe it's Etienne Hebert of our guest category out of Quebec. And we'll see who is currently in 2nd position now. In our picture, you can see our athletes from quarterfinal heat number 3 lined up. Trayson Knopp, Carl Schultz, Tom Schoderbeck, Evan Barber, Evan Carr, and Andrew Patik are lined up as we watch the final. Here they are in our picture now. All right, so there we go. So it's Ryan Jackson, bib number 24, who's done so well. Ryan Jackson, the 2 Canadians are out front. So Etienne Hebert, they're clearly talking to each other, and it's number 7, Lance McKinney, who is fighting for that lucky loser spot. So the 2 Canadians advance automatically. So Ryan Jackson, a brilliant performance for Team Hardwood, along with fellow Canadian Etienne Hebert, and Lance McKinney in that 3rd position. So looking now into the far right of our picture, as we watch number 17, Andrew Siegel of IMD cross the line. We're ready for quarterfinal heat number 3. So looking here, we have 2 athletes from the Pacific Northwest, 2 athletes from the Mid-Atlantic Division. Rocky Mountain skier and an Alaskan here. Number 5 is Trayson Knopp. Number 6 is Carl Schultz. And here we go. We're underway. The cowbells are ringing, folks. You got a great view of the picture. These athletes make their double pole frenzy. And they're off. We see the mid-A skiers on the left. There's number 26 in our picture now, Andrew Patik of Pacific Northwest. Again, the mid-A skiers here are Evan Carr and Carl Schultz. Tom Schoderbeck and Andrew Patik there as the crowd roars. A lot of enthusiasm here going on. And they're very much in the mix as they head up Flagpole Hill. So this is where the rubber meets the road, as it were. So athletes staying connected there. And it looks like from my picture here, Stuart, 3 athletes have started to make a little mark there. Could have been a little congestion coming through one of those corners as they are striding well coming up Flagpole Hill.
Carl Schultz has made his way out into, what would you call that if they're outside of tracks? Is it loose snow?
It's loose snow, so just staying outside of the tracks. Oh, so it looks like Carl Schultz is down. It looks like the wax for the mid-A crew there is a little bit tough. He's having trouble making it bite there. So the conditions are continuously changing. They're trying to find a recipe that works for these athletes as we pan our picture again. So the question of the day is, are these athletes going to stay in the tracks or outside of them? And how will those tracks hold up? So here we have a little bit of terrain in the shade here. So that snow is obviously going to be cooling at a different rate, or warming rather, than our snow in the sun. And now, any second now, we should see our athletes coming up. There they are. All right, so 3 athletes have made their move, and the pack has begun to fracture. Evan Carr of Williams College in mid-A is on the left in our picture, and a New England skier. Excuse me, that's number 5 there, as we can tell, Trayson Knopp of Alaska, and number 15, Tom Schoderbeck of the Pacific Northwest. Coming through now, there's Carl Schultz, a mid-A skier. He was our champion in the U20 freestyle event, and he is out the back. No, excuse me, so that is Carl Schultz, who is leading this heat. Looking really solid there. Evan Carr, my mistake, has fallen off the pace just a little bit. Number 5 there helping to lead the pace is Trayson Knopp of Alaska. Carl Schultz on the left of our screen is got the inside line, so it looks to be 5 and 6. Knopp and Schultz there with number 16 hot on their heels. That's Evan Barber of the Pacific Northwest. So those are the first 3. 16 coming through. Looking good. Number 26 as well. Andrew Patik there. And Evan Carr taking the inside line. Can't overdo it.
Probably in the last 20 minutes.
So here we go now, 2 athletes off the front. It looks to be Schultz is very much in charge of this one, and behind him in my picture, Stuart. We've got Trayson Knopp of Alaska there in second position. So that looks like how this heat is going to shake out for us now. Oh, we've got a fall on course there, so that shows that our picture showing this course is getting pretty darn challenging as you're in a tuck and things go. So we're looking at Evan Carr takes that small. It looks like the track begins to disintegrate there. So that's something to keep in mind. Here's our finish now. Coming into view is Carl Schultz in the driver's seat of this one, so he's beginning to put it on autopilot as he charges around. Boy, you can see these tracks really beginning to come apart there. So Schultz has shut it down, in command of this sprint here, and he is leading out number 5, Trayson Knopp of Alaska, so those 2 will advance. Number 16 coming around now. Evan Barber fighting for that lucky loser position.
Strong finish here for number 16. And there's Tom Schroeder back there of the Pacific Northwest in 4th place.
And our 4th heat in our quarterfinals are being called to the line. That's bib number 2, Reed Godfrey from Canada, one of our guest athletes. Eli Jensen from the Intermountain Division, bib number 9 is in this race. Ty Godfrey from Canada, so 2 Canadians in this race. Bib number 12, Ty Godfrey. Bib number 19, Logan Mowry from Alaska. Bib number 22, Dylan Seiben from the Far West Division. And bib number 29, Brett Ford from the Spokane Nordic Ski Association, representing the Pacific Northwest.
So this, I think, will be a close one. Godfrey there had a 3:47 in qualifying, 14 seconds up on the next athlete, Eli Jensen, but the other guys really packed in close within 12 seconds of each other. So we should see some really great racing in this heat number 4 to see who moves along to our next round.
Timing-wise, these guys posted closer timing finishes for qualification than the first 3 heats, and the final 5th heat closer still. So we're looking at athletes that went out on a charge this morning, maybe kept some in the bank. We haven't had anybody that was finishing on our last in each group, and in fact, we're underway. Who's that out on a charge there?
There we go. Coming along the inside there, leading things out is number 22, looking really good. That is Dylan Seiben of the Far West Nordic, Far West Division, really leading the charge. He looked to be setting the pace, and he was the 5th of 6 qualifiers in there. So this guy is a savvy sprinter. A lot of tactics here.
I saw bib number 19, Logan Mowry, close behind in 2nd spot as we take that left, where you say it's a technical ski right.
Well, you know, pretty much anything can be technical at this point, Stuart, because the snow is just so darn mealy. As we saw with Evan Carr there, you could see the tracks on the downhill disintegrating. Athletes, it's not over until you come into that final straight and cross the finish line. You know, really technical snow just when you're exhausted and the lactic acid is creeping into your legs there and you're just flushed, you know, totally spent. You've got to keep things stable and relaxed. So we're watching the athletes charge now. And we've panned up to our biathlon climb. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay in the picture here until we can give you some more information. But this is looking to be a pretty good heat shaping up.
And while we're waiting for athletes to come into picture on our live stream, let's thank our 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior Championship sponsors. Presenting sponsors LL Bean and Kraft. Thank you very much to you two. Thank you to our following supporters: Rosinol, Fisher, Endurance Enterprises, Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, and National Nordic Foundation, as well as Podiumware and Coca-Cola. Now we have an athlete on camera. It's not, it's a
That's
coach.
a coach, yeah. So the unsung heroes of this event, the Wax Techs there wearing the red bibs today, but they look to have the kick pretty dialed in. That's an Intermountain coach looking really strong. Any minute now, we should have athletes coming into our picture. And they'll be in there in a pack. Talking about team tactics here. 2 Canadians in the mix, and then it's every man for themselves. Jensen representing Intermountain. Godfrey representing Canada. 2 Godfrey, so we've got 2 brothers there in this pack. So I'm sure that Reed and Ty Godfrey are going to keep in charge of things. It looks to be Dylan Seiben, number 22, number 22, leading the charge up the climb in that Far West suit. That is Reed Godfrey there of Canmore, who is really looking solid. A Far West skier, number 22, Seiben, joins him. And there is number 19, Logan Mowry, in touch. On the inside, Eli Jensen of Sun Valley looking great. And there goes Brett Ford. They're all still in contact. So as we called it before, it's anybody's game in this heat. Only a couple seconds separating all of them.
And I believe our quarterfinal heat number 5 is going to put us back on schedule. And they'll be starting momentarily in that quarterfinal heat, representing New England and the mountain endurance team, bib number 3, Daniel Strites.
So looking here, I got our picture here on the main monitor. We have one athlete way off the front and 3 athletes tucked in behind, struggling a little bit on that downhill section. And a little too far out for me to tell you who it is, but they're going to be coming around the bleachers momentarily. But at this point, we've got one athlete well off the front with a pack of 3 coming in around the bleacher.
And heat number 5 is underway. Bib number 8, Hunter Wanders from Alaska. 13, Scott Mooney from Intermountain Division. Bib 18, Kobe Gordon, New England. Xavier Mansfield from Midwest, bib number 23. And bib number 28, David Jazak from Great Lakes.
And there we go, coming into our picture now. It's a little bit far away, but it's a fantastic finish.
Bib number 2, Reed Godfrey out in lead with 19. He's happy with that. Logan Mowry snags one of those 2 automatic bids. A little high five fist bump for his Canmore Nordic rival, Reed Godfrey.
Great racing there for Reed Godfrey, who played it pretty darn well, and Logan Mowry of Alaska really jumping into the thick of things. So those 2 will advance. Again, there we see an Intermountain Division coach charging around looking good, and quarterfinal number 5 for the U20s is underway. So watching our picture now. Say again?
We get U18s now.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no 2-minute hold?
I don't know. So our 5th quarterfinal heat is working their way up there. In that race, as we mentioned, Daniel Strites, Hunter Wonders, Scott Mooney. Of course, Wonders was a member of the Youth Olympic Games squad. Recently, Scott Mooney of the Intermountain Division looking solid. Kobe Gordon, Xavier Mansfield, and David Jazchak of Michigan Tech in the field, and they are working their way. They're up Flagpole Hill at this point, and they'll be charging their way up to the top of the course momentarily, and we'll see if we can get the picture updated for you.
Time check of 12:23 right now. Scheduled for our 12:25 start is our first of our quarterfinals for U18. Bib number 1, Noel Keith from Rocky Mountain Division is in there. Bib number 10, Scott Schultz representing the Mid-Atlantic. 11, Gregory Burt from New England. Mitchell DeLong.
All right, so looking at our picture now, number 2 has moved up a New England skier. That, of course, looking good. There's 23 in our picture now. Pardon the interruption. The picture moving a little around there. Xavier Mansfield there of the Midwest trying to stay in contact, and we're panning now to Flagpole Hill as we're going to see the athletes coming down, and we can keep you up to date on how things are looking. And this is quarterfinal heat number 5 in the U20 race.
So our U18 race are getting ready to move into the gate. Henry McGrew, bib number 21, is in this race. Bib number 30, Torsten Brinkema.
All right, so back to the action here quickly in heat number 5. We've got one athlete off the front. Looks to be a New England skier. It could be Valentine of GNA, who's looking really good. Again, things getting a little mealy and technical at the base of that flagpole downhill. But it looks to be Valentine of New England who's off the front of this one, representing the Gunstock Nordic Association. And there we go, underway. We've got our U18 heat number 1, and there they go. They're off and rolling. And we're panishing to our finish here so we can give you the up-to-date information from quarterfinal heat number 5 for the U20 gentlemen. Good to see the U18 men off to a great start. These are not. Wrong start. All right, so here we go. All right, so looking coming in there, we've got bib number 3, that's Daniel Streitz. Looking awesome in the U20s. Great finish for him. As we pan now to Flagpole Hill, the athlete's going up and looking good.
Bib number 18, Franklin Riley from Rocky Mountain Division. Second place in that last race. Our final quarterfinal heat at U18 level. How can we have 2 bib number 18s? We've got 18 and U20s.
No, that's an error. Unless it was a tie.
Huh?
It was. I don't know how to.
It's the same freaking list.
So this is U16, so that's kind of helpful.
Some of this.
You know you see the team men. Oh, here we go. Yep.
All right, this is 20,
This
bib
is
number
20,
18.
so that's done. Yep.
Bib number 18 in this one.
This is men's, so this is a different field. This is U18 men's. This is U18. That's U20. They're separate.
Right, but we've started U18.
Are you off?
Are they reusing bibs?
They've got different sets of bibs. So now we're on 480.
These guys are not even using, they got bibs in the hundreds, which don't correlate. Oh. All right, so this was their finish. This is not bib.
This is the
All right.
rank.
All right, so we're back live with you here. We're watching the action from U18 quarterfinal heat number 1 on course. Noel Keefe, Scott Schultz, Gregory Burt. And it looks to be as they come into our picture there on the far right side, Rocky Mountain skier. So that, of course, is Noel Keefe, who's off to a great start. He was the fastest qualifier in Heat 1. There's Scott Schultz in the high vis on the far left. Looks to be 2 New England athletes in there, 4.70. That is Mitchell DeLong, looking really good, settling into 3rd. 4.09 for the Midwest there. That is Torsten Brinkma there, and charging in there is Henry McGrew of Mid-A, coming around and in contact, so it's anybody's game at this point. And they'll be coming shortly into our picture there, but in the charge of quarterfinal heat number 1 for the U18 men, Noel Keefe is looking really solid. Scott Schultz in there as well. And we're 2 minutes away from the start of quarterfinal heat number 2. All right, so we're watching the action unfold there. Scott Schultz is very much in contact with Noel Keefe. So the top 2 fastest in quarterfinal heat number 1 are looking really good. They'll be coming into our finish area shortly as they round behind the bleachers and towards the stadium. These boys doing a great job of keeping things in control as the course continues to deteriorate slightly in the sun and the wind. And we're about a minute away from the start of quarterfinal heat number 2. So we'll fill you in on that quarterfinal heat shortly, but we've got our leaders coming around momentarily as we look at the finish cam. And there we are. So there we go. It looks to be Scott Schultz is in charge of quarterfinal heat number 1, and he powers his way to the finish there. Wearing bib number 10, Mid-A skier. Wearing bib number 460, but 10th fastest qualifier. And 4.70 is behind him, so that's a move by Mitchell DeLong there. A great performance for him. And 4.80 coming in, that's Torsten Brinkma there as well. And 4.61 is Gregory Burt.
Quarterfinal heat number 2, bib number 454, Emil Graf from Rocky Mountain Division. 457, Luke Yeager from Alaska. And they're on course right now. 464, Elliot Ketchell, New England. 467, James Kitch, New England. 474, Colin Wilson, Rocky Mountain. And from Alaska, Carl Danielson, 477.
So there we go, just giving you the update on quarterfinal heat number 1 for the U18. Scott Schultz of Mid-Atlantic comes in first behind ahead of Mitchell DeLong. So those two will advance. It looks like there was a little bit of an error on the behalf of Noel Keefe. Excuse me, that is not correct. So it was Noel Keefe who came in well in advance. 3:46 was the time. No, excuse me. So just getting our facts straight here. It was Scott Schultz, Mitchell DeLong, and then Noel Keefe in third. As we're watching now quarterfinal heat number 2 make their way up Flagpole Hill, looking pretty good and intact, and these boys charging well. A lot of information here on Sprint Day, Stuart. We're trying to keep everything up to date. We've got qualifying times still in the mix here, which are no longer relevant per se, so we're trying to weed that information out, but great to see. So Scott Schultz looking good there in quarterfinal heat number 1. DeLong of the Great Lakes had a fantastic sprint, and those two will move on. And to be determined if Noel Keefe of the Rocky Mountain Division will advance to the semis.
And to our spectators, athletes, and coaches on course, if we appear to suddenly get excited, it's because we're doing live TV coverage and live to Facebook, and we're going to go there right now. David, what do you see?
All right, so we're watching a really tight heater. This is quarterfinal heat number 2 for the boys. On the right side of our picture, we've got Rocky Mountain skier Emil Graf, and there are the two New England boys looking really good.
Colin Wilson from Rocky Mountain, bib number 474, was in second spot.
Jaeger looking good as well. This is going to be a close one. As we could see earlier in heat number 1, Noel Keefe, our top qualifier, was really much in control of things on the climb. Could have made a bobble there coming on the downhill. So here come the boys into our picture now, striding well and keeping things in control. I see the Rocky Mountain suit there in second position and driving the train. These boys are kicking well. Looks like a few are having to herringbone a little bit. And there we go. So it looks like an Alaska suit, 457 out front. So that's Luke Jaeger leading the pace ahead of 474.
And Emil Graf is making a charge up the outside lane.
Colin Wilson there staying in control. And there's 477. That is Carl Danielson trying to stay in contact with the leaders. But the New England boys, Ketchel and Kitch, are tucked in nicely. So it's going to come to the downhill here. That's a close heat. Those boys doing a great job. Jaeger currently driving the pace with Graf right on his heels. And here we go. Our picture is going to take us to Flagpole Hill, so we'll see what transpires. But interesting, Stuart, to realize so tight on the top of the hill, and then it really comes down to who's fresh, who's a good descender, who can keep their skis loose and gliding freely on that downhill without losing control.
Here they come now down Flagpole Hill. And right at the bottom of Flagpole Hill, snow is getting a little gnarly in there, and we've had some athletes be shaken.
All right, so camera's getting a little bit turned around there, so we'll try and cover the action live right out the announcer's window. It's a tight one here in quarterfinal number 2. Athletes are 4 together there, and this could be one of our heats, Stuart, that we're talking about, a lucky loser. So this is a fast one indeed, and here we go now. We've got a view of the finishing straight. Athletes will be coming around the bleachers any second by that LL Bean banner. And we'll keep you posted on what's going on. It's a close one there. 2 athletes off the front looking really strong, and here they come powering their way in. And I see the Rocky Mountain suit as the athletes turn 467. That, of course, James Kitch looking really good.
Colin Wilson, 474, getting that second automatic bid. Our third athlete through looking for a lucky loser is 464, Elliot Ketchel from New England.
So there we go, James Kitch and Colin Wilson coming through 1-2. Elliot Ketchel in third there for New England. That could potentially be a lucky loser spot. Luke Jaeger coming in fourth, Carl Danielson in fifth for Alaska, and Emil Graf in sixth for that one there. So it looks to be Kitch and Wilson who will move automatically, potentially Ketchel for a lucky loser spot, and we move now to quarterfinal heat number 3.
Bib number 455, Adam Gluick from New England. Bib number 456, Noel Herzog, Rocky Mountain. 465, Adam Witkowski, New England. 466, J.C. Shoemaker. And 475, Jackson Adler, Midwest. 476, Thomas Gebhardt's Intermountain Division. They're on course.
There they go, right in the center of things. The far west suit there of Shoemaker looking really good on the inside. And we're going to pan shortly to Flagpole Hill as they come around. A great sprint venue here. I've just got to say, Stuart, a lot of fun being able to have the live feed there, giving us a good picture. Again, and thanks to CXC and Yuri for setting that up. And there they go. The athletes looking really good and in contact. Again, it's far west in the driver's seat currently. That's J.C. Shoemaker leading the charge up Flagpole Hill as the boys struggle to keep the skis kicking.
Tight group. Very tight group. All 6 within like 10 yards of each other.
Yeah, 15 seconds separated these guys in the qualifier. So similar abilities there in terms of output. And that's showing in this quarterfinal.
This morning, David, we were watching highlights from Latke. This doesn't look too dissimilar to a World Championships. And this is a junior national. I knew I'd be excited about being here at this venue because of what we can see. And Yuri with his broadcast live. This is just fantastic racing and a great advert for the sport.
That's totally true. Good point, Stuart. I mean, you know, watching those Lottie World Championships, coverage was phenomenal. And the American team, especially the women, unbelievable. And to see the North Americans on a whole, we saw Alex Harvey there, grab gold in the 50K, the premier event of that World Championship. Unbelievable. That shows that these Nordic Junior National Championships are truly working in terms of a development pipeline. So let's keep an eye here. We have some athletes coming into the picture now. So it still looks like J.C. Shoemaker is in control of this quarterfinal. Striding well. I believe I see qualifier number 5, Adam Glick there on the outside of the picture. So those two have begun to move into view. 476, that's Thomas Gebhardt's there in 3rd, so he's well positioned for the climb. So J.C. Shoemaker looking good. Thomas Gebhardt's in the mix as well.
Adam Witkowski was bringing up the rear there, but his time was only 5 seconds slower than the fastest of this group of qualifiers, so maybe he's waiting to make a charge on the hill, and there he comes up the outs. No, he's still back in the caboose position. He's bringing up the rear, but I have a feeling that we're going to see more of Mr. Witkowski.
New England in control. 465 looking really good. That is Adam Witkowski off the front. Far west there, J.C. Shoemaker staying in contact. And there we go, New England teammate in there as well. Coming around and looking strong. All right, so there we go, Flagpole Hill. Looks like the wind has calmed down a little bit. We'll see the athletes come into our picture shortly. This, of course, quarterfinal heat number 3 for the U18 gentlemen appearing now as we see quarterfinal heat number 4 is getting ready. 3 New England skiers, 2 Alaskans, and a Far West competitor in heat number 4. There we go in our picture now. We see them all spread out, all 6 athletes in view. And there is, I believe that's the suit of indeed Far West skier J.C. Shoemaker is in the driver's seat there. And I think I see an IMD suit. So that could be Gebhardt's, number 476 of McCall, Idaho, in 2nd place. So unofficially now J.C. Shoemaker and Gebhardt's are poised to advance as we prepare for quarterfinal heat number 4 on the right side of your picture now. That'll be Canyon Tobin, Ben Ogden, Connor Munns, Russell Boswell, Samuel York, and Chris O'Brien getting settled in and ready for their quarterfinal number 4. 14 seconds separating these guys in qualifying, so that'll be a thrilling one. And here we go. It's J.C. Shoemaker leading the charge there, but it's close for 2nd position. This is going to be close. So we had IMD athlete really tucked in there. Gebhardt's looking good, but it's going to be a fight for 2nd position. These guys all want it. They really do.
And it's bib 455 that appears to advance, and that is Adam Glick of New England there. So J.C. Schoonmaker takes top honors. Adam Glick of Ford Sierra, New England, second. Witkowski could potentially get the lucky loser spot for New England, and Gebhardt's in fourth. And there we go, as you see, with quarterfinal number 4.
With athletes Canyon Tobin from Alaska, big 4.52, 4.59, Ben Ogden from New England, 4.62, Connor Munns, New England, 4.69, Russell Boswell completing the 3 athletes from New England, 4.72, Samuel York, Alaska, 4.79, Chris O'Brien from the far west.
So it's looking good there. A thrilling day of sprint action. Again, repeating the action from the last qualifier. J.C. Schoonmaker of Auburn Ski Club in California does move on, as does Adam Glick from New England. Witkowski's on the bubble there, potential lucky loser.
Looked like we had a broken pole there of an athlete. A coach running up and assisting him there with a new pole.
Good timing, though. He's right near our waxing areas there, so he's moving along well. And we've got up-to-date information for you. All right, sports friends. So we've got our picture there. We are going to try, let's see if we can scoot over and keep you posted with what's going on the Biathlon Stadium climb there. When I refer to the Biathlon Stadium, of course, this is the roller ski loop. It's the home training venue of U.S. Biathlon in the summertime. And it's appeared to work for them, as evidenced by Lowell Bailey's World Championship victory. But there's a nice little range tucked in just to the right of your picture. As we watch that biathlon climb there. But currently we are looking at camera 3 on Flagpole Hill. And the athletes from this quarterfinal number 4 should be coming into view shortly. They're just cresting by the waxing trailers now. It looks to be very much intact. A close one, this. And they'll be coming into our picture now. All right, let's keep you posted here. They should be coming into our view any second now. We've got 2 athletes off the front, so this one looks to be pretty locked up as of now. Here we go. Now you've got a little bit better view of our picture. So New England on the right, looking really strong. Alaska on the left. So that looks to be 4:59, looking really good and setting the pace. Ben Ogden there. And Canyon Tobin on the left. There's 4:62. Connor Munns fighting to stay in contact. 4:72 is Samuel York of Alaska. 4:69 is Russell Boswell fighting to stay in contact. And far west skier, that's Chris O'Brien of the Sugar Bowl program, far west skier. So Ogden and Tobin looking good. Munns in the hunt there for third. Boswell also very much in contact. We have 3 teammates here from the Stratton Mountain School. Bibs 4.59, 6.2, and 6.9 all fighting, and there we go.
This could be a tight one.
That's true. There's a gap that's formed. It's looking like these 2, but always keep an eye on the right side of your picture, right near that red volunteer. That's where things get a little dicey on this downhill, but these guys skiing it well. 2 teammates off the front. Excuse me, I think we have Ben Ogden and Canyon Tobin. Should be bibs 4.52 and 4.59. We're going to adjust our picture soon, and we'll be underway shortly with quarterfinal heat number 5. 1 minute until those gentlemen go off as we're watching the finals of quarterfinal heat number 4. You see quarterfinal heat number 5 getting adjusted in the upper right of our picture there. So there we go. We'll give you the updates as we have them. There come our top 2 athletes from quarterfinal heat number 4. They're looking strong, and they know they've got it locked up there. That's 4.52. Of course, that's Canyon Tobin looking great in 4.59. Ben Ogden, the top 2 qualifiers from that group. And 4.62, Connor Munns could move forward with a lucky loser position. And there we go. We're underway, Stuart, with quarterfinal heat 5.
Quarterfinal heat 5 has bib number 4.53, Gus Schumacher from Alaska. 4.58, Andrew Hall from Alaska. 4.63, Walker Bean, New England. 468, Franklin Riley, Rocky Mountain. 473, Sam Hendry from Canada. And 478, Moses Leboeuf from the Pacific Northwest. This is our 5th and final heat in the U18 quarterfinals. U20 men's semifinals up next.
Boy, Stuart, things are looking awesome out there. The sun is out, the sun is shining. There's a nice little breeze here at the Mackenzie Ski Jumping Complex. We're watching athletes from the U18, excuse me, pardon me, the U18 quarterfinal heat number 5 are blasting up out of the flagpole hill and looking really good. And it's a beautiful day in the sunshine here, perfect for classic sprinting. There are a few coaches on our picture now. Taking it easy after a long morning of getting the Clister combination dialed in, getting the Clister and the cover and the Old Spice all in the perfect mixture. So we're watching now. Things have moved to the top of Flagpole Hill and be able to keep you updated here. Schumacher in this one. He's wearing bib 453. Hall wearing 458, should be very much in the picture coming in shortly. Walker Bean of New England, Franklin Riley of Rocky Mountain, Sam Hendry of Canada, and Moses Lerber of the Pacific Northwest. And we'll keep you posted on what's going on here shortly. All right, so there they come into view now. So leading the charge is 458. So that is Andrew Hall setting a great pace there up our climb. So New England skiers, Pacific Northwest tucked in there as well. But 458 is setting the pace. Andrew Hall of Alaska leading the charge in this final quarterfinal for the men. So we saw the suit there of Walker Bean, New England skier in the mix and in the hunt. These guys all tucked in. Could be anyone's race at this point. All right, so our friend Yuri is getting the cameras dialed in, and we're thankful for him keeping that updated. Here we go. So there we go. Number 453, very much in the mix. So that's Gus Schumacher, who's made his move around the inside. Well played, and it's Andrew Hall, who's trying to keep the pace dialed in. Walker Beans in the mix, 473. That's Sam Hendry going out of our picture now as they come around. And we'll have that Flagpole Hill shot for you there as the athletes cruise out.
We might see the athletes. He's fixing the cameras there, yeah. Huh?
Say again?
You should see the athletes coming down.
All right, so the athletes coming down there. It looks like the pack has been splintered, and they're keeping it upright and looking good. Charging around, we can hear the crowd begin to go berserk as we're watching. We should see the finals of quarterfinal heat number 5 coming around soon. 2 Alaskans. And on our picture now, we'll see them come in shortly behind the stadium. All right, so coming into our picture now and into the stadium, it's looking like a really great finish. Really nicely done as we watch, and we'll give you the results as they come across. So taking the win in convincing fashion there is athlete 453, Gus Schumacher of Alaska, comes across in first position, and it's a close one. Andrew Hall of Alaska, his teammate, coming through, so the 2 Alaskans will advance. Moses Lerber there of the Pacific Northwest, very, very close, may get a lucky loser spot. Walker Bean of New England in 4th, Sam Hendry in 5th of Canada, and Franklin Riley of Rocky Mountain comes in for 6th place. So that wraps up our U18 male qualifiers. Moving along now.
U20 men's semi-final heat 1 is underway. Etienne Herbert, bib number 4 is in this one. Finn O'Connell, University of Vermont, New England, bib number 21. Ryan Jackson, bib 24, Team Hardwood. Cameron Hussein, bib number 10, Stratton Mountain in New England. Trayson Knopp from Alaska, bib number 5. And Hunter Wanders, bib number 8 from Alaska. These guys are now on course.
Those boys looking awesome as they come by our announcer's booth here, looking really smooth and doing great despite some really soft, mealy snow stored as they're heading up Flagpole Hill. Try to get that in our view now, and there they go. The pack is all together, so this is a great semifinal going together here. All the athletes really tucked in, drilling the pace as they charge up Flagpole Hill. Again, all athletes are still together. The pack is still tight. They're striding well. The wax is kicking, and Yuri is back here. He's covered in sweat. He's been moving cameras around and doing a heck of a job. We're really thankful to have his support here for this great live feed. To all our friends watching online, thanks again for being here and for supporting these 2017 Junior National Championships.
Top 2, fastest 2. 2 and lucky 2 and 2. Yep, should be in our brackets.
2 will advance and a lucky loser. Final 1, semifinal 2, then we have an A final and a B final. So I think if you make it into the semis, then you're guaranteed to be in the A and the B final.
Is it all done on time? Must be.
Yeah, A final, B final, yeah.
It's all on time. Has to be, otherwise you
Yeah.
couldn't get into
Yeah, so the top 3 will go to the A final,
top 3 each.
I think. All right, so there we go. We're looking, we see the bib of number 4. Etienne Hebert is in control of this semifinal, and he's looking fantastic coming around.
So from each semi-final, we're looking for the top 3 athletes for an A final, and then the second final will be our 3 4th, 5th, and 6th placed racers from each. So 2 more finals left to go after this semi, a B final, and then an A final to close.
All right, so in our picture now, there is Etienne Hebert in the center of our screen, looking really solid. And this is a close one. We've got a lot going on here, and he is flanked on each side by 2 New England skiers, Finn O'Connell and Cameron Hussein, on both sides of your picture. But it's Etienne Hebert there. And bib number 21, that, of course, is Finn O'Connell, looking strong. Number 8, that is there. That's Hunter Wonders of Alaska, charging around. But this is a close one. A Canadian and 2 New England skiers keeping things sharp. And again, the format for our semis here, our top 3 finishers are going to move into the A final. And places 4, 5, and 6 will move into our B final, which will be happening immediately afterwards. So we'll go from our U20 semis to our U18 semis. We'll go to our U20 B, then A final, U18 men B, then A final. So again, the competitors now are charging on the downhill as we gear up and prepare for our U20 men's semifinal heat number 2, which is getting lined up and ready. And that's going to feature Daniel Streintz, Carl Schultz, Reed Godfrey, Kobe Gordon, Logan Mowry, and Scott Mooney. And any minute now, the athletes should be coming back around. We've got our camera poised on the finish here. So in your picture there, take a look at the left by the yellow bean banner, the hole in the bleachers there where the athletes will come out. And we see the athletes in semifinal heat number 2 getting their skis ready and locked. And we'll be calling all the action live. Here we go. It's a close one, Stuart. Look at this. All tucked in there. Hebert is in the driver's seat looking to really keep things under control, but it is close. Again, the top 3 will advance to the men's A final. We'll keep you posted with that information there across the line. And here we go.
4, 21 and 10, I believe, were the top three.
There you go. So it's going to be Hebert of Canada, Hussein of New England, and O'Connell of New England moving on. Ryan Jackson takes fourth. He'll move on to the B final. Hunter Wonders in fifth. And there we go. On your picture now, you see this is men's semifinal heat number 2. Looking good, and they're off.
And they are bib number 3, Daniel Strients, New England. Bib number 6, homeboy, Carl Schultz. Bib number 2, Reed Godfrey from Canada. And bib number 18, Kobe Gordon, New England. Bib number 19, Logan Mowry, Alaska. Scott Mooney, bib number 13, Intermountain Division.
Looking good, and there they go. Looks to be Schultz is moving into the driver's seat there. He wants to work his way into the A final. And they're all tucked in and moving along well. The gentlemen in semifinal heat number 2, they're striding well. The skis are kicking. Again, a huge shout out to our techs and coaches who've been testing skis all evening, all morning, inhaling all sorts of wonderful fumes to make these skis work. That magical mix of compounds known as Clister that we know and love. So again, we are watching Strients, Schultz, Godfrey, Gordon, Mowry, and Mooney as they work their way up the climb.
Just shows the quality of the field when they're on their second or their third race of the day. They've qualified, they've gone through from a quarterfinal to a semifinal, and they are within yards of each other with one more race that they're fighting to get into.
That's true. These guys are all fighting. The top 3 are going to move on to our U20A final if they finish in the top 3. And we're looking here. We've got we've got a great crowd in our picture there as we're cheering on our athletes from semifinal heat number 2. And here they come into our picture now. Looking really strong. Things have shaken out a little bit. It looks to be New England has moved into the driver's seat here. So I see Kobe Gordon, I see Daniel Strients are pushing the pace at the front of the field. There's Alaska, number 19, Logan Mowry, looking strong. And these guys have one more climb as we adjust our picture once again. Coming up, Stuart, right below the biathlon stadium there. And this is where it's all going to shake out, where we're going to find out who will make their way into the A final.
So this is our second semifinal on our U20 men's. U18 men's semifinals coming up momentarily, but we're in semifinal heat 2 for the U20 men's.
All right, so coming into our screen now, we can see the event unfold. And it's looking good. Athletes are changing tracks there. Schultz is moving to the inside to try and give himself the best shot. And I see that looks to be bib number 2. That is Reed Godfrey looking great. Number 3 behind him, Daniel Strients of New England, well positioned. And number 13, Scott Mooney, charging and looking strong there on our right-hand side. A New England skier as well. Kobe Gordon in the center of our screen. And now it's to the downhill. So the athletes looking to see how well they can descend and work their way in. All right, here we go on our picture now, Flagpole Hill. Athletes are coming down. Looks like 2 athletes have moved off the front. But remember, Stuart, this is about finding the A final. So 2 athletes coming down. And there is our 3rd place athlete working to make their way into the A final. Again, looking to try and stay loose on these deteriorating tracks. Temperatures now approaching 42 degrees. And moving along, we'll be underway shortly with our U18 men's semifinal heat number 1 of 2. Again, the same format. 3 athletes from each will qualify for the A or the B final. As we have our screen tuned to the finishing straight here. And here we go. Looking like... There we go. He's turning around, but no one is there. That is a great sight to see of Reed Godfrey of Canada. All right, here we go. Number 3 is coming in and looking really good. Daniel Strients there of New England crossing the line. Kobe Gordon, number 18 of New England, in as well.
So that's Reed Godfrey, Daniel Streitz, and Kobe Gordon. Number 6 coming in as well. Across the line, it's Carl Schultz, and there we go. We're underway now with our U18 semifinal heat number 1. In the field here, we've got Scott Schultz, James Kitch, Colin Wilson, Mitchell DeLong, Adam Glick, and Connor Munns of New England there. All right, a little clarification for you guys as we are watching semifinal heat number 1 for the U18. So to our viewers out there, a little qualification information for you. So from our semifinals, it's all based off of time to find out who proceeds into our A and the B final. So our top 6 fastest athletes from either semifinal will move on to the A final, and then the next 6 will move into the B final. So again, little misinformation there. It's all based on time. So the top 6 fastest of the semi, A or B, will move on to our A or B final. So again, sprint day is always exciting, but that's the format to keep you posted on who's going to advance to our A or B final. So here we go. We're watching the action unfold on Flagpole Hill. Into view coming soon should be Scott Schultz, James Kitch, Colin Wilson, Mitchell DeLong, Adam Glick, and Connor Munns. Those boys moving along quite well. And Connor Munns was the lucky loser of this category to advance. Elliot Ketchel of New England nabbed a lucky loser spot to advance there in semifinal number 2. So here we go. They're coming into our view now. So Scott Schultz is out front in charge of this heat, representing Mid-Atlantic. And looking behind him, number 465. So that is the suit of, I believe, Adam Glick there in second place, representing New England. And there's a Rocky Mountain suit belonging to Colin Wilson, number 474, as he charges around the course. So these athletes looking good as they charge around, and then we'll be seeing them come into our picture shortly. The final climb by the Biathlon Stadium. The high vis there is Scott Schultz, and on the right we've got Adam Glick of New England via Ford Sayre Club. It looks like New England has made a move. They're really charging on this climb. So a tight one here. These athletes all trying to make it into the final there, switching tracks and looking good. Moving well. And there's 467. That is James Kitch, who's moved in ahead of Scott Schultz, 460. And a move on the right there as well. These athletes looking really good. I see 474. That is Colin Wilson coming up there. And 462 should be Connor Munns of New England, who is trying to stay in contact with these leaders there. Yeah, there goes Connor Munns of New England coming around the outside there, working his way. The skis are biting really well. As we look over, Stuart, and I see our gentleman from semifinal heat number 2 getting adjusted.
As the athletes start coming down Flagpole Hill, they're a matter of seconds away from the finish of semifinal heat number 1, U18s, in the classic sprint of the USSA Cross Country Junior National Championships 2017. All based on time. Time will get you into Final A, and time will get you a second race in Final B. Final B being first, Final A being a celebration of the best athletes in the classic sprint.
So they're still coming down Flagpole Hill here. This semifinal has blown itself apart, and as our picture pans now to the finish chute, there we go. It looks to be Scott Schultz who is in charge here, and he is leading this semifinal. But again, this is based on time, so he's got to make sure he keeps the pace high. And looking to his right,
it's time. It's time, boys. Keep digging deep.
Yeah, so 455. That, of course, Adam Glick there coming across the line. So Scott Schultz. Behind him, Adam Glick. James Kitch comes across in third. Mitchell DeLong
of the Great Lakes Division comes through behind him.
And semi-final heat number 2 is just seconds away. In it, bib number 459, Ben Ogden, New England. 453, Gus Shoemaker, Alaska. Bib number 466, J.C. Shoemaker from the far west. 452, Canyon Tobin, Alaska. 458, Andrew Hall, Alaska. And Elliot Ketchell, 464. And we have had a full start.
There we are, our first of the day.
Let's go.
J.C. Shoemaker was the top qualifier in this one. And these athletes, they've got a false start, so we're going to send them back to the start again. And again, information there was Scott Schultz in first, Adam Glick in second, James Kitch in third. So 2 New England athletes go 2-3. Mitchell DeLong was in fourth for that most recent semifinal finish. Colin Wilson in fifth, and Connor Munns of New England in sixth position. So again, we're going to restart that for semifinal heat number 2. Ogden, Shoemaker, Schoonmaker, Tobin, Hall, Ketchell.
And David, do we get a breather, seeing as we've had a little false start? Going crazy here. So much action from the finish line to the start line to the great TV and live broadcast on 3 parts of the hill. It's a non-stop event, and they're back on course.
And there they go. They've started clean, so a nice start there. Shoemaker is on the far right of our picture in the far west suit, looking good, taking an early lead there. Very clean double pole for that young man as he powers his way out of the stadium there. Alaska well represented in this final, along with New England tucked in there. So there they go. These gentlemen making their way around and looking really strong as they head for the right footer towards Flagpole Hill. It's very much still together at this point. The crowd is going berserk, as they should, as is their duty. All right, so we're watching that semifinal number 2 for the U18, staying very much intact there. Again, time here to determine who will be in the A or B final. So we'll be following this up at 1:10 with the U20 B final, followed by the U20 men's A final, and then at 1:20 with the U18 men's B final, and 1:25 with the U18 men's final. So we're watching the athletes go up there, charging their way. This is a close one. This is going to be a fast semifinal here. So we'll see if the speeds compare to our first semifinal. Again, that went Schultz, Glick, Kitch, DeLong, Wilson, and Munns. So mid-A, New England, Great Lakes, Rocky Mountain, New England for that last semifinal. And as our picture now pans to the wax testing area. There we are. So in our view, we should start to see the U18 gentlemen in semifinal heat number 2. Any second now. There they are. So Ogden, Shoemaker, Tobin, Hull, and Ketchell are in this. And again, if you're looking for the far west suit with the pink high-vis top, that's Shoemaker. And it looks like a New England suit there in the center of our picture. Yes, indeed. That's 459. So looking really good is Ben Ogden there on the right side of our picture. There goes 494.
And 453, Gus Shoemaker was in there too from Alaska.
Indeed. Elliot Ketchell very much still in contact. So this is a close one. It'll be great to pan shortly to our biathlon climb footage to see what's going on. And these are close. This is great racing here. If you're joining us again, thanks for watching live 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships. I'm your host, Dave McCahill, along with my host and good friend, Stuart Hemsley, as we're watching the semifinal number 2 as these boys charge up. They're the blue, white, and green colors of Team New England charging well. The wax looks to be gripping quite well. I see Shoemaker is tucked in there. Alaska in there as well. Canyon Tobin, Andrew Hall very much fighting for it, but there's 459. Ben Ogden leading the pace, Shoemaker. There's 4-6-5-2. Canyon Tobin is in there as well. So this is a close. We have 5 of 6 athletes. It could be anybody's game at this point. And looking to be slipping just a little bit here. Athlete 458. So Andrew Hall of Alaska struggling a little bit with the wax. It's been a long day for these athletes. So they're coming down. So a very close one. So Ketchell, Tobin, Shoemaker, and Ogden very close in this semifinal as we pan shortly to Flagpole Hill. So just a quick update on run of show. We're going to keep this thing going. It looks like we have our U20 men's B final dialed in and ready to roll as our picture adjusts.
And our final Heat B is underway.
So this is the B final underway now.
Bib 18, Kobe Gordon. Bib 19, Logan Mowry. 8, Hunter Wanders. 6, Carl Schultz. 5, Trayson Knopp. And 13, Scott Mooney.
So those gentlemen are off and rolling, and our camera will pan shortly to the final so we can keep you posted. And there we go. It's a close one there. What a thrilling finale to that semifinal.
Again, all semis on time.
All right, so the updates there looks to be Jace, okay. Shoemaker, Ogden, Tobin, Ketchel. There we go. Indeed, in that last semifinal, it was Gus Schumacher, J.C. Shoemaker, Ben Ogden going top 3, Kenyon Tobin in 4th, Elliot Ketchel in 5th for New England there. A thrilling finale, and we're going to watch our picture move eventually to Flagpole Hill. And here we see our final finisher come rolling in. That will be Andrew Hall of Alaska coming to the line. And now we're watching. The U20B final is out on course. So in that, we've got Kobe Gordon, Logan Mowry, Hunter Wonders, Carl Schultz, Trayson Knopp, and Scott Mooney in that as well. A stacked field. Hunter Wonders there of Alaska. Participated at the Youth Olympic Games recently. Carl Schultz, a former junior national champion. Scott Mooney here originally of Vermont, competing currently for the Intermountain Division. And New England skier via Dartmouth College is Kobe Gordon. In that he as well. And there they go. In our picture now, we're watching them charge. There's number 13. We're watching Scott Mooney of the Bridger Ski Foundation, followed by number 19. That's Logan Mowry. Excuse me, that was 18, Kobe Gordon on our screen. Lots of action going on out there, Stuart. We're getting ready for our men's U20A final in just a second here, so that'll be thrilling to watch. And here we go. The action now, I see a Mid-Atlantic suit, so it looks like Carl Schultz is leading the pace on this U20 men's B final as he charges his way for the final time up this biathlon climb. A little bit of wax still left on those skis, but he is hoping it slides off shortly as he approaches the top of this course. And there we go, the Alaskan behind him. Number 5, Trayson Knopp of Alaska behind him. A final, yep. So there's Scott Mooney trying to stay on top of it there. These boys really working hard. You can see the tracks are disintegrating. They're giving it all they've got. And a thrilling finale there. We'll see if it stays in the same order. All right, so coaches there still kicking and making it look pretty darn easy on our picture. We're going to pan shortly to Flagpole Hill to give you the up-to-date information. Those athletes in the B final descending now, and we're seconds away from the start of our men's A final in the U20 event. So there we go. The athletes cruising by out of our picture now. Carl Schultz going by in the Mid-Atlantic suit. Stuart, let's introduce our A final quickly. We've got Reed Godfrey, Etienne Hebert, Cameron Hussein, Daniel Streitz, Finn O'Connell, and Ryan Jackson of Canada taking part in our men's A final for the U20.
Canada versus New England battle in the final. 3 Canadians, 3 New England boys, and the fastest 6 sprint athletes.
So there they go into our picture now. Carl Schultz still leading the pace for the men's U20B final. There's been a lane switch. There we go. It is going to be a close one, as you can see on our screen. There we go. Bib number 5, Trayson Knopp of Alaska. It's a nail-biter.
Wow, what a finish.
Let's keep you posted. And there we go. Our men's A final is off, and it looks to be Carl Schultz who's coming ahead just by a little fraction ahead of Hunter Wonders of Alaska. Trayson Knopp taking third in that men's B final, and they're off. There goes the A final on the right of your screen, and they're off. So Kobe Gordon comes in and Logan Mowry as well. So the top 5 there in our men's B final. Nicely done, gentlemen. And we're watching our A final is currently on course. So it is 3 Canadians versus 3 New England athletes there. So a North American duel. A thrilling finale. And we'll keep you posted on the status of our U18 A and B final as well. So the U20A final very much intact at this point. Of course, these athletes of all very similar ability there. They've done so well throughout the entire day. And it is a thrilling finale to the U20 race here in the sunshine.
42 and blue right now outside. Wind, the high wind warning seems to have stayed off just for a little while longer than posted. Time check of 1:15, Lake Placid, New York time, at your 2017 cross-country junior national championships.
They're always hectic ones, Stuart. Boy, a really thrilling day of sprint action here. The coaches have been doing such a great job with the wax. The fans have just been doing a great job of being enthusiastic and raucous. Our sponsors have been faithful to us there, our friends at Kraft, LL Bean, of course, Rosignol Fisher, all our good friends there.
Endurance Enterprises with Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, National, Nordic Foundation, Podiumware, and Coca-Cola. The real thing.
The real thing. And here we are. We're indeed watching the A final on your picture. If you're watching live, it is a thrilling one. Look at this. New England is out in front. 1-2. Hebert is in third currently. Look at that. Bib number 18 looking really solid. Coming around, and there we go. I see bib 24 as well. That's Ryan Jackson of Team Hardwood there. So Hussein, Strites, O'Connell very much in contact. Hebert currently in third place. We're going to pan shortly to our biathlon climb and give you the up-to-date information as they make their final ascent, the men's U20 athletes of this climb for the day. Again, the U18B and an A final will be coming shortly. And here they are in our picture. This is a close one. 2 New England athletes are leading the charge up the climb. They did not get a single win yesterday other than Julia Kern, so they are currently leading the point standings, or they're going to want to seal the deal with a victory in the sprint here. In your picture, I see bib number 2, Reed Godfrey. Number 4, there's Etienne Hebert, looking really strong. Number 21, striding well, Finn O'Connell, the Nordic combined skier. And there is bib number 3. Daniel Strites is looking quite solid there of New England in 6th position as the athletes have taken the left footer and are coming down the descent. So it's a hard left footer, a straightaway, and then a real fast, almost banked corner, a left footer into the parking lot as they approach. And here they are. This is going to be a close one. The crowd is on its feet here in Lake Placid as the top 3 are all stacked together. It is Canada versus the United States here. Looking really solid. So 1, 2, 3 are together coming down Flagpole Hill. Just seconds away from the finale of our men's U20. All right, so the camera's going to pan shortly to give you a view, and then we'll be underway. On your right side of the picture, you will see our U18B final. So we're looking for Godfrey, Hebert, Hussein, Strites, O'Connell, and Jackson. And here we go. They're coming into view now. Made his move. Number 2, it looks to be Reed Godfrey plowing his way to the finish. He's really opened it up on these last few meters. Number 4, Etienne Hebert. He's had a great day. He looks to be in third right now. And a fist pump there for Godfrey. Number 10, Cameron Hussein for New England comes across. So it's Reed Godfrey, number 2, who takes the win ahead of his teammate. So it goes Canada, Etienne Hebert in second, Cameron Hussein of New England in third, Ryan Jackson of Canada in fourth, Finn O'Connell in fifth for New England. And Daniel Strites of New England coming in for 6th position on the day.
And our U18 final B heat. Our B final has moved into position. Bib number 467, James Kitch, New England. 470, Mitchell DeLong from the Great Lakes. 464, Elliot Ketchell, New England. Colin Wilson, 474, Rocky Mountain. 462, New England's Connor Munns. And 458, Andrew Hull, Alaska. They're climbing that first hill out of the stadium.
Looking awesome. A lot of great racing going on here. The athletes are staying intact and together as they come over the first little rise and make that right footer around. The blue suits have moved into position there and are well positioned for this, the B final for the U18s. So 3 New Englanders there. James Kitch, Elliot Ketchell, and Connor Munns, wearing the blue suits, have positioned themselves well going into Flagpole Hill, as you see in your picture. But it's all stayed together here, as is the theme for these A and B finals. A lot of talent, a lot of sprinting experience for these athletes. And Stuart, it's great to see these athletes. We're really cementing ourselves as a Nordic nation. And, of course, the sprints in Lahti at World Championships went so well. Cinderella story there in the sprints individual with Keegan Randall taking third behind silver medalist Jessie Diggins of the Midwest. She did a wonderful job, and she competed in this junior national championship just a few years ago.
Well, here's the thing. Prepping your athletes to compete at the highest level when it looks exactly the same as it does in Lahti, with the signage, with the sponsors, with the technical delegates and the chief of competition, it's almost a natural step to move to the next level when the coaches and the management see and your times are posting that you deserve to be on the big show before the big show.
That is definitely true, a testament to the quality of effort that the staff here has done to make it a great show. And there we see New England is very well positioned. Looking really good. There is a Far West suit and a Rocky Mountain suit tucked in there. So this is the men's B final. We saw Colin Wilson go around there. Connor Munns, Elliot Ketchell, and James Kitch well positioned. And there we go. Mitchell DeLong there coming as well. And our camera has panned now to the rapidly softening biathlon climb. You see, boy, it requires unbelievable technique there to be right on the top of that wax pocket. These athletes have to have a lot of spring in their step, and after so many heats throughout the day, it is just tough to find that gear, but Team New England has done it and done it well. That's a mix right there, Stuart, of great wax on those skis, so a testament to the waxing crew. And so there we go. This is a close one. Boy, look at this. Unbelievable. We see that Far West suit there. What a move there by number 476. Looking really, really strong. I believe that's Mitchell DeLong there, who's made a great move. Rocky Mountain still in the mix as well. New England driving the pace, and these athletes are right together as they charge their way down back to the start.
Tables. You'll see they'll have wax tables down here. And they could sort of see if you look right there.
So I'm saying if it was down the time. It wasn't. It was top two and fastest losers, lucky losers. Because this guy, we had a 401, didn't make it into. So we should have had our radio on to listen to that.
Yeah, but it's just so tough with that going. And
I know. It's brutal.
All right, so in your picture now, you see the athletes coming down. 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5 are tucked together. We've seen the field come back together at this point. So that does not mean they're out of it. So it's anybody's game here in the B final for the U18 men. As they come around, we see our A final getting locked and loaded there. And on the right side of our screen, there they are, our men's A final. Getting dialed in, and any second now, we're going to have those athletes coming around the far corner. And here we go now.
There we go. We've got some action around the outside of our screen, and they are all together. This is a great final. New England very much in the hunt. Take a look at this. All 4 athletes lined up. Look at, it's going to be close. All 4 lanes, mano a mano. Look at this. New England very well represented there in the B final. Terrific racing. Coming across, we're going to give you the finish order. Connor Munns takes top honors. All right, so it looks to be Elliot Ketchel was in there, Connor Munns, Colin Wilson. And backing up, it was James Kitch of New England who took top honors there. So, Mitchell DeLong. So the order there went Mitchell DeLong, James Kitch, Elliot Ketchel, Connor Munns, and then Colin Wilson. And we've got a false start in our men's A final.
You don't like to wish a full start on anybody apart from you and I, because now we can tell you who's in the final. A final, bib number 453 from Alaska, Gus Shoemaker. Bib number 460, Lake Placid, Scott Schultz, represented the New York Ski Education Foundation and his mid-A team. 466, J.C. Shoemaker from the Aubon Ski Club from Far West. Bib number 455, Adam Gluck from Fort Sayre, New England. 459, Ben Ogden, Stratton Mountain School, New England. And 452, Canyon Tobin from Alaska.
We just want to give a little shout out there to Andrew Hull of Alaska, who finished just across the line there and who has given it absolutely his all in the sprint final. And there we go. So they're off now. This is the men's A final for the U18 racers. They're looking great. And Scott Schultz moves into position there of mid-A. A lot of action in this one here. He's putting a little distance in there. Far West, well represented. A lot of Alaskans in the field there, too. So again, here we are featuring Gus Schumacher of Alaska, Schultz of mid-A, Schoonmaker of Far West, Glick of New England, Ogden of New England, Canyon Tobin of Alaska. So we'll see how that pans out. And it looks like Scott Schultz has made a little bit of a gap there. Still double polling his way up Flagpole Hill. We'll see if that strategy pays off for the local there. An ambitious move right off the line there for Scott Schultz of Lake Placid.
His brother with freestyle, and this technique would seem to be Scotty's side.
Well, we'll see. It could be anybody's game at this point. A lot of savvy racers in there, the Alaskans and the New England skiers as well. So we have Glick and Ogden representing New England, Shoemaker and Tobin representing Alaska, Schoonmaker, who's done such a brilliant job today so far, of Far West at the Auburn Ski Club there in California, and Gus Shoemaker of Alaska Winter Stars looking great as well. So here's the live feed again. Thanks to CXC for providing great live footage for our friends watching online. And there looks to be a little review of the final, a little instant replay going on. Very cool. As we see bib number 2 come across, that's Reed Godfrey there. Number 4, Etienne Hebert. This is the thrilling recap there. Number 10, Cameron Hussein on the left of your picture. And look at that, the slow-mo footage of Ryan Jackson there in the center, and the throw of the ski by Etienne Hebert. A great race recap. Very cool to see. So look at that. Scott Schultz is well out in front, but there is a lot of climbing still to go. So an ambitious move there. Number 453 wants to see if he can have his say there. Gus Shoemaker of Alaska Winter Stars trying to chase down the local athlete, Scott Schultz. So we have a thrilling men's A final for the U18s unfolding as we see. And the picture is going to pan shortly to the biathlon climb, and we'll see how it all shakes out here. You're watching live the 2017 Junior National Championships in Lake Placid. Any second now, we'll see either the suit of Shoemaker from Alaska or Schultz, and there we go. So Schultz has absolutely hammered it, but it looks to be that things are shaking up. Look at that, and there is a move. So into the center track for number 453, that's Gus Shoemaker, has made a move. And a brilliant one at that, and New England has moved as well. So an ambitious move for Scotty Schultz to try and stay off the front, but he has been caught. Great racing there. So New England is in the hunt. Glick and Ogden there alongside Shoemaker and Schultz. And there we saw number 452, Canyon Tobin of Alaska, rounding the corner. Still very much in the hunt at this point. They're all on the descent now, folks. Seconds away from the thrilling finale of our U18A final happening momentarily. All right, in our picture now, there we see Schultz is in second. Looks to be New England off the front. What a finale we've got here. Anybody's game at this point.
All 6 athletes on Flagpole Hill, but 3 in contention for 3 medals. And as we look for them to appear from behind the ski jump spectator stand, we're going to see who has made that final right-hand turn.
And there they go. So they're behind the bleachers now, just seconds away from the thrilling finale. The crowd is on its feet here at Mackenzie Intervale, waiting to see who nails the title of national champion here. It could be any. We've seen them do it before. And here we go. It's a close one. A thrilling finale. It looks to be Alaska versus Mid-A in the final. Here they come. The final finishing straight, powering. Absolutely incredible 4:53. What a great patient move for Shoemaker, who takes the title for Alaska, national champion. Schultz of Mid-Atlantic second, 4:55. Adam Glick of New England third. What a race. Unbelievable.
4:59, Ben Ogden in fourth. 4:52, Canyon Tobin in fifth.
And J.C. Shoemaker there of the Far Western Division coming in for a very impressive 6th position. But wow, what a sprint that was. Scott Schultz went out of the gate hot, but he was finally caught. Very patient move by your champion, Gus Shoemaker there of Alaska. Brilliant, brilliant tactical racing there for these young lads, and a hats off to them on a thrilling A final. So with that, sports fans, we're going to take a little break. And we will be underway shortly. The course is now open again for inspection. And we will be doing a podium ceremony shortly for our U20 and U18 men. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back in approximately 20 minutes with our U20 ladies quarterfinal heats.
Great racing.
So sports fans, stand by. We'll keep you posted on whether we'll be doing a podium ceremony. We'll give you that information as we receive it from the race jury. But as you're watching now, we're watching a thrilling finale on the live stream. There's racer 455. Coming in, that is Adam Glick, taking a terrific performance there, and that was in the men's U18 B final. Great racing there is 452. Canyon Tobin there, looking really terrific as he comes into view. That's the B final.
Ladies, the course is open. The course is open for our female athletes.
And there we go. So that was a great, thrilling round of action there. Course is open to our female skiers, and we'll keep you posted on a flower ceremony for our U20 and U18 male athletes in just a few moments.
Here's a shout out from Adirondack Health's Community Health Centers. You don't have to wait weeks to see a doctor. They have a caring team of doctors and healthcare professionals dedicated to a high quality of health services and welcoming new patients seeking primary care for the entire family. You don't have to wait weeks. Just visit AdirondackHealth.org for your local nearest you. Adirondack Health. Better health, better lives, AdirondackHealth.org. Price Chopper would like to welcome you to Lake Placid. They're located at 1930 Saranac Avenue and offer a store full of fresh products, including produce, meat, seafood, bakery, and deli. They're also offering pizzas, wings, and other convenient food items in their service department. Stop in and see the team at Lake Placid's Price Chopper for all your grocery needs. Good luck to everyone and enjoy your stay. The 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior National Championships is presented by LL Bean and Kraft. Thank you for the following supporters of the championships, including Rosinol, Fisher, Endurance Enterprises, Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, and National Nordic Foundation, Podiumware, and Coca-Cola. Tonight we will have awards presentations starting at 7:30 in the conference center, right in Lake Placid, followed by an ice cream social and skating on the 1932 rink, Jack Shea Arena. Doors open at 7 o'clock. Get there early for a good seat. Parents of our athletes, welcome to Lake Placid. Thanks for bringing your athletes to the two-time winter sports capital of the world that is Lake Placid. A $60 pass will get you access to the trails at Mount Van Hovenberg, a Lake Placid Olympic Sites passport, which gives you a one-time admission to the Olympic Museum, a gondola ride at Whiteface, and discounts on the Lake Placid bobsled experience and in the order store. Last night you were curling from 4:30 until 6. Yesterday from 1 till 3 you were being a biathlete. There was a special presentation for you with the memories of the 1980 Winter Olympic Games by local organizing committee Jim Rogers. And there's a special discount for tomorrow's bobsled event that starts between 3 and 5 at the Olympic Sports Complex. Reservations are required, followed by a parent social from 5 till 7 in the Lamy Lodge at the Olympic Sports Complex. There is a special presentation on Friday at 6:30, Parenting an Olympian. There's a special $20 ticket to the awards banquet, limited availability on that. Thanks for coming out to watch the 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York. We'll be getting underway very shortly with a 1:45 U20 quarterfinal heat 1 for the ladies.
All right, folks, we're 3 minutes away from the flower ceremony for our U20 and U18 men's sprint. So once again, 3 minutes away from our U18 and U20 sprint action. So stay tuned.
There's Adam right there.
All right, sports fans, we're going to get underway. Well, we still have some sun with our podium, our flower ceremony for the U18 Classic Sprints. Presenting our flowers today, we have Elizabeth Moeller, the Assistant Director of Events for ORDA, the Olympic Regional Development Authority. Starting with our U18 gentlemen in third place from New England with a time of 4:40.99, representing Fort Sayre, Adam Glick.
Course is closed. Course is closed for women's racing. Course is closed.
Right to the right, yep.
In second place, your silver medalist, representing the Mid-Atlantic Division, Scott Schultz. Way to go, Scott.
David, if we could just put a little hold on our flower ceremony for a second, we still have a jury decision. We can do U18 and U18 only.
All right, so we're just going to do our U18s here in compliance with all USSA regulations. Your champion in the U18 Junior National Cross Country Championships Classic Sprint from Alaska with a time of 4:35.95, Gus Schumacher. Congratulations, Gus. And how about a round of applause for our ladies? They're underway with the quarterfinal sprints. They're looking great and they're off. And the athletes are getting a little Ronnie Raccoon there, the mascot from the 1980 Winter Olympic Games. Folks, a round of applause for your U18 Classic Sprint champions. Way to go, gentlemen. Right up on the top shelf. Congratulations, gentlemen. Nicely done. All right, folks, so we're going to have a little bit of a wait while we wait for the jury period to close there for our U20. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn it back over to Stuart for coverage of our ladies U20 quarterfinal heats. And folks, just so you know, we have our U20 ladies racing as we speak, so they're going around, and it's wonderful. We'd like to point out that today is International Women's Day, so take a little bit of time today to celebrate all the ladies in your life, including all of our female racers who are out there today, the parents, the mothers, the coaches, etc. So happy International Women's Day to all.
And our first quarterfinal heat number 1 for our ladies U20 is underway.
So we're underway already with our quarterfinal heat 1 in this heat. Bib number 201, Margaret Gillett from Alaska. Bib 210, Kirsten Miller from New England. 211, Kelly Koch from Midwest. 220, Janae Rasmussen from Intermountain Division. 221, Marion Coletta, Intermountain Division. And 230, Phoebe Sweet from New England. Our heat number 2 is just about to get underway. Bib number 204, Abby Jarzin, Midwest. 207, Gracelyn Shanley from Rocky Mountain. 214, Sadie Cotton, Rocky Mountain. 217, Emma Nelson, Alaska. 224, Ezra Smith, Rocky Mountain. And 227, Anna Gibson are just heading out on course. You're at the 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior Nationals Classic Sprint. We've just watched our men finish, and we are underway with the women. Men were first today, ladies second, U20s, U18, all the way down to U16. Quarterfinals underway now, followed by semifinals and finals. Still a whole afternoon's worth of racing to go. We've got a time check of nearly 10 to 2. U.S. time, and they are 4 abreast going up Flagpole Hill. I'd like to welcome my co-host and the stuff back to the announcer's booth. He's just been down doing a flower ceremony, and we've got our first heat finishing. David, did you see any of those ladies finish? That would be a
Ladies were looking good down there, and that, of course, featured our top qualifier, Julia Kern, and boy, she motored and made it look pretty smooth. She was followed by Alexandra Lawson of Craftsbury, Lucy Hochschartner there of St. Lawrence in 3rd place, so she'll be fighting for a lucky loser position. Anna Darnell, Mary Kretschmer, and Nicole Gilman were all in that first heat, and we're watching quarterfinal number 2 underway now.
I got all my junk here. U20 ladies.
All right, so folks, we are underway with our quarterfinal heat number 2. Out on course, Lizzie Larkins, Greta Jenkins, Meg Anderson, and Ella Hall. Rizio, the top qualifier there in 4th position, and they'll be coming around shortly behind the bleachers. And so as you can see in your picture there, our ladies in quarterfinal heat number 3 getting dialed in and ready, and just seconds away now from the conclusion. A thrilling first quarterfinal heat there. Julia Kern coming through with Blue New England, and Lucy Hochstarter. So looking on our picture now, quarterfinal heat number 3 is on course. Those girls looking great. We'll introduce them to you now while we still have a second. Maya Seckinger. Here we go, the final of quarterfinal heat number 2. Stay tuned to your screen. There we go, and looking strong from the Midwest. Looking great, and that is rated on. All right, so a thrilling finale. It's a Midwestern skier coming across the line for quarterfinal number 2 and taking the top position there. Great looking finish there. All right. Taking top honors ahead of her teammate, Greta Jenkins. Mackenzie Rizio coming across in 3rd. Lizzie Larkins in 4th. Meg Anderson of the Rocky Mountain Division in 5th unofficially. And quarterfinal heat number 3 is on course. In the Pacific Northwest, that's Maya Seckinger wearing bib number 105. Catherine Reed Mateer from Canada. She's wearing bib number 106, our 6th fastest qualifier. And the wind picking up a little bit here. It grabbed our starting tent and blew it away. Always exciting here.
Together pretty well.
Pretty impressive there.
Coaches and technicians, when you've got a tent strapped to the side of your trailer, please make sure that that thing is maybe coming down for a little while, because the wind is starting to pick up right here, right now.
All right, so coming into our picture now, we have our quarterfinal heat number 3. Looks like a great start there for Hannah Rudd, number 11. Our screen now beginning her stride. 105 looking great as well. Maya Seckinger behind her. 115 Magdalene York is looking great, charging by. And Maggie Wigton also in there of Durango. And as you can see now, it's beginning to storm. So the sun that we had this morning is disappearing, and it's keeping our wax techs on task, and it looks like we're having a little bit of quick precipitation now. That's a little bit of a hail grapple mix as we're looking here, as the weather rapidly changing here in the Adirondacks. So again, running you through our last qualifier, Margie Freed and Greta Jenkins doing a great job from the Midwestern Division, taking the top 2 spots, and Mackenzie Rizio potentially still in the mix for New England with a potential lucky loser spot. But now our tracks are beginning to change here, Stuart. As we look to the sky, the clouds have come in, the wind has kicked up, and it's begun to snow.
I'm seeing a few ladies out there with just their bibs on. That might be something they'll live to regret for at least 5 minutes before they get back home.
Again, let's keep in mind, too, this is a sprint. They're giving 110% out there. They are absolutely revving the motor as hard as it will go right out of the gate there. So, I think they might be able to get through one quarterfinal heat and then put on an additional layer. But we'll keep you posted. We've got quarterfinal heat number 3 is out on course now. Seckinger, Reed Mateer, York, Rudd, Pickner, and Wigton on course. And look at your picture now. Blizzard-like conditions here in the Adirondacks. The wind has picked up. The storm has arrived. So perhaps this is a significant snowfall we've been waiting for to freshen up our tracks just a little bit. But make sure to keep those tents battened down, sports fans. All right, so there we go. Looking at our picture now, I see the ladies coming down. 1, 2, 3, all together for the most part there. The ladies handling the tracks well. Position 4, 5, and 6 coming into our picture now. So we're looking to see who's in charge. At the midway point, it was Hannah Rudd, number 16 of the Midwest, was in charge. Let's see how she does. We are ready to start quarterfinal heat number 4 momentarily. We've got 3 New England skiers in this field, 1 Mid-A skier, Midwest athlete, and Leah Lang of the Intermountain Division. And any second now, we're going to be having quarterfinal heat number 3 coming around through the bleachers. There we go. Quarterfinal heat number 4 is off and rolling, and we'll be here live with the finish of quarterfinal heat number 3.
So as you can see, a little precipitation on the right side of our screen, and there on the left side of your screen there is the end of quarterfinal heat.
Good job, ladies. Good job, ladies.
Got freaky out
So on your picture here, we are looking, and hopefully our sound is still working, but here we go. We see our Midwestern skiers there trying to stay on top of the wax and make sure it's kicking well. These ladies doing a great job of keeping on top of it. We've got some results here that are up. Unofficial, of course, it looks like Maren Coletta and Kelly Koch are going to advance. It looks like Margaret Gellert, our top qualifier for the U18s, will not. She's currently in the lucky loser position as we're watching quarterfinal number 2 work their way up the biathlon stadium climb. So again, unofficially, of course, here for our first quarterfinal heat, it looks to be a great performance by the Intermountain Division skier Maren Coletta. And Kelly Koch of the Midwest will also advance wearing bib number 211. Margaret Gellert of Alaska in the hot seat there for the lucky loser position. Phoebe Sweet in 4th, wearing bib 230. Kristen Miller of New England in 5th. Jeannie Rasmussen in 6th. All right, so if you're watching live here, the squall looks to have abated just a little bit, which is nice. Things are a little bit more manageable now as the front has come blasting through. We're preparing for the start of quarterfinal heat number 3 as quarterfinal heat number 2 comes around and into the stadium. So they'll be passing through our camera soon at the halfway point of the course. And there they come, bombing down Flagpole Hill, looking great. They're all strung out there, and it's going to be an exciting one. And Stuart, it looks like we're pulling quarterfinal heat number 3 to the starting line. So anytime now, we've got our ladies coming around behind the bleachers there. We've panned now to the final. On the right side of your picture, you're going to see, there we are. Quarterfinal heat number 3 is getting lined up and ready. I see 2 Midwest suits. There they are, and they're off. So there we go in our picture, and just keep it. Final heat number 2 in just a second or two, and there we go. So IMD looks to be driving the charge there. That's Anna Gibson, I believe, who's coming into our picture now. All right, so there we go. Anna Gibson looking really solid, and Abby Jarzen as well coming to the line. There we go, 3:27 and 2:04. Indeed, Anna Gibson doing well. So Abby Jarzen there, Skylar Patton, number 327.
And 2:07, Gracelyn Shanley, the 6th place qualifier in final heat, quarterfinal heat number 2. Quarterfinal heat 3 just gone out on course, bib number 205, Jenna DeFalco from Alaska. 2:06, Quinn Lemcool from Far West. Bib number 215, Lydia Yuki from Pacific Northwest. Bib number 216, Siri Bohasek from Midwest. 225, Lucy Anderson, again Midwest. And 226, Dariana Kuznetsova from Canada.
So a little bit of updated information for you there if you're watching your screen. It looks like 327 Skylar Patton. In fact, that was racer number 227, Anna Gibson, who came in there. So it was Intermountain skier Anna Gibson who won that heat. She's followed by Midwest skier Abby Jarzen there. 204 Ezra Smith in to see about a lucky loser position. Emma Nelson in 4th, Sadie Cotton in 5th, and a great race for Gracelyn Shanley coming in very close behind her teammate in 6th. And now, would you look at that? The sun has arrived once again. So what a squall that blasted through, marking the beginning of this cold front as temperatures will plummet.
But an eye on live timing there. Just keep in mind that was not Skylar Patton. That was racer 227 Anna Gibson of Jackson Hole. All right, so coming into our dialed in and ready. And let's see who we've got on the front of that train. Looks like 205 there. Jenny DeFalco of Alaska is leading the train. 206 there, looking good. That's Quinn Lamecool.
Lydia Yuki, 215, and Syria Bohasek were both in that top three.
Daria Kutanova also in the mix there, so that's a really tight heat here in final number 3. Those girls are looking good. DeFalco is driving the pace up, and interestingly, these ladies separated by less than 10 seconds on their qualifying time, so that'll be a tight race. Quarterfinal heat number 4 is getting ready and locked and loaded in the starting gate. 2 New England skiers here, Raina Schwartz and Callie Young. Pacific Northwest skier Gemma Monk is in there. Brooke Dunnigan from IMD, Katja Freeburn of Rocky Mountain, and Maggie Meads from Alaska. Welcome here to quarterfinal heat number 4. So there's the sunshine once again. Winds have calmed down. The tents are still intact, and everybody is still alive, which is wonderful. As we're watching, quarterfinal heat number 3 is on course. Kudos to these ladies and coaches for being so resilient. And I'm going to put my sunglasses on once again. Look at that.
And our sprint day schedule is right on course. 2:25, our U18 women's quarterfinal number 4 is supposed to start at 2:25. We've got a 2:23 time right now, so 2 minutes to the start of quarterfinal heat number 4, where we will tell you exactly who's in there.
All right, so athletes there in quarterfinal number 3 out on course, and quarterfinal heat number 4 getting dialed in and ready.
In quarterfinal heat number 4, Renna Schwartz from New England, bib number 202. 209, Gemma Monk from Pacific Northwest. 212, Callie Young from New England. 219, Brooke Dunnigan from Intermountain Division. 222, Katia Freeburn, Rocky Mountain. And 229, Maggie Meads, Alaska.
Getting dialed in, and there they go. So in your picture now, you'll see those ladies. This will be perfect as we watch quarterfinal number 4 start. These ladies are off to a terrific one here. Any second now on the left side of your screen, you're going to see quarterfinal heat number 3 come blasting in on the left side. Quarterfinal number 4 is off to a terrific start as we pan to our left and into the stadium. So let's keep an eye on there. It was Renna Schwartz was doing a great job. Jenny DeFalco of driving the pace there. Let's see if the Alaskan is still in the driver's seat there. And there they are coming into view. It's a close one.
It is very close.
This will be close indeed, but look at that. The Alaskan is still in front leading the charge. Jenna DeFalco coming into your picture now. And far west skier Quinn Lamecool on the left. Looking great, so we'll give you the information as we get it here. And across the line. All right, so according to our results there, it was Jenna DeFalco who came in there in first position. In second place, racer 215, Lydia Yoki. And Quinn Lamecool, the far west skier, coming in for third, so she'll be in the hot seat to see if she advances there. All come through, and you can see a nice little view on the picture there as you can see the sun coming out and heating that recent precipitation off of the trees. So that makes for a pretty interesting view of what's happening weather-wise. 4 is out on course.
We have just dropped to freezing. From being 44 degrees, it is 32.5
there. The temperature plummets and a cold front arrives in the Adirondacks. So that's the return of winter as we wait for the return of quarterfinal number 4. Those ladies coming into your screen now. Okay. And there we have it. That's 2 good. Her teammate there, Callie Young, also putting in a great effort there to keep herself as the sun returns to the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex.
Gemma Monk, 209, was in 4th place in that first group of 4. Two and a half minutes until our final quarterfinal heat for the U18 ladies. Immediately following will be one of 5 U16 quarterfinals in the start gate with just a matter of minutes to go. Quarterfinal heat number 5 for U18 with quarterfinal heat number 4 out on course.
So the action continues here. We're panning our camera there. The athletes have made their way around the top of the course in quarterfinal heat number 4. Quarterfinal heat number 5 is getting dialed in and ready as the sun has returned. The precipitation has stopped, much to the glee of the ladies in quarterfinal heat number 5 as they click into their bindings and get set to go.
I will introduce the ladies in quarterfinal heat number 5. Number 203, Hadassa Lebur from Pacific Northwest. Anya Maijala from Midwest, 208. Chelsea Moore, bib number 213 from Rocky Mountain. Haida Bua from Alaska, 218. Lily Brunel from the Intermountain Division. She'll be wearing bib number 223. And Intermountain Division's Ariana Woods will be wearing bib number 228. They've been given the all clear to start by the starter.
And we're watching quarterfinal heat number 4. It's splintered, so 3 racers off the front there contending. And I'm assuming they are going to be the ones fighting for the top 2 spots in the lucky loser. Quarterfinal heat number 5 has been brought to the line. They're off in a few seconds. And that'll sync up again nicely with quarterfinal heat number 4. So there they go. A clean start for these ladies there, charging hard as they merge down to 4 lanes. There they go. And keep an eye, there we are. On the left side of your picture, we have the top 3 finishers. Looks to be New England with a great finish here. 2 teammates working hard. All right, there we go. So 2 New Englanders, Callie Young and Raina Schwartz, doing a great job in quarterfinal heat number 4. So those teammates will advance. And a hard-charging Brooke Dunnigan is coming in to try and claim that lucky loser spot. So there's the smiling face of racer 212. That is Callie Young from Craftsbury, Vermont. She's all smiles after completing and moving on to the semifinal. And there, a little bit of a tangle up in quarterfinal heat number 5. The ladies trying to keep it clean around that corner as they charge their way up the hill. As you can see in our picture now, the sun has arrived, the precipitation has stopped, and the temperature has gone down below the freezing line. All right, just a shout out to our sponsors here for this year's 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championships. Thanks to our friends at LL Bean, Kraft, Rosignol, Solomon, Fisher, Start, Blitz, Sweenor, Antifreeze Face Tape, Podiumware, and the National Nordic Foundation. Thanks for your support of this year's 2017 Junior National Championships. And in your picture there, if you're watching live, a Pacific Northwest skier charging, followed by 2 Intermountain athletes there. Rocky Mountain, great, and they are in quarterfinal heat number 5 for our U18 ladies, looking fantastic. So Hadassa Lerber there of Leavenworth Winter Sports is leading the charge there. She had the 3rd fastest qualifying time, looking great. And Lily Brunel and Ariana Woods are very much in the hunt there. Woods out of Bozeman,
Brunel out of Sun Valley, so they'll be charging around. And just keeping you posted on our order of the program today. U18 ladies quarterfinal heat number 5. We're going to go right into our semifinals after this with our U20 ladies semifinal heat number 1. We're going to run those through to completion with our U20 and U18 semifinals, right to the U20 B and then A final, and then to our U18 B and then A final, quarterfinals to the semis to the finals. It's a thrilling day of action here at Mackenzie Intervale. We are lucky that the sun is once again out. We're underway with our 5th and final quarterfinal heat. For our ladies, Hadassah Lerber of the Pacific Northwest squad having herself a day with a great qualifying position, and she is leading currently quarterfinal heat number 5. So out at the starting line there, I see the ladies getting ready for our U20 semifinal number 1. We'll have 2 of those. And the format for that, we'll have the top 2 advance. We'll have 2 lucky losers to work their way into the finals. So again, a whole lot of fun here. Our ladies should be working their way towards the top of the course as we speak and preparing for their descent. Precipitation has stopped here for those of you watching live, and the sun is out again. A classic Adirondack squall and a little cold front working its way through. Shaping up for a really fun and thrilling afternoon. The conclusion of today's classic sprint action here at the 2017 Junior National Cross Country Championships. All right, on your screen now, you can see one athlete coming down. If I had to guess, I would say that is the Pacific Northwest skier Hadassah Lerber, looking really smooth as she comes in and around. And there we go. Action is unfolding. There come the ladies. All right, so on the right side of your screen, you have the finish, the start there. On the left side of your screen, the conclusion. All right, so there we go. Ariana Woods of IMD is in. All right, so the order there. Ariana Woods of IMD takes it. She moves ahead of Hadassah Lerber, a great move for her. The 2 IMD athletes working together, and Lily Brunel of the Intermountain Division sitting in that lucky loser spot, hopefully able to move on in 4th place. Anya Malia of Loppet Nordic Racing there in the Midwest. Chelsea Moore of the Rocky Mountain Division finishes in 5th, and Heidi Bohr of Alaska comes across the line in 6th. So in that 5th and final heat for the ladies U20 quarterfinal, U18 quarterfinal, Ariana Woods of IMD with a great lace move there, and Hadassah Lerber of the Pacific Northwest will also advance. So now we're moving right along to our U20 ladies semifinal. So in this one, we've got Julia Kern, Margie Freed, Alexandra Lawson, Magdalene York, Greta Jenkins, and Maya Seckinger taking part in this semifinal. All right, so in this semifinal, number 1 for the U20 ladies, of course, the one to watch is Julia Kern. She's been lighting up this Junior National Championship all week so far, and Austin looking to cut her teeth to move ahead there. And there we go. There's your answer. The crowd has gathered there, as you can see in your picture. Kern has made her move, and she's got a gap of about 6 seconds already as Julia, and she is chased by her teammate there. That's Alexandra Lawson, Northwest skier. That's Maya Seckinger, looking strong as she goes well. But it could be a New England sweep if Alexandra Lawson can hold on and stay in contact. So as we are watching here, we are looking at the halfway point. We're going to see our U20 ladies in the semifinal. Number 1 coming whipping on is Julia Kern, looking real. Get ready for semifinal. Is Naran around in study hall? Could you just check and see if he's taken his calculus test? And if he hasn't, that's ready at the front desk for him to take. Okay. See you soon. Bye-bye. Be underway with semifinal number 2 shortly, and we should have the as those ladies whip down and around. Of course, Juliet Kern, the athlete to watch, and they're behind the bleachers there as number 2 getting settled in at the start, and they're coming. And a great finish there for the skier from the Midwestern Division. Coming in, that's racer of our ladies U20 semifinals underway. Catherine Weaver, Hannah Rudd, Leah Lang, Maddie Morgan, Dottie are on course now, working their way up and all together. And we're doing a great job of keeping the action moving. We hope you're having a great time outside to join us. And there we go. You are watching semifinal heat number 2. And Stuart, from what I can tell from my picture here, those ladies staying very, very tight together. 12 seconds separating these ladies, so it's going to be a pretty darn close one. Here in the announcer's booth as the sun has returned. Up the weather for a while, but things are back to normal here.
And the report is there are more of those lines. Keep a heads up as we can. Keep an eye on your phones. Those of you who know you're in zip code 12946. We'll give you as close as we can. Danger coming through. But the racing will stay on or head into to needing to finish it in fall, winter, summer mode. About 10 degrees cool to go. On right now, David. I've come and the main man to say, I'm the fluff and the one food. They think I'm drinking 3 days, but that's not the case.
Number 2, those ladies doing a great one. Julia Kern, Western Division, who did a phenomenal job following her to advance. If she's from Alaska there, and it's to be determined whether she will advance via that lucky loser position. But anyway, we're watching semifinal number 2 is happening live at Pole Hill in just a few seconds, and we'll be able to give you an indication for our U20 lady racers. And there we go. So coming over the crest of the hill and looking good. It is one lady off the front and looking very fast, as you see in your picture there. Behind her, so it's going to be a duel to find out who makes their way into the A's. Look to be running well. The ladies are doing a great job of keeping things controlled there on that check. That racer in the 5th, we know in this field. Weaver, Rudd, Lang, Morgan, Anderson, and ladies will be coming around by the LL Bean sign on the left side of your picture. You're looking on the right side of your screen. You're looking at ladies U18 semi.
And here come our finishers from heat number 1.
A great double pole there. It looks to be racer 103, very much in charge. Catherine Weaver, that's ensuing here. Look at this, a lot of action on your screen. You see U18 racing starting on the right. That's semifinal number here. So here's what it is. Catherine Weaver, it's Maddie Morgan of IMD who will advance to the A final. Catherine Mibutayer coming in, of ski back there in 3rd. Leah Lang of the University of Utah in 3rd. Hannah Rudd, Loppet Nordic Racing. So here's the format again to tell you who makes it into the A final. The first 2 advance automatically from each heat, and then it goes to a times to the A final. So it goes top 2, and then the next 2 are time-based. So it could be 2 from one semifinal heat there. That move into the A final, and then the B final. So running you through the finishes there. Great finish for Catherine Weaver, Maddie Morgan in 2nd, Catherine Reed-Mateer of Quebec in 3rd, Leah Lang in 4th, Hannah Rudd in 5th, and Dottie Anderson in 6th position. And now on to U18 semifinal heat number 1.
And these are the ladies that are out on the hill right now. 227, Anna Gibson from Intermountain Division. 221, Marion Yuki from Pacific Northwest. 204, Abby Jarzin from Midwest. 211, Kelly Koch from 3 Intermountain Division, 2 Midwest, and 1 Pacific Northwest. And they should be coming into picture having climbed Flagpole Hill anytime now.
All right, in our picture there, we see the ladies foundation looking very solid. 2:15 there, Lydia Yoki there, keeping things moving. And 2:11, that's Kelly Koch there of U18 semifinal number 1. Again, the top 2 will advance, and then the next spots for the A final are up for grabs via the lucky loser position. Those are time-based, Stuart, so that's a jury call to make sure they know who.
Which next year, don't worry, it's going to be covered. So the deck, if you're standing outside the base lodge, will have another floor above you. The floor that we're on, which is top floor of the base lodge, will have a deck that we walk straight out onto. So we'll have even more great space to watch ski jumping, freestyle aerials, cross country, you name it. We'll have it all here at the Olympic Jumping Complex, where, again, thanks to Chip Draper and his grooming crew, to the TD and Chief of Comp for getting the jury all together. It's just end of our second day of racing. We were racing here with freestyle on Monday, today classic sprints, Thursday or Friday and Saturday racing distance. 2 more full days of racing. Award ceremony tonight at the Olympic Center. Get in there at 7 o'clock. That's when doors open. Awards will start at 7:30, and then an ice cream social that will take place immediately following the award ceremony, where there are some prizes for people from teams. There have been prizes already drawn, so if you think you didn't win an award, there's a chance that you could win a prize, and there's something for everyone in a team. So a team will win. You won't walk out of there without anybody winning something, but we won't have enough prizes for, I see Flagpole Hill, action on Flagpole Hill coming back, David.
Indeed. So there, it looks like semifinal number 1 has blown apart there. Things are getting excited. The coach is growing nuts. A lot of enthusiasm on this course. And there we go, semifinal number 2 for the ladies. Let's introduce Raina Schwartz, number 202, Ariana Woods, 228, Jenna DeFalco, 205, Callie Young, 212, Hadassah Lerber, 203, and 206 is Quinn Lamecool. So as we wait for our picture, and there we go. There's the answer to semifinal number 1. All 3 ladies are together, and they're finishing at the same time that semifinal number 2 is going off. It's a thrilling finale, and there they go. They're off, and it's a nail-biter in semifinal number 1. All 3 ladies across the line there. Anna Gibson, Marin Coletta, and Brooke Dunnigan for Mountain Division. Again, Anna Gibson in first, Marin Coletta in second, Brooke Dunnigan in third, so she'll be waiting on tenterhooks to find out if she'll be doing a lucky loser spot into the A final. But currently on course, semifinal heat number 2 for our U18 ladies on course. Schwartz, Woods, DeFalco, Young, Lerber, and Lanecool are all on course now. 2 New England ladies in there, 1 Intermountain skier, Alaska, and Pacific Northwest in there, along with Quinn Lamecool from Auburn Ski Club there in California of the Far West Division. So those ladies are out on course now, climbing Flagpole Hill. Thrilling finale, and boy, Intermountain Division making its mark here in the U18 ladies race, taking 3 of the top spots in there in semifinal number 1. So we're going to announce our ladies taking part in the U20 A and B finals. Moving on to the A final for the U20 ladies, Catherine Weaver, Julia Kern, Maddie Morgan, Margie Freed, Catherine Reed Mateer, and Leah Lang. Moving ladies B final for the U20, Magdalene York, Alexandra Lawson, Hannah Rudd, Maya Jenkins. In your B final, it was Catherine Reed Mateer and Leah Lang of the University of Utah who advanced with semi-final number 2. For the ladies looking
in the lead, Raina Schwartz from New England was the first Penny that I saw move through there. Had a little lead the climb to the biathlon range.
We can maybe call that Bailey's Butte, that final ascent to the biathlon range there, huh? In honor of Dunkley.
What a week it was for the biathlon squad over in Hawk-Filzen and Tyrol, top fives, in addition to his fourth, a sixth, and a win he took over there. So we're watching semifinal heat number 2 come around, and we are getting ready for our lady Alexandra Lawson, Hannah Rudd, Maya Seckinger, Dottie Anderson, and Greta Jenkins. There in just a few moments. So currently our semifinal number 2 for our U18 ladies is cresting Bailey's Butte and making that hard right turn to descend back into the stadium to find out who will shake up and form that A and B final.
Your 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior Championships are presented Rosenol, Fisher, Endurance Enterprises, Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, and National Nordic Foundation, as well as Podium and Coca-Cola.
All right, so there we go, off and rolling. There are the ladies finishing up for semifinal number 2, and we're looking at our ladies B final. We are waiting for Yuri to adjust our live feed. It'll be happening shortly, but we'll keep you up to date. Do not fear. A lot of great skiing going on here in the finals for the U20 ladies. So 3 Midwestern skiers there. Hannah Rudd, Dottie Anderson, Greta Jenkins, along with a Pacific Northwest athlete, Maya Seckinger, New England ski charging out of the start there. And setting the pace there is the Pacific Northwest skier, Maya Seckinger.
In come out
there. What a great finish there for our U18s.
Rena Swartz, bib number 202, coming through final.
Yeah, so Callie Young, she'll advance of Craftsbury Nordic there. She will advance right to the final. And then Jenna DeFalco there is sitting in 3rd place, so she'll into the A final for the U18s. But now on course, the U20B final. Lots of information flowing here as we try to keep everything straight for you. And again, we're watching here. But we saw a great start there from Maya Seckinger of the Bend Endurance Academy out of the Pacific Northwest program there. She's done a phenomenal job so far moving up and speeding up her heats as she's gone here. So a talented sprinter there. But interesting, we'll see what Team Tactics, Rudd, Dottie Anderson, and Greta Jenkins, all teammates there, along with Magdalene York, Alexandra Lawson, and of course Maya Seckinger, who is leading out of the stadium there. Here's a little shout out to all loyal fans out there, both online and enjoying the sun and the atmosphere on the porch. We hope you're having a blast of a day here. It sure has been fun calling the as we watch our ladies in the A, of course, the U20 ladies final. And you're watching some great action of Alaska APU. She's moved into the drop
in 3rd.
Really good. So Magdalene York has moved into the control room and she's on range. Indeed, and we're watching our ladies for the ladies taking part in our ladies U20A final. Wearing bib 103, Catherine Weaver. Wearing bib 101 of New England is Julia Kern. 107 is Margie Freed. 106 is Catherine Reed Mateer. And number 102 in your ladies A final is Leah Lang of the Intermountain Division. So a lot going on here. Thanks to our friend Yuri for adjusting the live timing and keeping that all updated. Excuse me, the live streaming. Very exciting. And we'll be able to keep you posted on what's going on in the B final as we gear up for our ladies U20A final. And there's a good vantage on our start for the ladies. What's going here on the left side as we watch the thrilling finale to our B final. We'll be watching for Team Tactics from Hannah Rudd, Dottie Anderson's race at this point.
All right, so we're watching the ladies of the U20A final getting loosened up. Of course, the one to watch there is Julia Kern, who has moved so strong. All these athletes will be giving her a run for her money. And Lang, as we watch them, and there we go. So the awesome as they begin their descent down Flagpole Hill. And this run away with this, folks, as you watch on your screen the start of our Ladies A final. They are off in fashion. Unbelievable, this race. She has absolutely run away with it. A hats off and a congratulations to your champion there in the B final, Magdalene York of Alaska. A fantastic race for her. She will be chased by, there is Hannah Rudd of the Midwest. Congratulations to her on her second position finish.
A final, Judging up the first hill, eating up Flagpole Hill, no doubt. And Davey, give us a shout from
Move to the far eastern wing of our announcer's booth. We'll start there. I think the 10 maybe try and cool it down just a little bit, but there she goes. She is striding well, but right on her heels, we have a sprint A for trying to hang on, and these ladies in the A final doing a phenomenal job. There's Leah Lang. I can see the Intermountain suit holding on Flagpole Hill, but Julia Kern is absolutely drilling it up that flagpole climb like she did at the Junior World Championships early. This little motivation. She'll be coming into our picture shortly, and we'll be able to give you a little bit more up-to-date information.
Finishes in our... Whereabouts did they finish, David?
So let's run you through that B final. It was a great race, an unbelievable finish from Magdalene. Hannah Rudd of the Midwest came in the silver medal position. Maya Seckinger in third. Lawson in fourth for New England. Fifth, Dottie Anderson and Greta Jenkins. So there we go, folks. Take a look at your live feed. It's Julia Kern drilling it. She is on the rivet now as she turns up Bailey's Butte, but staying well on her heels. Racer 103. That is a finish there. Catherine Weaver of Canada doing a phenomenal job of staying in contact. Pack is Maddie Morgan, really, really strong.
And Leah Lang right behind her.
There, Kern has absolutely opened it up, but a lot of ladies still in contention. Anybody's lace, it's a thrill.
Looking to crown the junior national champion, the classic sprint. Our final A heat is on course right now.
All right, so our ladies A final happening now. Kern on the hill there of Canada. So the Hollyburn Cross Country Ski Club athlete out of Canada, Catherine Weaver, doing a phenomenal job at catching a rope. We're going to move into our U18 B and then A final. You can see those ladies getting geared up on the right side of your picture now. And our U20A final is just now cresting the high point of Bailey's Butte before swinging down into the upper parking lot. I would say a minute and a half away from the thrilling finale of our ladies. This is getting exciting here. The sun is out. The wind has abated. That's wonderful to see. I mean, they've done such a phenomenal job of progressing through the heats today. Of course, it's wonderful to notice that we are a Nordic skiing nation. And there we go in your picture, the Mr. competition. There is Catherine Weaver. She's about 4 seconds behind, but it still could happen for Weaver of Canada, chasing Julia Kern of New England and to the rest of the field in that U20 final. So there you are, folks. Catherine towards the finish. As we look on our picture, what a tempo set by Julia Kern, putting it on a double pole clinic. A final for the ladies. And hats off to Catherine Weaver there. Unbelievable effort for her to stay in contact. A wonderful job. Our ladies U18 B final is underway.
In that B final, cool, from far west, Ariana Woods, Intermountain Division, Abby Jarzin, Midwest, and Hadassah Lever from Pacific Northwest.
So let's give a shout out to the rest of that U20A final that just finished. Julia Kern in first, Catherine Weaver in second. Congratulations to Maddie Morgan, who takes third place there in the A final. A great race by Leah Lang of the Intermountain Division there, Morgan's teammate. They did some really terrific, smart racing. Margie Freed there of the Midwest taking fifth, and it was Catherine Reed Mateer of Canada taking sixth in that field. So wonderful racing in that A final. As we turn now to our ladies U18 B final, which is underway as we speak.
So, Stuart, what a thrilling job there. We were taking a look at some split times there. Julia Kern doing an unbelievable job of just dropping the hammer there. Catherine Weaver of Canada did a really, really smart job of sticking with her on the climbs, and it paid off with a silver medal position for her. And great to see the IMD teammates there, Leah Lang and Maddie Morgan, doing that A final.
Yeah, Stratton is like the premier athletic program in the country.
So we're watching on our picture now as we watching the B final, getting geared up for U18. Skier who is pushing the pace.
Let's have a look. That's bib number 204.
They're both together. Yeah.
Both together from the Midwest Division. Our speed leading the way as we go through that final.
So though the ladies' B final looking good, very much all together there. It's a close one, and our ladies' A final getting settled in and ready. They're putting shade coming in as the sun starts to go down, indicating a long day of sprint racing here in the Adirondacks, but still some sunshine in the stadium, which is wonderful to see after our cold front flying through. Some fast-moving clouds up overhead, indicative of some changing, mending the camera, which I think went flying at one point. But there we go, a real trackside camera to give you an indicator of how things are looking. You can see the course has deteriorated significantly, but there is a great track on the left-hand side there by the V-board that looks to be losing control, a few crashes. I talked to New England coach Audrey Mangan. Drama unfolding, but it's great to see the course holding together as well as it can, given the fact that temperature. So our ladies B final for the U18 ladies is on course. A final is getting geared up and ready in the stadium. So any of our B final, and just minutes to go until. So just a little update on the schedule. Once we hear confirmation that finishes are valid, gentlemen. And then we'll also do our flower ceremony for our U20 and U18 ladies on the patio.
We have ladies coming down the hill. There you go. That's a great camera view from Yuri.
We're followed by a Midwest skier there, are very much in charge here. Look at this, a great view of the action unfolding. And wow, there's a move shaping up there. So a Far West skier coming around the outside here in the announcer's booth to see who will be watching it. A final now underway. So those ladies are off, and they're off to a great start. Here they come. They're coming into the final now on the left side of your screen. We've got the B final finishing up, and there's a great shot at our A final start. And here we go in the stadium now, panning a great.
Bib number 215, Lydia Yuki from Pacific Northwest, winning that one. Bib.
Yeah, bib 215, Lydia Yuki of the Pacific Northwest coming in ahead of Kelly Koch there to go 1-2 in the B final. Great racing for those girls. Abby Jarzen of the Midwest in third. Quinn Lamecool in fourth for the Far West. Ariana Woods in fifth for IMD. And coming across the line now is Hadassah Lerber of the Pacific Northwest in sixth position. So sports fans, now our A final for the U18s is underway.
And climbing Flagpole Hill, and bib number 221, Marion Coletta from Intermountain Division, took an early jump on the group of six that are racing for our U18s Classic Sprint gold medal, where we have one New England athlete, two New England athletes, three Rocky Mountain athletes, and the lone Jenna DeFalco, Alaska, coming up to the top of Flagpole Hill momentarily, and we'll see if anything has changed from that 221 bib that was out in the lead just at the first of the undulations before they got to the bottom of Flagpole Hill.
Speaking of undulations, I'm talking about the undulations in my caffeine levels today, which have just skyrocketed again thanks to the cup of coffee that you just brought my way. But it's sprint racing day. The action never sleeps here at the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex. To our friends out there enjoying the sunshine, we hope you're having a wonderful time enjoying the ambiance of this championships for cross-country ski racing. If you're watching online here, we hope you're having a blast, enjoying a nice, delicious beverage. And you are watching the action. This is the A final for our U18 ladies as they go charging by. New England in the driver's seat.
219. Brooke Dunnigan was in third. 221. Marion Coletta was in second. Did you see the...
Or Callie Young of Craftsbury Nordic there. So those girls looking great and charging the pace, very much intact. But there we see a viewing information up to colleagues and teammates to give up-to-date information. But is it gnarly, I'll tell you, wearing those low-cuffed classic boots with Clister skis. Athletes need to be absolutely perfectly balanced out there to stay in control, and you've seen the New England squad saying that they'd seen broken poles, broken skis, lots of broken gear, but some pretty unbelievable finishes from all teams.
On the left-hand side, still testing wax for the U16s that follow up immediately following this final.
You know, it's pretty funny. A sprint day, you'd think it'd be short and sweet, but boy, it's a marathon of age groups to get through. It makes for a long, exciting day of racing, and we're really pumped for these U16s there. We've seen some unbelievable qualifying team times from these young athletes, our Nordic ranks to prove that the United States at the highest level of the sport.
Now, on Monday with freestyle, we started with the U16s and finished with the U18, U20. Today, we're reversed. We started with the older athletes. Now we're working back down to the 16s. Is the ball for our...
But here, as we keep in mind, we've got to look at that. An IMD Simpson, Coletta, Dunnigan, and there they go, all chart final in the A final here. Dunnigan of the Intermountain Division. Behind her in New England, 7 coming around and looking so strong. So there we go. They're coming in front of our eyes. It's an IMD victory here in the U. Go. Wonderful job. That is 221. Foundation coming along and looking fantastic. What a finish. Renna Schwartz there of New England in second position, and Anna Gibson of IMD is good for a third. These ladies are absolutely thrilled, as they should be. And there we go. Brooke Dunnigan in fourth position to round out the IMD finishes. Jenna DeFalco of Alaska and Callie Young of New England comes across for sixth position. Wonderful sprint final. Very, very thrilling, and hats off to those ladies on a great finish.
The course is now open for our U16 athletes. Course is now open. And as soon as we have an all clear from our jury, we will conduct a... Our flower ceremony in 5 minutes.
So, a few little housekeeping announcements here, sports fans. We'll be doing our flower ceremony for the U20 ladies and the U18 ladies in 2 minutes. That's happening right on the eastern edge of the patio on the podium. And we found a driver's license down below. An Alaskan. We're looking for Mary Christian Kelly of Fairbanks, Alaska. We found your driver's license, and we'll have it down at the podium ceremony. So, Mary Christian Kelly, we do have your driver's license. And we'll see you down on the podium in 2 minutes for our U20 and U18 ladies flower ceremony. We have U20 and U18 coming up. We could do both. All right, folks, we'll be underway for the U20 and U18. All of the moms of those U20 and U18 ladies to come to the podium as well. So, moms of races, if you would be so kind as to join us in 1 minute at the eastern edge of the podium ceremonies. Got it.
We don't have the official results, I guess.
So do we have any moms?
I guess there's 2 moms, right?
All right, folks, we're going to get underway in just a second with our awards for the U20 and U18 women's. They're going to come podium. Come join us over at the podium here for this special occasion. Paging any moms. Julia, is your mom here? Of any of these athletes? She did place, but her mom's not here. Way. Hey. Oh, yeah, I've got it upstairs. Yeah, just a second. Yeah.
We have one mom who's arrived.
Okay. Do you have her name?
It's Maddie Martin.
All right, so presenting our awards today is going to be Carrie Morgan, who is Maddie Morgan's mother. It's International Women's Day, so we're honored to have you presenting the flowers today. So we're going to start off with your Mountain Division, Anna Gibson. Congratulations, Anna. Come on up. Way to go, Anna. Nicely done. In second place today, representing the New England Division, Raina Schwartz. Raina, congratulations. And in first place today, in the U18 Classic Sprint Junior National Cross Country Championships, representing the Intermountain Division, Marin Coletta. Way to go, Marin. Congratulations. And Chris Cheney Seymour, Assistant Chief of Competition today, presenting the flowers. Folks, how about a round of applause for our U18 ladies champions in today's Women's Classic Sprint on International Women's Day. Way to go! And one more photo up on the top shelf there. Way to go, ladies. Congratulations. One more round of applause. Way to go to our U18 champions. Congratulations. And now moving into our U20 ladies category. Third place. And her mom will be presenting the bouquet today. How lovely. There she goes. So Maddie's mother, congratulations, Maddie Morgan. And there we go. A shout out to our U16 ladies who are on course. In second place, representing the nation of Canada, congratulations to Catherine Weaver. All right, and your champion in the U20 Junior National Cross Country Championships in the congratulations to way to go, and out 20 ladies. Way to go. And all together on the top step there. What a great day of racing once again at this 1.5 kilometer classic sprint. The action continues with quarterfinal heats in our U16 races, so don't go away. And we'll see you this evening at 7:30 for our qualifiers. And Stuart, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you, David. Quarterfinal heat number 1 is underway. Out on course right now, Hayden Halverson, Cooper Anderson, Adam Pickett, Matthew Moreau, Zayden McMullen, and Timothy Cobb. Those guys are right now at the top of Flagpole Hill, heading towards Bailey's Butte. And Yuri has been running around back. He's certainly been working hard on cameras and our live feed going to Facebook. Our first of our U16 men is underway. Our quarterfinal heat number 2. First 2 athletes qualify, and then lucky losers making up the remainder of the semifinals. And then our men. Semifinals will be back-to-back, men and women, and then our finals, B final, A final, B final, A final for men first, women second, and then another podium at around 5:05. on a beautiful sunny half an hour at the Olympic Jumping Complex, and more weather on the way. See coming in, it will get dark tonight, and then tomorrow it will be light again. Tomorrow, Thursday, more training tomorrow, more racing on Friday and Saturday, distance races on Friday, relays on Saturday. Championships presented by LL Bean and Kraft. And our U16s are coming through to finish in great time. Let's have a look. We've got the finish hill. Bib number 321, is that Zayden McMullen? No, 320, sorry. Matthew Moreau, Cambridge Sports Union, New England. 301 was second, Hayden Halverson from Far West. Athlete 311 bringing up the 6th place, Adam Pickett. Well done. Quarterfinal heat number 2 is in the gate. That's got Eli Hermanson from Alaska, Hunter Green from Pacific Northwest, Rocky Mountains, Peter Haynes, Peter Moore from Midwest, Noah Bowdies from Midwest, and Skylar Patton from the Intermountain Division. They're on course.
All right, that heat is off to a great start there. Things are looking good. What a wonderful flower ceremony there as well. And our live stream cameras are looking fantastic as well. So we're watching on course. This is quarterfinal heat dose, Bodies, and Skylar Pattern of the Intermountain squad. So 2 Midwest athletes in there, 1 IMD, 1 Rocky Mountain, 1 Pacific Northwest, and 1 Native Alaskan in quarterfinal heat number 2.
I'd love to go to Alaska. The athletes that have been representing Alaska have been nothing short of so personable walking around. They've been competing to the highest level. As much as they're not part of the lower states, they come in and they're right in amongst the rest of them. So couldn't be furthest. And it's a pleasure to have you here in the 2-time Olympic Village, which is Lake Placid.
So how much fun is this here? The sun is shining. Athletes are having a blast out there. We're well into our quarter. Coming under our picture relatively soon. It's away from the start of quarterfinal heat number 3. Momentarily, we're going to see the course crew doing a great job of keeping the tracks churned up and ready. So that is a Midwestern athlete. It's either Moore. As we look there, it is 17. So that is Peter Moore leading the charge there in front of 307. That is Hunter Green, who is following the pace, 327. That's Skylar Pattern trying to do a great job of keeping in control. And there's Noah Bowdies there, very close in heat number 2. And we're about 2 minutes out from the start of quarterfinal heat number 3.
Let's put a shout out for one of our many sponsors. You don't have to wait weeks to see a doctor. Adirondack Health's community health centers are a caring team of doctors and welcoming new patients seeking primary care for the entire family. You don't have to wait weeks. Just visit AdirondackHealth.org for the location nearest you. Adirondack Health, better health. Great sports med department there too. So that's where you're going to go. That's where we're going to send you. That's the fine doctors and physiotherapists at the Adirondack Medical Center's Sports Med Department.
And of course, I think we were going to mention for any fresh provisions for this week. Where should our athletes and families head?
Our athletes and families should head to Lake Placid. They're located at 1930 Saranac Avenue and offer a store full of fresh products.
But look at this. 5 athletes absolutely hammering their way towards the finish. Look at this, a thrilling finale, and these athletes doing a great job. It is anybody's game at this point in quarterfinal heat number 2. So stay tuned to the far end of the bleacher. Seconds. So look at this. It's going to be a thrilling finale. We're going to keep you abreast. So look at the left side of your picture if you're watching online, to the left of the LL Bean banner. And there we go now. So look at that. It's the Rocky Mountain and then a quarterfinal there. Eli Hermanson in second position, but it is a close one there. A lane change for racer 312 coming around, and 304 is behind Peter Haynes of the Rocky Mountain Division. Peter Moore in third. Hunter Green in automatically. Haynes and Hermanson will advance. Moore is hoping for a lucky loser spot. And that's Noah Bodie's 2-4 of the Lakeland Nordic Ski Team. There's quarter, and they are just about ready to come to the line now.
We will have Griffin Wright, and they're on course right now. Griffin Wright, Walker Hall, Kai Mittelstead, George Kankara, Xander Martin, and Ian course right now.
Look at this skiing. Awesome composure for these U16 boys. Do a fantastic job there, merging well. A lot of raw athleticism there is to be expected for these U16. They're moving well as they go, and they're tackling a course that has absolutely been ground to bits here as they make that right footer, that awkward turn onto Flagpole Hill. So that gets the heart rate up before that long, sustained climb, and really fun racing to watch here. The wax is kicking terrifically, a testament to some fine waxing. On behalf of our coaches and technicians out there today, they started late last night. They began early this morning. And quarterfinal heat number 3 is underway here. This is day 2 of racing action at the 2017 Cross Country Junior National Championship, presented by our friends at Kraft, LL Bean. Of course, a shout out to our friends at the Olympic Regional Development Authority, ORDA, and their venues here at Whiteface Mountain and Mount Van Hovenberg. And we'd like to also thank our friends there at Adirondack Health for taking great care of us. Our amigos over at Price Chopper for their great provisions. And of course, Rosignol, Fisher, Start, Blitz, Anti-Freeze Face Tape. And of course, a shout out to the National Nordic Foundation. They've done really phenomenal work at supporting grassroots efforts and clubs and efforts to support Nordic skiing as a culture and lifestyle here in the U.S. And Podium Wear Clothing and our friends at Coca-Cola.
And here's a group of ladies that might be able to help you. Our Green Goddesses, delicious lunch sandwiches. If you haven't eaten yet and you've maybe been teaching the kids all day at school, over to the far corner from where you enter the building are a bunch of ladies putting out some of the finest sandwiches, soups, and desserts that you can ask to get here. In fact, they're the only desserts, sandwiches. And recharge your batteries with some fine food.
We just saw Xander Martin there bring up the tail end of quarterfinal heat number 3. Those athletes looking good. Our picture rapidly softening track. If you wonder where it came from, those were once freestyle aerial kickers used during the World Cup. About a month and a half ago, they've been plowed out thanks to our grooming staff, Tony Preston, Brad Clark, Chip Draper, and their job at manicuring this course despite warm temps, a little bit of rain. We've put on a truly world-class event. So thanks to the ORDA staff and all their efforts to go from Plan A at Mount Van Hovenberg to Plan B here at the Olympic Ski Jumping Complex. A wonderful competition. We see quarterfinal heat 4, those athletes getting adjusted and ready near the start. We're about 3 minutes away from the start of that. All right, there we go now. 3:16 is Ankara of Alaska. There's 3:05, looking good, very much in contention. Griffin Wright there of Craftsbury, Vermont. 3:26 also in the hunt in Hardenberg. And quarterfinal heat number 4 is off and running in the right. Them off to a great start. A lot of Midwest in this field, a lot of New England. You will see the athletes coming in. That's George Van Cara, who is drilling the pace. Athlete 316. He takes a time to look back. Doesn't need to. He has clenched it. But here's a finish. Look at this. Walker Hall takes it ahead of Kai Mittelstedt of Intermountain. And there coming into the finish is Ian Harden, Colorado.
And let's tell you who's just headed out on quarterfinal from New England. Henry Hall, Midwest, with Midwest. Nicholas Nemi from the own James Flanagan of the New York Ski Education Foundation.
Hats off to Racer 325. That's as a champion and Olympic champion, said very best. What we watch quarterfinal heat number 4, Namath, Niemi, and Flanagan in that one. Of course, to see that the up-and-coming generation of athletes is equally strong, Stuart, as some of the names we know in that field.
So heat number 4 making their way to the start line. Our ladies will be going immediately following. So 5 heats of ladies U16 will be immediately following the finish of the women's quarterfinal heat 5. We will have men's semifinal heat 1 and 2. Athletes in there will have been the winners of each of their qualifying heat plus 2 lucky losers for a total of 24 athletes. And then we'll be looking for a U16 B final, A final, and a ladies exactly the same. So 12 athletes will race off in the semis for final positions in about 1 hour's time. In the meantime, thanks for coming out to the Cross Country Junior Nationals at the Olympic Jumping Complex, presented in association with the Olympic Authority, Kraft and LL Bean. We have our big awards presentation from Monday's and today's races. And then we have an ice cream social and skating sheet of Olympic ice, the 1932 rink Jack Shea Arena. So if you're thinking about skating, we can get you in a exhausted from today's activities, and that will be going on until around 9:30, and that will be a lot of fun. So come on out for the ice cream social and ice skating after the award ceremony at the conference center, where you have your little fun zone and where the Acid logo for the 2007 apparel is available downstairs. David, I see people coming back into vision, and here they come.
And that's the final right there on the left side of your screen. You're watching an epic duel here. Doing a great job right behind 3:02. That was Will Koch on the right, who took top honors. So let's see if the timing confirms. All right, so coming through, Midwest skiers looking really strong as they come in there towards the finish. So it's Will Koch taking top honors ahead of Will Lang of the Pacific Northwest. Henry Hall coming in third, hoping for that lucky loser spot. Fifth, and we watch as James Flanagan arrives for 6th position. So great job for those athletes.
Quarterfinal number 5 just getting underway. Joshua Valentine, New England. Lane Marshall, Intermountain Division. Johnny Hagenbush, Intermountain Division. Garrett Butts from Rocky Mountain, Andrew Rogers, Rocky Mountain, and Kai Franz from right here in Lake Placid, representing the Mid-Atlantic and the New York Ski Education Foundation. Ladies, U16 females, start making your way to the start. Our first athletes, mention a very strong Novi McCabe. Charlotte, you will be up next in Q1, U16 female.
All right, Spencer, a lot of action here, and if you look to your screen, you see things unfolding. This is quarterfinal heat number 5 for the gentlemen, the U16s. All right, so let's see if we can get a positive ID on a few of these athletes there. 3:08 looking strong. Lynn Marshall. 3:13 went by as well. Johnny Hagenbuch, so it's a tight one there. And 3:28, that's Kai France fighting to stay in contact for the mid-A division as the skiers are all together. Valentine, Mishral, Hagenbuch, Butts, Rogers, and France all picked. This will be our 5th and final boys qualifier. And look, yeah, there we go, some young, nice being chased by a mid-A coach, a pretty typical. Great to see so many crowds and ski friends out here on the tracks. We've got grandma, grandpa, all sorts of parents out here, coaches, athletes, friends, family. It's just a great atmosphere, and thankfully the weather has cooperated, Stuart, for the most part. But looking out across the stadium, I can see the ladies in our quarterfinal heat number 1 are getting ready down in the stadium. So that'll start our U16 ladies qualifying. In about 1.5 minutes, we'll see our gentlemen come screaming down Flagpole Hill. And that will wrap up our quarterfinals for our U16 boys.
Rodriguez, our chief of competition, waiting at the finish line. How's it going for you? Is it a 1 thumbs up or a 2 thumbs up day for you, Jim? It's a 2 thumbs. Thank you.
Boys are underway, and they're screaming down the hill, looking very, very strong. That's the suit of Kai France there of mid-A.
And we have an athlete coming into the finish corral.
All right, looking good. That is a New England suit there. Quarterfinal number 1. That is Joshua Valentine of the Gunstock Nordic Association, racer 303. Taking a look back, he's got quite a gap there between 3 of the Intermountain Division, and he comes in just ahead of his teammate 313. That's Johnny Hagenbuch. And 318 there, throwing his foot at the line. Garrett Butts with a great finish. His teammate coming in behind him, Andrew Rogers. And there in the corner of your screen, the International Championship there, representing the Mid-Atlantic Division in 6th.
And our first quarterfinal heat is underway. It has Nova McCabe, Charlotte Ogg, Greta Schultz in it.
So they're looking good. These ladies are back to the short sleeves, which is always a good sign. The New England suit there. Right there, we saw racer 421 go by our picture. That's Kate Oldham of the Rocky Mountain Division. So they're heading out towards Flagpole Hill. Let's see if I can give you a little update from the corner of my announcing booth here. There we go. So the PNSA skier has moved into first position. The ladies looking good there. Things have cooled off. Still a little breezy here. And there I see the France family taking off. They've cheered on their son Kai, doing a great job and having a lot of fun watching him take part in this first Junior National Championship event here. As our U16 ladies in qualifier heat number 1 are on course and doing a fine job. Again, a thank you to our volunteers and course crew for keeping this course in fantastic condition. A shout out to our friend Yuri at Central Cross Country, who's done a fantastic job. Thanks for staying loyal to us here on the live feed. Dave McCahill, your co-host, along with good friend Stuart Hemsley, the MC from across the sea, keeping things moving and fresh.
Shadows starting to fall on the course now. Temperature freeze, so this track is going to get groomed and is going to be Friday and Saturday. So the course that we wanted to preserve and everybody here has managed to do what they said they wanted to achieve as we possibly could for the longest possible time. And Wednesday was the turning point. Today was now down to around 33 degrees. It did drop to 32 a little while ago, but we're back to 33. But real cold temperatures tonight and through the rest of the week.
That's right, a little housekeeping update. We are not going to be having a mass start event on Friday, so I'm sure most of you are aware of that schedule change, but that has been changed to individual start. There's our first view of the picture. Racer 401, that's Novi McCabe of the Metho Valley Nordic Ski Program. She's leading out 410 Charlotte Ogden there, 421 looking solid Kate Oldham. in there as well. And Greta Schultz there hanging on to the back of the pack looking great. So Novi McCabe, our top qualifier in the U16 ladies event, is leading her quarterfinal heat number 1 as they go up Bailey's Butte there before taking the left footer around, followed by another left footer, and then they'll be down back into the stadium before you know it. As we're preparing, looks like our officials are getting ready to begin quarterfinal heat number 2 over in the distant edge of the stadium.
It'd be fun to see if we can chat with Bill Koch a little bit. Olympic silver medalist would be pretty fun. That's Bill Koch is his father, and won silver in let's see, 76 in Innsbruck. I think he will. Yeah, he is here. He likes to keep a real low profile, not a real flashy guy. It's pretty cool.
The cross country people ever get flashy?
I don't know. Depends who you ask.
Ask another cross country person.
All right, so like you said, Stuart, there, the shadows are beginning to fall. They've gone behind the ski jump towers there here at the Intervale Mackenzie ski jumping facility here. And we're watching quarterfinal heat number 1 is out on course. Novi McCabe, last we checked on our live screen feed, she was in the driver's seat and in control, but we've seen a lot of things happen. We've seen broken skis, broken poles, broken hearts, all sorts of things here at the Junior National Championship. We'll save those broken hearts for the dance on Saturday night. But quarterfinal number 1 is coming to a close here as those ladies work their way around the course. Quarterfinal number 2 set to begin shortly. As we take a second to adjust our picture. There we go. Racer 401 looking fantastic. That is Novi McCabe in the driver's seat behind her. Charlotte Ogden there, number 2, with a pretty close gap. She takes a look over her shoulder to see number 421 right behind her. Kate Oldham there, trying to sort of rest herself into a good spot for the final sprint, so this will be one to watch. Novi McCabe, it's her race to lose at this point. Charlotte Ogden in there as well. Brother Ben competing in the boys' race. And there goes quarterfinal heat number 2 off on the right side of your screen. All right, so coming into the finish now, Stuart, we see Novi McCabe winding it down. There's the start of quarterfinal number 2. Those girls are off to a fantastic start. There's Charlotte Ogden there. She's got a nice gab on 421. That's Kate Oldham there of the Intermountain Division, fighting for a lucky loser spot behind Charlotte Ogden with a smile on her face as she comes in, moving ahead to the semifinal. Number 1, 2 PNSA teammates here. Joining us at the finish, racer 411, Fiona Max, and beside her 430, that's Greta Schultz. They come across the line almost together. And the Alaskan here, Stuart, Adriana Profit, coming into view now. So quarterfinal number 2 is underway. And a great finish there and a valiant effort from our Alaskan, Adriana Profit, to wrap up quarterfinal number 1.
Quarterfinal number 2, out on course right now. Anna Lehman from New England. Kaya Ratzlaff from Alaska. Kendall Kramer, also from Alaska. Anya Jensen from Intermountain Division. Annie McColgan from Pacific Northwest. And Lexi Madigan from Far West. Our athletes are just climbing Flagpole Hill. You'll see them come into view in Q2 that got underway just before our first athlete came back on the ladies' side, Novi McCabe. Novi's been having a great week so far. Not many ladies in front of Novi McCabe, so good start for her. And we're looking to see who's going to challenge her with 2 automatic bids from each of the quarterfinals, and then our lucky losers who have the fastest times in the 3rd through 6th place. Here comes our first athlete now.
So that's Anna Lehman there, who is blasted off the front there, and driving the chase back behind her is 414. That, of course, is Kendall Kramer, doing a good job. The rest of the field tucked in there, but Lehman obviously got probably a tip from Matt Bubar, team leader for New England, who said, Anna, you got to drive that right from the start, and that she did. Lehman posted the 4th fastest qualifier today in morning, a 5:05, which was a very respectable effort.
Bib number 427, Lexi Madigan, was in third place there from the far west at the top of Flagpole Hill.
And it's a great course for our U16s there. Certainly a challenging one. No one ever said this course of the jumps was easy. Of course, Tim Burke and Lowell Bailey, those guys, it was fun to catch up with them recently. Tim did a great job here being on hand for our opening ceremonies and helping to light the torch there as he passed it to Lucy Hawksharkner, a local athlete competing in these games for the Mid-Atlantic Division. But taking a look at our course there, it's a 61-meter climb.
And if you want to see the specifications on these courses, these are on the website, the Cross Country Junior Nationals website. So if you want to see the elevation, course length, the height difference, max climb, total climb, lowest point, highest point, all of that stuff is completely displayed and it's a beautiful map. Just shows you exactly where we are. If you need to know a little bit more detail about the course, you'd like to see what it's like maybe for your athletes in the future, for those of you watching who are not here right now, take a look at it. It's on our webpage that is the Cross Country Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York.
So there's a nice shot in your picture there of a coach taking some photos, doing their best to document this experience. And those are the signature colors of the New England squad there. That's Anna Lehman there, who's done a great job of powering around this course there, getting some enthusiasm and cheering from her coach.
And Yuri has a perfect camera spot for the athlete to stand up and show us bib number 417 there. 417, Anya Jensen was in second place.
And she's got a sprint on her hands there, so pretty soon we're going to pan into the stadium to watch Anna Lehman come around. And there is the Alaskan, looking great. As we cheer on Anna Lehman from the New England division as she locks up her quarterfinal heat number 2. She's coming into our picture now on your right side. You'll see our ladies departing for quarterfinal heat number 3. On your left side of your picture, you'll see the sprint unfolding there between our Intermountain athlete, 417. So it's Lehman who grabs top honors there, and Anya Jensen doing her best to battle. And look at that close sprint there, number 413, charging hard and looking good. So it's Anna Lehman. Anya Jensen of the Intermountain division takes second. Kendall Kramer so close for third. So she's hoping on a lucky loser spot. And then Annie McColgan of the Pacific Northwest for fourth. And coming in is 407 from Alaska, Kendall Kramer.
Four.
Oh, Kaya Ratzliff there. Sorry about that. Two Alaskans in the field, Kramer and Ratzliff there. McColgan of the Pacific Northwest in between them. And here comes racer 427, looking great. Lexi Madigan of the Far West Division, Sugar Bowl Ski Team and Academy in beautiful sunny California. And there's a nice look at the replay there, and that takes us to the sprint. Wow, the throw at the line. Unbelievable tactics for racer 414. What a ski throw there for Kendall Kramer of Alaska, and I think she may have clinched it at the line. A pretty darn good sprint.
Q3 on course, our quarterfinal heat 3. Bridget Donovan from Rocky Mountain, Waverly Gebhardt from Rocky Mountain, Libby Tuttle from the Midwest, Annika Hainstad from Alaska, Isabel Save from the Midwest, and Abigail Strines from New England. Those are the ladies out on course right now and climbing Flagpole Hill.
And representing the international field is Stuart Hemsley from the football club of Arsenal. Here in the booth with me, Dave McCahill, your co-host, and Stuart Hemsley, the MC from across the sea. We hope you've had fun out here today. Lots of racing still to go as we're just about halfway through our U16 quarterfinal ladies races. We'll move on to the semis shortly for both the boys and the girls, and then get our way into our A and our B finals as the sun gradually makes its way behind the western edge of the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex here. Great job by all athletes there. There we go. Is a great view on our picture. Some nice moves there. So Rocky Mountain has moved into position there. There's the signature New England suit of racer 426, Abigail Strines, looking good. 415 goes by. Our view, Libby Tuttle. And there's 425. That's Isabel C.A.
Bridget Donovan and Waverly Gebhardt, the two Rocky Mountain athletes with the red socks, black thighs suit, will lead in the 1-2 there. And as they make their climb to the top of the course, they'll be swinging back down and hoping that wax that helps them climb the hills gives them glide on the way back down into the finish corral in Q3 of 5, as we're looking for 2 automatic bids from each of the quarterfinals, and then our 2 fastest losers, our lucky losers, with the fastest time from any one of those 5 heats.
All right, so settling in there. We've got quarterfinal heat on the course now. Quarterfinal heat number 4 is getting settled in and ready at the start line. That's going to feature Sydney Palmer-Ledger, Kaisa Bednarski, Anna Schultz, Maggie Druckenmiller, Leah Rudd, and Ella Kuzik in heat number 4. These, of course, the quarterfinals. But as we're watching on our screen there, the ladies from quarterfinal heat number 3 powering their way over the final descent. We'll see them powering into the stadium any second now. So there we go is a view of the skier in the driver's seat there. It's an athlete from the Midwest. And let's see, it's either Libby Tuttle or Isabel C.A. Oh, and there we go, powering their way into the finish. It looks to be Rocky Mountain going 1-2. Really great finish for the two teammates, 4:06 and 4:05. So hats off to Bridget Donovan and Waverly Gebhardt there for tag teaming that there. Annika Hainstead there in third to try and snag a lucky loser position. And there's the New England skier 426, Abigail Streintz, doing a great job there of the New England division. So quarterfinal number 4 is off and rolling as we watch to our screen. The great double pole there from an athlete from the Midwest. We'll give you the information there. We can't quite see her bib number. I believe it's 415, Libby Tuttle of the Midwestern Division as she comes in just ahead of her teammate Isabel Say of Peak Nordic coming in now.
So Isabel Say is home. 6th place in quarterfinal heat number 3. Heat number 4 out on course right now. And 2 Rocky Mountain athletes in Q3. It's almost like a Formula 1, Q3, Q4. 2 automatic bids for our Rocky Mountain athletes, Bridget Donovan and Waverly Gebhardt. And one of the first athletes out of the gate in Q4 was Anna Schultz, another Rocky Mountain athlete. And when we see her probably at the top of Flagpole Hill, we'll be able to see if she's still in contention.
So quarterfinal 4 is on course now. That's featuring athletes who really did well this morning. Sydney Palmer-Ledger had the second fastest qualifying time. She'll, of course, be challenged by Kaisa Bednarski of the Midwestern Division. She's charging hard on Flagpole Hill as we speak. Anna Schultz, Druckenmiller, Rudd, and Kuzik all in there as well. Here's an interesting little comparison. I'm looking now at the landing hill of the 120-meter hill, which is now pretty much half brown. And I saw a photo from Monday during our races then, and the entire landing hill was covered with snow. So shows you at what a rate the snow is disappearing during these temps. So that's Sydney Palmer-Ledger coming into view on our screen now. She's wearing bib, I believe, 402, yeah? So Sydney Palmer-Ledger of Park City is powering by. Behind her, racer 412 of the Rocky Mountain division. That is none other than Anna Schultz, who's looking good. Bednarski in there as well, 419, Druckenmiller. And that's a pretty close pack forming.
Leah Rudd and Kezia Bednarski, the two Midwest, and your favorite outfits of opening ceremony. And in fact, have you put in for a large in that suit?
I have asked Coach Piotr Bednarski there, the team leader, to see if he has any extras. I'm not sure what his answer was, but some pretty flashy spandex there, which is sort of sums up our junior national championships in a nutshell here. But it's great to see. Quarterfinal heat number 4 is on course. Quarterfinal heat number 5 is getting ready, staying loose and warm over by the distal end of our stadium. So our athletes are approaching the top of the course there in heat number 4. Sydney Palmer-Ledger in charge, leading out Anna Schultz of the Boulder program, the Rocky Mountain skier. Both of those athletes from high altitude. There's Van Ledger running through the finish zone, keeping an eye on things. Yep, he's parked illegally, so he's going to have to move that car. All right, so quarterfinal number 4 is going to be coming down shortly on camera here.
Our ladies Q5 for U16 females just putting their skis on, and our U16 men will follow immediately following. Semifinal heat number 1 will include athletes Matthew Moreau, Peter Haynes, Hayden Halverson, Eli Hermanson, Walker Hall, and Johnny Hagenbuck. So you guys need to be making your way over to the start because our quarterfinal heat 5 is about to get underway as we watch quarterfinal heat 4 come in with athletes coming down the hill.
So that is the great tuck there. That's a low position with a red suit. That's Sydney Palmer-Ledger powering down, and then there's a Rocky Mountain skier behind her. That, of course, would be Anna Schultz coming past our screen now and looking really good. And here come the Midwest girls. I believe that's Kezia Bednarski. There in her tuck down low, ready to run bib number 409. 422 just behind her. That is teammate Leah Rudd as she powers by. And here we pan to our camera. There we are. That's the finish. The start, rather, of quarterfinal Q5. And there is Sydney Palmer-Ledger, your second fastest qualifier. She's beginning to shut it down here as she looks calmly over her shoulder. She does not sense a great threat from Anna Schultz there, who's done a brilliant job to put her into second. Those two will advance there, those two skiers from west of the Mississippi. Palmer-Ledger looking in control, and 412 Schultz across the line. 409 is Bednarski. And she is hoping for a lucky loser position to advance to the semifinal. And a great finish here between 429 and 422. That, of course, Leah Rudd and Ella Kuzik there of the Far Western Division. Nice finish for those girls there. It was Leah Rudd who took the sprint ahead of Kuzik. And racer 419 coming into view now, Maggie Druckenmiller of Alaska.
Quarterfinal heat number 5, the final of our quarterfinals underway for the U16 females. Sarah Morgan, Intermountain Division. Annabelle Hagen, Intermountain Division. Olivia Cuneo, New England. Isabel Max from Pacific Northwest. Laura Appleby, New England, and Nina Seaman from the Far West are on course in our final quarterfinal heat. Looking for 12 athletes, automatic bids for the 2 winners, first, second, automatic bids, and then lucky losers picking up the 11th and 12th spots.
So it's our last time in the quarterfinals here, Stuart. It's been an endurance day for us. To our fans who've stayed loyal out there on the patio, thanks for being here and supporting all these athletes as they take their sprint here today. It's been a phenomenal day of action, beginning this morning with the qualifiers. And now we're well into our final set of quarterfinals for our U16 athletes. Let's take a look at the race cam now to our friends online. There's 403 looking good. That's Sarah Morgan of the Intermountain Division, who has gapped her teammate Annabelle Hagen of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. All right, so there's 413 and 423, the New England contingent coming through. That's Olivia Cuneo and Laura Appleby And Isabel Max in the mix as well. Here comes Nina Seaman, number 428, into our view now. Morgan is in front. Hagen is in second. Cuneo, Max, Appleby in there as well. Seaman is holding on to the pack and hoping to make a move here in the final quarterfinal. Stuart, I notice you're taking a look at the radar.
I am, and at 9 o'clock tonight, we've got a band of snow that's going to come through. So those of you who are making your way to the award ceremony in the Olympic Center tonight, where we're giving out prizes for, or medals for the top 10 in each of the divisions, men and women, and then going to stick around for the ice cream social, as well as skating on the 1932 rink. We'll be leaving the building to snow. So just be aware, if you are thinking that it's going to be nice and warm when you leave, bring a coat if you're walking, or make sure you're driving carefully, as when that snow first comes down, if the roads are not treated totally and snow is not melting, the roads can be a little slick. So drivers of those passenger vans that have been buzzing all over town, just be careful when you make your way back home. You have no rush to get home. You have a day of training tomorrow, no competition on Thursday. So temperatures are going to be great for our course setting. Right now, I would like to say that the temperature is around 33, 34 degrees. So it's starting to set up. Our one puddle that was outside of the athletes' tent will be frozen in the morning. They're coming back in right now.
The awards are here tonight? No.
All right, so here they come now. It's still Intermountain in charge of this one. So we're looking at Sarah Morgan, her teammate Annabelle Hagen behind her. She's from Jackson Hole in the cowboy state of Wyoming, the most sparsely populated of all states. And a look at our semifinal for our U16 boys is getting ready on the right side of your picture. As we watch, we should see Sarah Morgan come powering around to your right. There she is, coincides with the start of our men's semifinal number 1. And there you go on the left side of your screen, Annabelle Hagen there, her teammate. Those two have done a great job, but now it's getting serious. Look at this sprint. There is a chase from Cuneo. Cuneo is making a move on the outside. She's powering and trying to stay in contention. I think it's going to be Hagen, but it's close. 4:13 doing a valiant effort there. That was Olivia Cuneo of New England giving her a run for her money. But the finish order, Sarah Morgan goes position number 1. Annabelle Hagen, position 2. Olivia Cuneo comes through in 3rd, hoping for a lucky loser position. Appleby in 4th. Max in 5th. And Nina Seaman will take 6th in that quarterfinal. So here she comes of the Far West Division. Nina Seaman from the Auburn Ski Club.
Semi-final heat number 1 is on course right now. Matthew Moreau from New England, Peter Haynes, Rocky Mountain, Hayden Halverson, Far West, Eli Hermanson, Alaska, Walker Hall from Pacific Northwest, and Johnny Hagenbuch from the Intermountain Division.
So you've got your top qualifier of the day is in this heat here, Hayden Halverson. You've got your 4th fastest qualifier, Eli Hermanson, 6th fastest, Walker Hall. So the order has been mixed up a little bit here. It should be a good one. We're watching on our picture now. The athletes are out on course on Flagpole Hill. These are the semis. We're going to have our male semis 1 and 2, our female semis 1 and 2, and then we'll be into our finals, sports fans. And an update, sports fans. Oh, here we go. Let's go to our picture there. So 3:13 looks to be driving the pace there. That's Hagenbuch of the Intermountain Division. There's 3:20 coming by our screen now. Matthew Moreau of CSU. 3:06 was in 2nd place. So Walker Hall of the Pacific Northwest was keeping an eye on Hagenbuch there. They're trying to dismiss Hayden Halverson, who's doing a very fantastic job keeping the pace high. Hermanson also in the mix of Alaska. So this is a pretty thrilling U16 finale in the semifinals. Doing a great job. Once again, an update here. We've bumped things back a little bit on sprint day. We've moved our awards and flower ceremony, our podium ceremony, the official one, is at 7:30 p.m. That's taking place in the center of town, right at the Olympic Center, the Conference Center, right in the middle of town. And join us at 7:30 for that, followed by an ice cream social and skating on the Olympic 32 rink, which should be wonderful. And that's a great opportunity for our skiers here to enjoy some of that Lake Placid ambiance here and join in the Olympic spirit. And looking outside of my window here, I see a nice patch of blue sky, some big white fluffy clouds, and some ominous gray clouds. So a lot of turbulence in the air up there. And speaking of turbulence, we have a wet and wild semifinal number 1 coming our way. So stay tuned to your picture there on the live stream. You can follow all the action. There we are. Action indeed as a lone racer comes down Flagpole Hill at high velocity. There's our second chaser. Let's give an eye on who it is there. It looks to be the yellow suit of a far west skier. That could only mean it's Hayden Halverson who's made his move there and is driving the pace. He's got a Intermountain skier, Johnny Hagenbuch, in a low tuck, trying to follow him. Pacific Northwest skier, Walker Hall behind him. On our picture now of the Rocky Mountain Division is Peter Haynes, and we'll turn towards the finish. Lining up there is men's semifinal number 2. Getting set and ready, and there's Halverson. He has shut it down. He's made his move, and he is just effortlessly gliding to the finish as Hagenbuch looks behind him in a relaxed fashion. Halverson really kind of letting up. He knew exactly how much he needed to put across the line. There's Hagenbuch, a close finish, and the Pacific Northwest skier, Walker Hall, hoping his time good enough for a lucky loser spot into the men's A final.
Semi-final heat number 2 coming in, but you want to hit us with some scores on that last race?
On the right side of your screen, you can see semifinal heat number 2, but just running a 3 was Hayden Halverson of Far West. A great effort for him to put him in the driver's seat. Johnny Hagenbuch automatically advances to our A final. Walker Hall on the fence, trying to look into a lucky loser position, as is Eli Hermanson of Alaska. Matthew Moreau ends his day there in 5th position, and Peter Haynes comes in for 6th. So there you go on the right side of your picture. You see the action unfolding from semifinal heat number 2, featuring
Joshua Valentine from New England, Will Koch, New England, George Vankara from Alaska, Lane Marshall from Intermountain Division, Will Lang from Pacific Northwest, and Garrett Butts from Rocky Mountain.
So again, the format, the top 2 will automatically advance, and then the 2 fastest times will be taken out of those 4. We'll take the next remaining 2. They will be lucky losered into the A final. That's how that will go. Indeed, as we tune our camera to the top of Flagpole Hill, and we will see the action unfold in semifinal heat number 2 for our U16 boys. A lot of speedy qualifiers in there, including the 2nd and 3rd fastest qualifiers, Koch, Valentine, and Mishral. So the athletes charging there up Flagpole Hill are number 2. Long day, huh? Yeah. So now we just have, 2 women's semifinals and then 4 finals, and that's it. So 6 more races.
All right, you get the first one. I'll get the second, third.
Here we go. Looking at who's coming there, it's a New England skier. I'm going to guess it's Will Koch if I had to. 4:02 coming speeding by. Joshua Valentine there leading the chase pack. And there we go. There's 3:16 coming by. That's George Vankara of Alaska. I saw Garrett Butts in there as well.
Joshua Valentine in 3rd.
So Joshua Valentine in 3rd there. So it's two New England skiers. Will Koch is off the front. Valentine leading the chase pack up Bailey's Butte. And we'll see where those stack up. Again, they're shooting for a top 2 finish, but time's also important. We'll have 2 lucky losers advancing to that men's A finale. So still a pretty exciting day here.
It certainly has, and but conditions underfoot have remained relatively consistent from the looks of times of athletes and the amount of work that the tech. Well, we haven't had a chance to speak to any of the techs that have been applying waxes to skis to see how their day may have differed, but the effort of the athletes at every level, whether it's U16 that qualified this morning and then have had to kind of sit around all day waiting for their time to be in the limelight like they are right now. And here comes a disciplined athlete right now coming down Flagpole Hill. Who's that we've got coming in, David?
All right, taking a look here, we have up-to-the-date information. So that looks to be the driver of the chase pack. Things have gotten pretty wild here. So Koch is off the front. Chasing off the back there is Valentine, 303. Our cameras will pan here now to behind the bleachers to give us a finish line cam. Oh, there we go. Look at that, 303, a broken pole. He's finally got one to keep himself going there. Joshua Valentine of Gunstock has broken a pole. Coming around and taking the win here in this semifinal looks to be Will Koch, number 302. He is slowly beginning to shut his down. And then look at this, a real sprint to see who's going to line up for the A final. Things are getting pretty exciting. Will Koch glides in, and look at this, a 3-way sprint to determine who goes into the A final. Wow, look at that. So Will Koch, wearing number 302, takes top honors. Then George Van Cara of Alaska in spot number 2. He'll advance. Will Lang, so close. Pacific Northwest in 3rd. Lane Marshall, Intermountain, in there as well. So very exciting. Lang and Van Cara, depending on the velocity of that semifinal, automatically advance. Lane Marshall looking to see. And there we go. There's the start of ladies semifinal number 1. So this is ladies U16 semifinal number 1. Let's run you through who's batting in this order.
Anna Lehman from New England, Novi McCabe from Pacific Northwest, Kendall Rocky Mountain, and Anya Jensen from the Intermountain Division are our 6 ladies in semifinal heat number 1. And look at our volunteers still making sure that course. Have been racing here or pretty much in training since 8:30 this morning, an hour after we got here. We've been early, and they're still here, as are our volunteers, Chief of Comp, TD, you name it, our jury. They're all here making sure that these races are executed to the standard that is.
So I have to say this has been a pretty wonderful day up from the announcer's booth. We've got a great crowd in the field there. I see longtime FIS official and Olympian in Nordic Combined Joe Lamb gracing us with his presence out there. Great to see Joe keeping an eye on what's going on in the Nordic world. As we watch semifinal heat number 1 for the ladies, Alaska, Charlotte Ogden of New England, Bridget Donovan of the Rocky Mountain Division, and Anya Jensen of Sun Valley. Of course, that's Intermountain Division. And take a look at your picture now. Here they come, driving the pace like she's done all day. 4:04, that's Anna Lehman keeping right on her heels. And I see 4:05, Bridget Donovan of the Rocky Mountain Division in 3rd. The pack beginning to splinter just a little bit. So 4:10, Ogden is struggling to keep the pace there, but anything could happen. 4:17 makes a lane change. That's Anya Jensen there of IMD trying to keep on the pace that's been set by Novi McCabe out front, Anna Lehman just behind her. Again, anything could happen. We've seen broken poles, broken skis, and on Saturday night during the JO dance, we're going to see some broken hearts. I can promise you that. But anyhow, the action unfolding live here, sports fans. Again, let's give a little shout out to our sponsors and supporters of this event.
The 2017 USSA Cross Country Junior Championships are presented by LL Bean and Kraft Functional Sportswear. Thank you to the following sponsors of the Junior Championships, that being Rosenol, Fisher, Start, Blitz, Antifreeze, and the National Nordic Foundation, Podiumwear, and Coca-Cola, as well as Price Chopper and the Adirondack Medical Center.
So we've just received word from the USSA that this is by far the best looking crowd in junior national championship history. So kudos to our fans on being such a good looking bunch as we watch our men's B final preparing over there. And nope, excuse me, that is ladies semifinal heat number 2 getting ready. Pardon my mistake. We're waiting for semifinal number 1, and here we go. So looking out front, it is Novi McCabe and it is Anna Lehman. There they are. So there goes McCabe in our picture now. Lehman looking loose and comfortable. Skiing for the New England squad. McCabe, of course, for the Pacific Northwest team, and they have a sizable advantage ahead of Rocky Mountain skier Bridget Donovan of Vail, Colorado. There's Charlotte Ogden of Vermont, New England. There's 417, Anna Jensen. Let's turn our attention now to the finish. And a great finish there for Novi McCabe, who's led the pace, and she has about a 1 second advantage over Anna Lehman. And there's the start now, Stuart, of ladies semifinal number 2.
And we'll announce those ladies because we've got finishers coming in. As we move the camera over to our finish, we will see athletes. Novi McCabe, bib number 401, finishing. Anna Lehman behind her. Bib number 405, Bridget Donovan, 410, Charlotte Ogden. And our final 2 athletes still racing to the very, very end. Bib number 417 and 414. That's Anya Jensen and Kendall Kramer. Well done, ladies.
So great racing there for Novi McCabe and Anna Lehman. Beautifully done, well executed. And let's keep an eye on Charlotte Ogden and Bridget Donovan, as they very well could be in the hunt for a lucky loser spot to advance to the ladies' A final.
Semi-final heat number 2 out on course right now. Sarah Morgan, Intermountain Division. Waverly Gebhardt, Rocky Mountain. Sydney Palmer Leisure, Intermountain Division. Annabelle Hagen, Intermountain Division. Anna Schultz, Rocky Mountain. And Olivier Cuneo from New England. Our U16 men's final B and final A have just been handed to us. And after we've seen our ladies in semi-final heat 2 come up the hill, we'll tell you who to expect in final B for the U16 men's classic sprint.
We good? 4 more races. Yep. That's it. Yep.
4 more races left to go. And then a flower ceremony. And then you are all free to go home and get yourself dressed up for tonight's award ceremony in the conference center, starting at 7:30. If you turn up at 7:30, you're going to be at the back of the building. Doors open at 7 o'clock, so if you want a fine seat and haven't won a prize, then you'll need to get there at 7 o'clock. We will have the winners off to the side, and we'll get them parading in to the venue and then off from center stage. David, we got athletes heading up Bailey's Butte.
That's right, 3 IMD suits tucked into the beginning there, 2 RMD suits as well. So we have 1 New England skier in the mix here, that's Olivia Cuneo, 2 Rocky Mountain skiers in this heat, Gebhardt and Schultz, and 3 IMD skiers, so that could make for a thrilling finale. So take a look at this. IMD has done well. 5 skiers that they put into the semifinal. So strong sprinting there on their part. So Morgan, Gebhardt, Palmer, Ledger, Hagen, Schultz, and Cuneo all tucked into our semifinal number 2. Looking good. They are working their way up Bailey's Butte there, and that will be our final semifinal of the day. moving on to our final A and B finals for the boys and the girls, respectively.
4 more races to go.
So sports fans, you've been a wonderful crowd so far. 2 minutes to go until we start our finals here for the U16s. These are, as we would say, the moments you've been waiting for, sports fans. But we're not done with the semis yet. All eyes are tuned to our live stream here. Thousands of fans watching from around the globe, tuning in to see where the next generation of American talent is in terms of sprinting ability. And if our results in Lahti, Finland at the World Championship would indicate, things are looking pretty darn promising, Stuart.
Yuri was saying that we've got 8,000 people watching these races. So from qualification this morning, when the numbers of people watching wasn't that great, the exciting part about today's races are these head-to-head races and qualifications for semis and then finals. So the way this sport has transitioned into being a spectator sport is great. Here come some athletes coming down Flagpole Hill as part of our final semi-final heat.
Now look at this, IMD, but there's Rocky Mountain very much in the mix. So 2 Rocky Mountain skiers, Gebhardt and Schultz in the mix here, and 2 suits. Okay, there we go. So it's IMD, Rocky Mountain there in the top 5. These girls have done a great job. Let's keep an eye on the bleachers there to tell you who's going to advance. Look to the left of that LL Bean screen there. That'll keep you posted. We're looking for the suit. I believe it might be Palmer Ledger. She's done a great job so far. Here we go. The sprint is unfolding. Look at that. Winding up, 2 IMD girls are off the front, looking really good. Sarah Morgan, Palmer Ledger. There we go. And there we go. So that's the start of our boys B final. And there's 4:06. So it's going to be Palmer Ledger first, Morgan second, Gebhardt third. Really great racing. There's racer 412. That's Anna Schultz of the Boulder Nordic Junior Race Team. Annabelle Hagen of Jackson Hole, competing for IMD, comes in for 5th position. And the New England skier Olivia Cuneo, a valiant job by her. She'll be coming in, and she's sitting in 6th place for the sprint. So that concludes our semifinals for the day. On to the U16 males B final,
which has Walker Hall from Pacific Northwest, Eli Hermanson from Alaska, Matthew Moreau, New England, Joshua Valentine, New England, Peter Haynes from Rocky Mountain, and Garrett Butts from Rocky Mountain are your B final athletes. Our A final athletes are starting to get into place, and finishing bib number 413, Olivia Cuneo, brings in our final athlete from our semifinals. Say our final B final is on course right now, and your final A final is in the gate with about a 2.5 minute warning. David, how does I'm looking at all these kids down here. How does a kid get into cross-country skiing after being inspired by this?
You know, this event here is a showcase of hundreds of clubs throughout the country that do a phenomenal job of inspiring young folks all over the country to take up the sport of cross-country skiing. A shout-out to all the volunteer and professional coaches that work with these kids. There's a great network of clubs and communities, and they're all broken down by division. Here in the Mid-Atlantic Division, we've got a great crew of athletes. And let's tune just for a second to our live stream. Looking at our boys B final. 302 is off and rolling.
314 going through Peter Haynes. 303 Joshua Valentine and Eli Hermanson, bib number 304. 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
So those boys looking good. We'll keep you posted. I see our A final dialing in. Present in that A final, Will Koch, 302. 301, Hayden Halverson. 316, George Vankara. 313, Johnny Hagenbuch, Intermountain Division. 312, Will Lang, Pacific Northwest. Lane Mishro of Park City, Utah, in the IMD Division, wearing bib 308. One flower
social?
One skate and then under and 120 awards tonight.
I can help you out with that. I'll be around.
If you want to come,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll help you out.
so I'm going to get there at like 6:45.
I'll be there at 7:35.
Thanks a lot. So we were saying that there are youth programs for virtually every club. I know there are some parent-kid camps that are taking place. Brad Clark has a bunch of people that are coming down from Peru and getting their kids involved in cross-country skiing.
Here we go now. The action is unfolding as we speak. It's New England in the driver's seat. Look at that. 3:03, doing a great job, pushing the pace. That's Joshua Valentine in front. I saw Rocky Mountain looking good in there as well. Peter Haynes tucked in. There's New England again. Matthew Moreau looking strong. Let's look to the left of the bleachers there as our camera pans to the left of the LL Bean sign. We'll watch our men's B final here for the U16s as that unfolds. There we go now. That's the final. Here they come. It's New England in the driver's seat. So Valentine is in front at this point. And there we go. This is the B final. 3:04. That's Eli Hermanson of Alaska. He'll take second in the B final, but the win in the B final goes to Gunstock Nordic Association New England athlete Joshua Valentine. Eli Hermanson of Alaska, second. Peter Haynes of the Rocky Mountain Division, third. Matthew Moreau of New England takes fourth. Walker Hall, good for fifth there. And sixth place will be Garrett Butts. No, excuse me, he's already come in. And there we go, sports fans. There's our A final.
Our A final will include your junior national champion at U16 level. It will either be Will Koch from New England, Hayden Halverson from the far west, George Vankara from Alaska, Johnny Hagenbush from Intermountain Division, Will Lang, Pacific Northwest, or Lane Marshall from the Intermountain Division. What do you see looking up the hill, David?
I see a frenzy of fans going nuts there. A lot of team support for all these skiers. They're still intact. So Koch, I can tell, out there is second in the New England suit, but athletes are charging up this final climb. It is a blistering pace they've set. These U16 athletes looking so solid. The wax is still holding, and it's a thrilling men's U16A final. The field more or less all together here as they climb Flagpole Hill for this final time. This is our boys U16 final. The action is unfolding live here. Whole lot of fun, and they'll be back in the stadium in 2 minutes, Stuart. We'll keep our friends on the live stream informed and keep you posted with an update at the top of Flagpole Hill to see how things are looking.
And just so you know, these guys qualified at 10:15 this morning. It's now 4:44, and they're still racing. They've qualified. They've won themselves through quarterfinals into semifinals. These are the best 6 junior athletes in the U.S. No Canadians in there, no Canadian guests, but we've certainly got representation from Alaska.
Absolutely there. Look at this. Things are lined out and leading the charge. Unbelievable. Hayden Halverson has created a gap. Will Koch, about a 1 second. Oh, look at that. Those boys are close. Fighting to stay in contact. 308 Lane Marshall there. 313 Johnny Hagenbuch. He's had a great day in the mix as well. 312 Will Lang is not giving up without a fight. All those athletes still very much in contention in this thrilling boys U16A final. So currently the standings. Unbelievable racing there. Halverson is off, but just by a whisker. In second place unofficially right now, Will Koch fighting to stay in contact. But all these athletes doing a great job. They're battling their way up Bailey's Butte as we pan our camera now to the base of that screamer downhill, and that's where we're going to get an indicator of who will be U16 junior national champion here in the Classic Sprint. So currently 1-2, Halverson, Koch currently sitting 1-2. Big pack of athletes there, Stuart. It could be anybody's game.
2 minutes until we crown a national champion at U16 level. 2 more races to go after we see the men's winner come through the gate. Our ladies' final heat B, our B final, are in the gate ready to go. And a race after that will crown the women's U16 national champion in the classic sprint.
So this is a discipline worldwide that everybody knows we are getting pretty darn good at. So incredible to see our results over in Lottie. Turn your attention to the screen now, sports fans. 1 athlete coming down the hill. 2 athletes. So it's Halverson in the lead, pushing the pace, staying loose. Still, there's time to make a mistake. These athletes have to stay vigilant. There's Halverson looking strong. There's Koch looking really good. Unbelievable IMD skiers hot on their heels. Who do we have in there? We've got Hagenbuch. We've got Mischel right in the mix there, trying to get themselves onto the podium. 2 teammates fighting for bronze. It looks like, barring disaster, it's going to be Halverson. There's Hayden Halverson coming into the stadium now. There's our finish camera. Halverson, nowhere in sight. There's Koch charging to the line. Oh, and we've got a team battle shaping up here. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hagenbuch? Is it going to be Mischel? There we go. The celebration of Halverson takes the gold. Junior national champion. Koch gives it his all. 3:08. Mischel comes in ahead of teammate Hagenbuch. Good for 4th. He's smiling. Unbelievable racing. 3:16 shuts it down. Looks back there. Alaska's Van Kara looking great. He's done a great effort. Good enough for 5th. There is 3:12 coming again, fighting Will Lang of the Pacific Northwest. What a finale, Stuart.
Fabulous racing, and they finish in such a time that we've got a time as the ladies move to the start line for the B final. To tell you who's in that B final: Charlotte Ogden from New England, Anna Schultz from Rocky Mountain, Annabelle Hagen from the Intermountain Division, Anya Jensen, Intermountain Division, Kendall Kramer from Alaska, and Olivier Cuneo from New England.
So there we go. Take a look at that. 6 athletes charging out. This is the B final. These girls are looking great. They're charging. There are just 2 races left here today before we get underway with our flower ceremony. But you're watching now the B final. For the ladies, they're doing a fantastic job as they power their way past the freestyle complex. And looking at that, it's 2 ladies off the front for New England. They're powering and they're looking really solid. It's been a long day of racing as they head up Flagpole Hill.
Broken pole there, climbing up the hill for an athlete. Haven't had any pole breaks that I'd seen in the first hill climb, but that'll crush you. Hard lines on that lady. I think it was Kendall Kramer from Alaska that got a broken pole heading up the first hill just behind the tent. Second to last race. The penultimate race is on right now with our final A heat. It's not even a heat. It's just a final. It's the best 6 ladies at U16 level competing for a junior national title in the classic sprint. And they'll be underway in about 3 minutes' time.
All right, so looking at our picture, there is a coach. There's been some drama on Flagpole Hill in this. This is the B final. Look at that sprint there. A coach running down, got the word that there's been a broken pole, and here they come, the ladies in our B final. Looking great. This is the second to last race of the day, and off the front, who do we have taking place here? Ogden, Schultz, Hagen, Jensen, Kramer, and Cuneo all in this B final. It's New England out front. They've got 2 skiers in the field. So off the front, that's 4:13, Olivia Cuneo driving the pace. 4:08, Annabelle Hagen of Jackson Hole behind her. There's Charlotte Ogden looking great, 4:17, strong skiing for Anna Jensen. And there we go. Anna Schultz powering by, and racer 4:14 as well, looking really good. That's Kendall Kramer of Alaska, who's holding steady in 6th position, but the pack is really close. A minute and a half, and we'll know who is the champion in this, the U16 ladies B final.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thanks for coming out and supporting your athletes in this year's 2017 Cross Country Junior Nationals. Whether you're volunteering, working the event, scoring, timing, officiating the event, without you, none of this is possible. And we are one race away from crowning our U16 female champion, our 7th through 12th best athletes are on course right now. They'll be coming into view on Flagpole Hill, hurtling down with close competition. And who was leading that last group, David?
You were, Stuart.
Thank you.
No, that was good. And out front there, looking really good, was Olivia Cuneo, 4:13 for New England there. She had a brilliant effort all day. And she made her way into this B final, and she's taken command, taking the words of Andrea Henkel-Burke to heart as she gives it her all here on this challenging course as our camera pans to the start as we introduce our ladies A final in this U16 Classic Sprint.
And our final is underway. Our B final is yet to finish, but Novi McCabe from Pacific Northwest, Sydney Palmer Leisure, Intermountain Division, Anna Lehman, New England, Sarah Morgan, Intermountain, Waverly Gebhardt, Rocky Mountain, and Bridget Donovan, Rocky Mountain, are on course for our A final.
There is some talent in that field, and there's some talent coming around the bleachers now. Ladies, B final. Leading out, let's keep you posted here. To our friends watching live, we'll keep you posted. There they come around the bleachers. Look to the left of the LL Bean sign. We'll let you know who it is leading out this B final. And there you go. Intermountain has made a move. They've moved 1-2. They've passed Cuneo. Cuneo's out the back. There's Ogden. It looks to be Intermountain going 1-2. Hagen, Jensen taking control. Ogden switching lanes again. Behind her, 412. Schultz trying to get in there on the podium, and it's 408. Takes the spot there. Annabelle Hagen, followed by Anna Jensen, her teammate, to go 1-2 in this B final. Great racing there as the camera pans now to the top of Flagpole Hill. Annabelle Hagen there, beautiful racing for her. Charlotte Ogden goes good for second place in the B final. Jensen good for third. Schultz of Rocky Mountain for fourth. Cuneo fades a little bit there for fifth for New England, and sixth place to Kendall Kramer of Alaska. Final race of the day now is underway, Stuart.
And we're going to see them climbing Flagpole Hill for the final time. We've been racing here since 9 o'clock this morning in qualifications through quarterfinals, into semifinals and finals in men's and women's U20, U18 and U16, and this is the final race of the day. We're looking to crown the U16 national champion, and I don't think it could be closer.
Look at that, some shadows coming onto the course there, a little bit alpenglow in the background, and we have ourselves an A final. Here's a recap of that thrilling B sprint finale you're looking at, but there we go. 3 athletes are off the front. Pacific Northwest, Rocky Mountain, there's Lehman holding on to third. So as we take a look at that, the 2 Intermountain girls have begun to fade. So I see McCabe in there, Gebhardt in there, looking great. There we go. Donovan is in there as well. Palmer Ledger, Morgan working together. There's the final there. A thrilling slow-mo recap of some great skiing. A beautiful finish there by racer 408. That, of course, was Annabelle Hagen. There's the, look at that, the throw by Ogden. And very, very close between 417 and 410. And we're going to have to wait to go to a photo finish to tell you who took that one, thanks to our friends at Superior Timing. A final underway here, sports fans. The final race of the day. It's been a thrilling, thrilling day of classic sprint racing here at the Mackenzie Intervale Ski Jumping Complex. You couldn't ask for better. And we'll keep you posted, but things began to break apart there. The 2 Intermountain teammates fading just a little bit, but anything could happen there on Bailey's Butte. Looks to be Novi McCabe, though, pushing the pace. That's a name to remember. Anna Lehman of New England looking very good, comfortably in third. She could make a move. And then we've got Rocky Mountain in there as well. I believe it was Waverly Gebhardt who was driving the pace there at the sharp end of the race. Donovan, also of Rocky Mountain, in there as well. And Morgan and Palmer Ledger, it'd be foolish to rule them out of this Sprint A final for the U16s. All right, stay tuned to our live stream viewers. Keep your eyes posted to the very left corner of the screen. That's Flagpole Hill. And there we go. 2 are off the front. It's down to 2 now. And let's see. The suits look to be dark. I don't think it's Intermountain in the mix at this point. And it looks to be New England is off the front. Anna Lehman is at the sharp end of this race, trying to stay in control. Lehman, she's trained on this race quite a bit. All summer long, she's trying to fend off Novi McCabe. There we go, Rocky Mountain. There's Palmer Ledger. She's clawed her way back looking for the podium. And they're going to be coming around to the outside now. Anna Lehman, Novi McCabe. It is a duel to see who will become national champion here. And there they go. Is it a blue suit? What do we see coming around? It is McCabe. That looks to be Pacific Northwest gear. Novi McCabe has drilled it coming behind the bleachers. She's looking to set herself up to be national champion. Lehman, New England, gunning for second. A thrilling sprint, folks, here for third. Let's see who it's going to be. It's Palmer Ledger. She's clawed her way back. Look at that unbelievable finish. 4:06, drilling it. Finish there. Unbelievable. So your junior national champion for the ladies, Novi McCabe, just ahead of Anna Lehman there. And wow, what a finish between Sydney Palmer Ledger and Bridget Donner for 5th, Sarah Morgan of IMD in 6th. What a finish, folks. Stuart, what do you think?
You know, when it comes down to a matter of feet, and it was feet, when Miss Donovan was just pipped at the final line for a bronze medal, it's just been great racing all day. On your achievements, well done to our national champion. And we're going to show a replay on our live.
That's a great shot of Novi McCabe there doing a fantastic job. Anna Lehman is thrilled. And look at this, the sprint finish here by Sydney Palmer Ledger. She times the boot throw perfectly. Unbelievable how she gets that boot out ahead of Bridget Donovan of Vail, the Rocky Mountain Division. Anna Lehman glances over her shoulder, but a beautiful finish by Palmer Ledger there, showing some real poise to stay patient for a bronze medal finish.
And you know what, congratulations to the coaches and the techs that have kept these athletes moving all day. They probably don't get as much commendation as the athletes are getting from the UNI, but they've been working their butts off all day under tents. You can see them walking up the hill now. Gentlemen and ladies who have been waxing skis and looking after your athletes, congratulations to you, whether you have a national champion or an athlete that competed and did really well in their first of their national championships, their junior national championships. Well done, everybody, on that one, as we would say in England.
So fans, what a day. We just want to say thank you to all the volunteers, officials, coaches, parents, mothers out there who've done a wonderful job keeping everybody fueled up and supported. It was a thrilling day of classic sprint racing. Congratulations to all who made it possible and to our champions and all racers out there on a job well done. We're going to be getting underway shortly with our flower ceremony once the results are finalized here, so don't go away. And of course, 7:30 p.m. at the Olympic Center, right in the Conference Center, we're going to be having our official podium ceremony. That'll be a blast, followed by an ice cream social and some open skating in the 1932 Olympic rink. So fans, it's been a pleasure calling the action here today. Don't go away. We're going to be underway shortly with our flower ceremony as the sun begins to set here behind the Intervale ski jumps. It's been a pleasure. Your co-announcer, Dave McCahill.
And to Yuri, who's provided us with live feed to commentate on. And for people who couldn't be here that would probably want to be here, if you couldn't get here, the best way to watch it was with Yuri's TV company, which was, Dave?
CXC, he's with Central Cross Country Skiing there. He does a phenomenal job here. He's been probably getting more racing in than a lot of the athletes. He's been charging up and down the hill to adjust cameras. During the squall, we put coffee cups over a lot of cameras, so it's been a heck of a lot of fun there. So sports fans, don't go away. We'll be underway with our flower ceremony in just a few moments. All right, sports fans, 1.5 minutes to go until we do our flower ceremony for our U16 boys and girls. 1.5 minutes until we get underway with the flower ceremony right over here at the podium. All right, sports fans, gather around. We're going to get started and underway with our flower ceremony. Thank you once again for joining us here at the Olympic Jumping Complex for our 2017 Junior National Cross Country Championships. We're here to award our top 3 male and female classic sprint champions. So before we get started, how about just a little round of applause for all the volunteers that were out here early, for all the officials and the course workers that did such a great job getting things ready and dialed in today, challenging conditions, and they really did a wonderful job, so thank you very much. Presenting our flowers today, we have Jim Rodriguez, our Chief of Competition. So without any further ado, we're going to get started with our U16 female competitors. In third place this afternoon from the Intermountain Division, congratulations to Sydney Palmer Ledger. Come on up with an amazing boot throw at the finish there. Unbelievable. We played it on replay on the live screen. Congratulations, Sydney Palmer Ledger. In second place from the New England Division, congratulations, Anna Lehman. And in first place in the U16 Classic Sprint Junior National Cross Country Championships, representing the Pacific Northwest Division, congratulations to your champion, Novi McCabe. Sports fans, a round of applause for your female U16 Classic Sprint champions. Wonderfully done. Congratulations, ladies. Great racing out there today. All right, and now for our U16 boys race. In third place, representing the Intermountain Division, Lane Mishro. Congratulations, Lane. Up you go. In second place, representing the New England Division, Will Koch. And in first place in the U16 Junior National Cross Country Championships in the Classic Sprint, representing the Far West Division, Hayden Halverson. Sports fans, a round of applause for your U16 male champions. Way to go. Great racing out there today. Wonderful job, guys. Congratulations. Folks, thanks again for joining us out here today. The program continues this evening, 7:30 p.m. Don't miss the podium ceremony that'll be taking place in the center of town at the Conference Center, the Olympic Center. We'll be underway there at 7:30. Doors open at 7 p.m. And afterwards, we're going to follow up with an ice cream social and open skating in the 1932 Olympic Arena, so don't go far. And we look forward to another exciting day of race action here this Friday, and we hope to see you then. Thanks, and we'll see you later tonight for the podium ceremony.
David, we have some offenders of missing bibs. Bib number 457 from Alaska. Your bib needs handing in, as does Far West bib number 22. We're also missing a chip from bib number 121. Alaska, offended again. And bib number 428 disappeared with bib and chip from the Far West. So if we could get those, if you're left with a chip in your pocket and not on your shoulder, or a bib, please make sure they get handed back into the race office. That's Alaska 457, Far West, bib number 22, Alaska 121, that's a chip, and bib and chip number 428 from the Far West. Thank you for coming out to the Olympic Jumping Complex for your cross-country junior national championships, race day 2, 2 more to come, Friday and Saturday, and we'll see you at the Olympic Center tonight at 7:30 for awards from our first 2 days of racing. Thank you.